Chapter 11 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 11. After the Storm. Under the changed conditions in which the French were now living, they began to find time hanging heavily on their hands, so they turned their attention to the task of providing occupation for their leisure hours, and as a first step in the realization of this desirable object, built themselves an assembly room. This and some other projects kept them busy for some weeks, and helped to heal the bitterness that the revolt had created, and, like the Egyptians, if not ready to bury the past altogether, they were willing enough to let it lie in oblivion, and largely influenced by the fact that the destruction of the fleet had left them locked in the country, with no very hopeful possibility of their being soon able to receive help from France. They set themselves to get on with the people as well as might be, and included in their schemes some intended at once to please and gratify the Cairenes and impress them with a sense of the superiority of the French. Among the other devices that it was thought could not fail to serve these ends and win general applause was the construction of a Montgolfier balloon. This having been successfully accomplished, the public were invited to come and see a wonderful contrivance by which the French were able to communicate with far off lands, and thus, if need should arise, seek and obtain help from their native country or elsewhere. Such an announcement naturally brought the Egyptians, who are always curious to see and inspect novelties of all kinds, in crowds to the Esbekieh on the day appointed for the ascent. Fortune, however, was not generous to the French, and though the balloon was a success in all things that skill could command, an adverse and indifferent wind left it loitering in sight until the moment of its collapse arrived, and it sank ignominiously to earth, to the great scorn of the people, who derisively styled it a big kite, and compared it to the kites that the boys of Egypt had long been wont to amuse themselves with. The failure was a sad blow to the French, who had hoped to see the balloon float majestically away and disappear in the north, as though it were indeed bound for Paris. A worthier and more successful enterprise that the French engaged in was the opening of a public library in the district to the south of the town, still known as the Nasrieh. Of this Gabarty, who is not sparing in his ridicule of the balloon, gives an enthusiastic description, and records with the most unstinted appreciation his sense of the high courtesy with which the French received all visitors. He himself went often, and tells us not only of the delight with which he enjoyed its wonders, but of the pleasures afforded by the welcome offered to all visitors, and especially to those who showed an interest in or knowledge of the sciences, for their inspection of all the treasures of the place were freely produced, and all help given them to understand the object and worth of what they were shown. There were many things in the library that the Egyptian visitors could thoroughly appreciate: rare Oriental manuscripts, maps and atlases of all parts of the world, illustrated volumes, astronomical and other scientific diagrams, and philological works. For all this, as well as for the French savants who so freely and liberally put their time and knowledge at the service of their guests, Gabarty has unstinted praise and admiration. Even more successful than the library, from the popular point of view, was the laboratory that the French threw open to all comers. Popular science was then in its infancy. The chemistry of today was altogether unknown and undreamt of. Electricity was in its early babyhood, even the telegraph being yet to come. Steam was an unharnessed giant. Gas, photography, and a host of things that are nowadays among the most commonplace of our surroundings were unknown, not only in Egypt but in Europe, and by the Nile, where art and science once flourished, the little knowledge that still survived was the inheritance and privilege of the Ulema, and was sadly cramped and debased by the false theology that had elevated religious pedantry above all other knowledge or desire. It is no wonder, therefore, that the French were able to astonish their guests beyond measure by showing them a host of those experiments in natural science that in our own boyhood days we delighted in when presented to us as the magic of chemistry, such as the production of a solid by mixing of two liquids. The marvels of electricity as then known were also displayed, and, as Gabarty says with his customary candour, other wonders that intelligence like ours could neither understand nor explain. All the visitors to the library and laboratory were not, of course, as intelligent or appreciative as the Sheikh Gabarty, and some of the few historians who condescend to mention things unconnected with the battles and bloodshed that is their proper subject, record with glee, as a fitting illustration of the native mind, the story of the Sheikh who, having beheld with oriental stolidity all the marvels the French could show him, asked whether the science of Europe was equal to the task of enabling him to be present in two places at once, and being assured that it could not, expressed his contempt for such lamentably imperfect science. That the incident really occurred there is no reason to doubt, but the Sheikh's attitude was not such a childishly absurd one as our friends the historians would wish us to believe. To understand it we must go back to the time and the place, though even from the present we may gain a hint. Not long since an Italian boy showed me a little booklet that had been given to him by his teacher, a Catholic priest. It was a short history of the life of a saint, and recorded how a mule had gone on its knees out of respect for the host. The book had a printed imprimatur of His Holiness the late Pope. I asked the boy if he really believed the story, and he replied, "Why not? Why not, indeed? Luther not only believed in the devil, but saw him, and threw his ink bottle at him, notwithstanding which, I, though not a Christian in any sense, most fairly believe in Luther, and hold him as one far beyond the world's great hero Bonaparte in all that constitutes true greatness." I can, therefore, quite understand how a pious sheikh in Cairo, in the year of grace 1799, could believe in the possibility of a man being, by the aid of lawful or unlawful arts and sciences, both here and there at the same time, for to him, as to Luther, belief in the supernatural made all things possible. And just as Luther had 100 hearsay traditions of the pious and godly to justify his interpretation of the hallucination produced by an overworked brain, so the Sheikh had not only traditions but sworn testimony of many eye witnesses to the possibility of the impossibility in which he thus expressed his belief. And as it held in the closing days of the 18th century, so in these, the early years of the 20th, the Church of Rome still holds as heretic whoever disputes the truth of the worshipping mule, and in the East not only are miracles firmly believed in, but do actually, in a sense, take place. A night's march from Hodeidah, up in the hills of Yemen, there was in the 70s of the last century a certain saint who held open court for all who came, and it was the tradition, and, as I can testify, the verity of the place, that when his guests sat down to meals, the more they ate, the more was left. I have seen this miracle as it was, and perhaps still is, commonly accounted, repeated not once, but again and again during my stay, and this same saint was held by all the populace of Hodeidah, which in those days did not number a single Christian among its residents, to have on many occasions attended the public prayers in Hodeidah and those in Sana'a at one and the same time. The saint, grown old and bedridden when I saw him, was a fine old Arab, and though speaking with difficulty asked me a few intelligent questions about India and England. Hence, as it seems to me, having abundance of such evidence before him, and having a boundless faith in the omnipotence of the Creator and of his regard for the doings of his people, the mocking sheikh in the French laboratory was in fact ridiculing not French science, but French infidelity. In the Cairo of today there are but few who have such simple, honest faith as the old sheikh. Whether on the whole Cairo or its people are much the better of the change is a question not altogether so beyond discussion as my reader probably thinks. But whether the old sheikh was serious or ironical in his question, it is quite certain that the Sheikh Gabarty was perfectly serious in his comments, and in the records of these things that he has left us there is much to guide us in forming an idea of the Egyptian of the period, for though he was one of the learned, he was essentially one of the people, and, like them, when under no special restraint, accustomed to speak his mind clearly and without any other bias than the impulse of the moment. Born in Cairo in the year 1754, he was like Sayed Mahomed Kerim, the governor of Alexandria, of Arab origin, and, like him, though preserving much of the Arab in his nature, essentially an Egyptian. Originally from Zeilah on the African coast of the Gulf of Aden, his family had been settled in Egypt for 7 generations, and had taken the name Jibarty, or, as it is pronounced in Egypt, Gabarty, from their first home, Jibart being one of the names by which Zeilah is still known. Claiming descent from the family of Abu Talib, that uncle of the Prophet of Islam who, though unconverted to the faith of his nephew, accorded him his protection and sympathy in the days when he so sorely needed a friend. The Gabarty family had, in Egypt, been scarcely less famous for its origin than for its piety, learning, and wealth. Sheikh Ali, the great-grandfather of the Sheikh Abdur Rahman Gabarty, the historian of whom I am writing, attained full honours as a saint, and in the time of Bonaparte his tomb at Edfu was still a place of pilgrimage for the pious, not only of Egypt, but of Arabia and Abyssinia and other lands of Islam. Another notable member of the family was the Sheikh Abdur Rahman's father, a man of great learning, a deeply read student of all the sciences and branches of learning then cultivated in Egypt, a noted bibliophile, and the author of many works covering a wide range of subjects. The standard bearer of knowledge and moon of Islam and its followers are some of the phrases in which his son with filial piety describes him, and it is certain that, considering his time and place, he was not unworthy of them. Recognized by the Ulema as the most accomplished and brilliant scholar of the day, in private life he was beloved for his affability, generosity, and public spirit, the latter being evidenced by, among other things, his establishing in his own house a lending library, which he placed at the free disposal of all students. As an author he produced a long list of works, chiefly of controversial character, but some of an eminently practical nature, such as his Guide to the Ceremonies of the Pilgrimage to Mecca. Nor was he without inventive skill, an instrument for ascertaining the Qibla, or point to which all Moslems are bound to turn when praying, and a circular calendar, covering a long period of time, and supplying corresponding dates for a number of different eras, such as the Moslem, Coptic, and Greek, being among the more noteworthy. He was also a great amateur of sundials, and constructed many of various types. His scientific knowledge, public spirit, and practical nature were all combined to enable him to carry out single-handed a reform in the weights and measures of the Cairo markets. Abdur Rahman, the historian, was a worthy son of this distinguished man. Like him, a great scholar, though less broad in his reading, an acute thinker, indefatigable worker, an earnest and conscientious follower of his religion, and yet free, as his history proves, of all fanaticism and bigotry, independent in spirit, truthful and candid in speech and writing, yet withal courteous and generous in his intercourse with others. It was but natural that he should succeed his father as one of the foremost of the Sheikhs of the Azhar University, and that he should have been one of the men chosen to form the Dewan when Bonaparte asked for the names of the leading men. Such being the man and his origin, it is not difficult to understand how bitter to him must have been the events that had followed the arrival of the French. But he records the history of the time with the staid reserve of the father of history, setting down the good and the bad with equal fidelity, neither concealing the truth as he saw it, nor speaking aught in malice. And through his story of the French occupation one can see how greatly his heart rebelled against it, but none the less he never grudges the invaders his admiration when they could win it, as in the case of the library and the laboratory, though he could, when he would, be sarcastic enough, as when laughing at the fiasco of the balloon, and is capable of righteous indignation, not only against the French but also against the Moslems who sinned against that which he held to be the laws of right and truth. So while he more than hints his belief that many of the reforms were but excuses for the collection of taxes, he readily admits the utility of the registration of births, marriages, and deaths, sees no harm in the wearing of the cockade, and admits the benefits of disinfection and quarantine. His book is therefore what he never intended it to be, a wonderful picture of the man himself, as well as it is that which he intended it to be, a full and, above all else, a truthful account of the events of his time. And it is even more than this, for it is to those who know something of the East and its peoples a valuable guide to the character of the Egyptians, and without any intention of his part, or indeed any idea that he is touching such a subject. He is constantly showing us how and why the French failed to gain the goodwill or friendship of the people, and through it all, in the gathering of the storm as in its burst, and in the days of dire grief that followed it, we see the man himself placid and calm, with unfaltering though aching heart, going steadily on, maintaining his daily life as much as might be unchanged, ever in fear and yet never in fear, ever in fear that the morrow might bring some new trouble or vexation, never in fear but that, come what might, in the end all must be well, for after all was not all this flood of affliction let loose on the country, that God might accomplish his decrees? And as Gabarty thought of all these things, so, in a measure, thought all the Egyptians. Much as they enjoy peace, comfort, society, and all the good things of this life, they all sit in the tub of Diogenes, and mock at the power of the grandeur of the great. Robert of Sicily in his magnificent attire may be a very gorgeous spectacle, but they are quite prepared to see him tomorrow, or the day after, running bareheaded and bedspread with mire. And so when Bonaparte, who not having yet heard the dismal droning of St. Helena's surges, by no means shared such silly ideas, issued his decrees and warned the people of the certain destruction that was to overtake all who dared oppose him, they, though they held their tongues, felt inclined to reply, as did Akbar, the great of India's prisoner, would it not be well to say, with God's permission, and of what avail all this bloodshed and rapine? What madness and utter folly all this tumultuous turbulence of Beys and Bonapartes? What could they gain by it? Did they forget the inevitable hour? Were there no graves awaiting them wherein they would lie and rot while others no wiser than they would be furiously fighting over the heritage they had left? And also for smaller things, why worry and fret about these reforms? They may be good and beneficial in their way, but peace and quiet were better. And if the French really desired reforms, why not give the people the reforms they did really long for? To live in peace and quiet, and be left to seek their own welfare in their own manner? These were things to be sought after and, if possible, attained, things worth some little sacrifice. Give them this, and leave them free to enjoy their lives as they would, and they would pay willingly enough whatever reasonable taxes you might desire, even though these pressed a little heavily upon them. And these being the ideals of the Egyptians, it should be easy for the reader to see that after all, for them the French as rulers of the land were scarcely as desirable as the Beys. Instead of giving the people liberty, this was just what they took from them. Under the French they felt all the horror that convicts have told us they have felt in English and other jails, at the knowledge that they were always under restraint and observation. The French complained that the Egyptians were ungrateful, but it is not easy for a man to be grateful for a benefit of which he is unconscious. That the French were in many things their superiors, the Egyptians could plainly see. That they were far beyond them in the arts and sciences and manufactures, that their ideas of governing and administering the town and country were better than those of the Turks or Mamelukes, all these were things that the Egyptians could and did admit. But they could not and would not admit that the benefit to be derived from this was worth anything like the price the French asked them to pay. From the days of the Pharaohs they had carried their bricks and their mortar in hods on their heads or on their shoulders. The French wheelbarrows were ingenious and useful things, and there was no reason why the Egyptians should not avail themselves of this or any other of the endless conveniences that they were now seeing for the first time, provided that the employment of these things was not to be made a burden, and that they were employed to lighten and not to increase the labourer's task. And as it was so in higher things and among the higher classes. It was good to register the births and deaths, was it not the custom of the Arabs themselves from the very earliest days? But it was not good to tie people down to making their records in a certain way, at a certain time, at a certain place, or to put them under pains and penalties for any failure in conforming to the burdensome rules the French had laid down with respect to such matters. It was thus that Gabarty and his countrymen reasoned then, and it is thus that the Egyptian still reasons, and while they so reasoned, and so reasoned, it was and is impossible for the European and the Egyptian to coalesce socially and politically. The ultimate aim of the French and of the Egyptians was one and the same thing, the happiness of the people. But their conceptions of happiness were radically distinct, nor were their ideas as to the means whereby happiness was to be attained less irreconcilable. Throughout the world, turn where we will, we find all men engaged in the same pursuit, carrying on the same struggle. The silly-pated fools lounging at the bars of London, and the hard-handed labourer toiling at his daily work, the Salvation Army lass tending the sick and poor, and the Buddhist fanatic burning himself alive. These and the million types that range between these extremes, these are all seeking the same goal, struggling each in his or her own way for the attainment of the same end, the realization of their own ideal of happiness. I have in an earlier chapter tried to show why the Egyptian and the English characters are of necessity so different, and in doing that I have, to some extent at least, shown why the French and the Egyptians were so opposed in their valuation of the reforms that Bonaparte was so assiduous in introducing. That Bonaparte cared the value of a brass farthing for the welfare of Egypt or the happiness of the Egyptians is simple inconceivable, but that he really and earnestly desired to see both these things realized is certain. Had an overwhelming inundation swept Egypt and the Egyptians into the sea, Bonaparte's chief regret would have been that he had neither ships nor men with which to avail himself of this new and most convenient route to India. But so long as their existence was conducive, or might possibly be made conducive, to his own interests, he certainly desired that the country should prosper, that he might reap the benefit, and that the people should be happy, or at least content, so that he need not waste his resources in combating or providing against hostility on their part. This is the debt, and this only, that Egypt owes to the goodwill of Bonaparte. In Gabarty's picture of the library and the laboratory we find Frenchmen of a very different type to the Corsican. To these men, and to others that were yet to come, Egypt owes much. Had there been nothing to counteract their influence, Egypt could indeed have had reason to bless the day the French arrived, for their patient, courteous, kindly enthusiasm was just what was needed to give the people a real and lasting impulse towards better things, and, as we see, the pettiness and mean ambitions of Bonaparte for ever blocking this, the only true road to the ends he desired, we cannot but feel that, once in the country, the best thing he ever did for it was to take himself out of it as he did, stealing away like a thief in the night, deserting the army that had served him faithfully and well, utterly reckless of the fate that might await them. That, indeed, was good for Egypt. But the Frenchmen who would and could have benefited the country had many difficulties to overcome. Had they once been in a position to set themselves seriously to the task, they would have wrought much good, but they were forced to act as if the happiness of Egypt was to be attained by casting its social and political conditions in the mould of the French Republic. To the Egyptian, not yet being able to fully comprehend the spirit of these men, and seeing nothing in the French occupation but the worries and vexations with which the tyranny of Bonaparte overwhelmed them, the only happiness the French could offer them was to leave them alone, Their ideals and the French were altogether different, and never could agree. The Egyptian could see this, but the French could not, and least of all Bonaparte. What was possible was that the Egyptians should learn much and benefit much from French civilization and its adaptation to the needs and circumstances of the country and its people. This and nothing more. But Bonaparte was of all men the least capable of seeing such a fact as this, and so he kept stretching the Egyptians on a Procrustean bed of reform, and was wroth that they did not enjoy the experience. Yet in the daily life of the people around him, if he could but have seen it as it was, and not simply as it appeared to him to be, there were ample facts to guide him in the framing of a policy that might have attracted and so gained, as far as was possible for him to gain it, the goodwill of the population. Scattered here and there in and out of the city were the ruined palaces and mouldering mosques of the caliphs and the sultans of the past, and of the builders the people knew little more than their names, if so much, and there were tombs of men, often of the humblest rank, to which the passer-by turned for a moment to pray with that indifference to the true teaching of his religion and boundless faith in his own superstitions that is characteristic of the lower classes in the country. A most significant fact, this survival of the unfittest, for in truth this is the right adjective to apply to most of these saints of great popularity in Egypt. There were indeed among these men, like the Sheikh Gabarty of whom I have spoken, who were not unworthy of reverent remembrance, but these would have been the first to forbid the use of prayers to, instead of those for, the dead. But the Egyptian, like most men, needs a hero to worship in some form or other, and since he could not by any possible stretch of the imagination bring himself to look upon the caliphs and sultans and beys of the past, who should have abundantly supplied his need as worthy of his reverence, he was in a measure compelled to accept such paltry makeshift heroes as his saints. These he endowed with all the virtues that he would have fain seen the living rulers of the land practice, and adding an abundance of miracles to their credit, treated them as the heathen of old did, and as the Hindus of today still do their gods and goddesses, exalted them into guardian deities for the locality in which they had lived or were buried. Folly and superstition, and, for the Moslem, rank heresy and infidelity, yet most significant and instructive for those who would understand the people thus wandering from the right way. Most significant, for after all people, however stupid and silly, do not wander without some reason, without some object to attract them. Bonaparte could not understand this, and not only could he not understand it, but he did precisely the same thing himself in dealing with the people. Like Mr. Worldly Wiseman, he and they were content to do as other people did, without troubling to consider whether there were not a better way to be found. As for the people, they enjoyed their bypath as Christian did his, until he awoke to find himself in the clutches of giant despair. But Bonaparte could get no further than to wonder at the wholly unprofitable roughness of the path he had chosen, and the utter unwillingness of the people to cross the stile and follow his way. Had he stopped to ask what were the chief virtues with which the people endowed their heroes, he would have found that first, and so far first that all the rest came lagging almost out of sight, was that wondrous virtue, so esteemed throughout all the East, and to which the Catholic Church lends its applauding patronage, utter contempt and indifference to the things of this world. The naked imbecile wandering among the tombs is to the Eastern not a man possessed with a devil, but el Muravik, the blessed, the man whom God has blessed by freeing his mind from all the cares and worries of this life. Astounding ignorance, degrading superstition, that, my dear reader, is no doubt how you see it. That is how Bonaparte saw it, and it may surprise you to hear that it is how Gabarty the historian saw it, and I will follow such high authorities so far as to admit that seeing such things as you do and they did, only darkly and as through a glass, your view is a very correct one. But if the people does err, there is a reason that you will never discover so long as you wrap yourself up in your superior intelligence, and will not stoop to learn from the facts you so glibly criticize. Not that the solution of this mystery is either recondite or difficult of attainment. Far from that. If I could present to your inspection two maps of the world, one whereon was marked by varying depths of color those parts of the world wherein the bulk of the people find life most burdensome and least attractive, and the other marked in the same way and in the same colors to show where this reverence for the imbecile and other kindred follies are most rife, you would say, but the two maps are the same. And you would be correct, for this, lowest of all superstition, is but the expression of the hopeless, helpless longing for freedom from care that comes to those whose lives are one long burden, unaided and unrelieved by strength of mind or healthy training. Of what use to appeal to such with the arguments that might stir the blood and stimulate the thoughts of the Frenchman, be he Châtelet or Sansculotte? Surely, so long as Bonaparte and the French could not see these things, neither he nor they could do much to lift or elevate the people or to render their lives happy. Nor, if the lower classes were thus effectually shut out from French influence, were the better informed much less widely separated from them. Children fighting for garden plots and brass-headed nails. Ruskin might have written that parable to illustrate the aspect which French ambitions offered to the Ulema. Garden plots and brass-headed nails, things useful and desirable in themselves, but not worth fighting for. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. That is for ever the song of the Ulema, and though with Pope they hold that not a vanity is given in vain, yet they will not admit that any given vanity is worth fighting for. They are ready enough to turn aside in Vanity Fair and to enjoy its vanities, but they never forget that they are vanities. As the old Arabic has it, this world is a place of going, not a place of staying. Why, then, toil and moil for mere vanities that we must leave behind us? If we labor at all, let it be for treasures, not vanities. Treasures that once they are ours for all time and all eternity. Treasures that all the armies of all the Bonapartes and Sultans and Beys in the world cannot rob us of. Deeds of charity and deeds of piety, kindly words and kindly acts, mercy and forgiveness. This is the philosophy of the Egyptian and of the Eastern, as it is that of Christ himself. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God and thy neighbor as thyself. Christian clergymen of all denominations teach it and preach it. Christian citizens profess it. Christian civilization applauds and ignores it. That most insignificant looking of letters, the Greek iota, was sufficient to split the Christian church in twain. But this philosophy has never caused a breath or whisper of dissent or discord. The Christian priest, the Moslem sheikh, the Brahman guru, the Buddhist lama, all agreed in this, in the dogma, though not all in its application. The Eastern takes it very literally. The European looks upon it as a pretty ideal, good to be spoken of now and then, but having nothing whatever to do with the realities of actual life. Whence Plugson of Undershot, whom Carlyle places on a level with the Choctaw Indians, with, as I think, scant justice to the Choctaw, whose ideal is, or rather was, a higher one than Plugson's, seeing that Plugson has no higher ideal than his own individual interests, whereas the Choctaw always had the honor of his tribe in mind, and would, if need be, die for that very unsubstantial figment. Whence it is evident that the Choctaw had in reality advanced towards the highest real civilization a full stage further than has Plugson. For all true civilization is, in spite of certain philosophers' opinions, the negation of individualism. The very lowest type of humanity is the man thinking, acting only for himself, like the brutes of the forest, knowing no ambition, no need beyond his own individual wants or wishes. Such men as these are only possible in a highly civilized community, and will be found most abundantly in the most civilized and among the highest, or at least the wealthiest classes of these. Among mere savages, by a merciful provision of nature, such men wage such ruthless war with each other that it is well nigh impossible for two to survive. But if these men exist in and are a product of civilization, it is only as the scum floating on the surface of the molten metal, as base, as mean, and worthless as the dregs that lie at its bottom. As to the Egyptian, neither a Plugson nor yet a Choctaw, he is rather to be compared to poor old Abbot Hugo, or some of his patient, faithful monks, striving in a certain halting, faltering, wholly incompetent, and yet withal more or less earnest way to do right, very prone, like Christian himself, to be tempted over the stile into the pleasant looking byways of the road, and to start back at the sight of the lions at Mr. Interpreter's house, and yet, like faithful, resolute enough to stand unabashed in the pillories of Vanity Fair, and to face undaunted the terrors of the Valley of the Shadow. How could such men as these fall down and worship the golden calf of the French Republic? How could the French, whose farthest horizon was no further off than the short limits of the average duration of life, comprehend the Egyptian? The first brief fraternizing of the two peoples had been as the momentary intermixing of water and oil suddenly thrown into a common receptacle. Thereafter their inherent mutual repugnance inevitably drove them apart, and in the calm that followed the riot the separation became daily more and more complete. Hence it was that Gabarty and all his kind, while they could admire and wonder at the marvels the French showed them, and could and did appreciate much of the law, order, and good discipline they obeyed, yet weighing these things in the balance of man's relations to the infinite as they conceived this to be, rejected them. It is not to be supposed that the Egyptians measured in any such way as I have done the difference between themselves and the French, or that they thought of, or were even aware of, the philosophy by which they were guided. They simply looked upon the French from a very simple, practical, everyday point of view, first as usurping foreigners, and secondly as men with a wholly unaccountable, extraordinary, and irrational conception of life and its needs. A people showing a strange indifference to that oldest and most indisputable of all truths, that man is mortal, and who, giving all their thoughts and energies to vain theories and ambitions, were hopelessly bewildered and befogged by their own cleverness, madly bartering through happiness from a brilliant but worthless imitation, a people the more mad and the more foolish that there was no need for them to make such an unprofitable trade. For in the French conception of civilization and happiness there was little, if anything, absolutely irreconcilable with the Egyptian view. There was no reason why men should not profit to the utmost from all the arts, sciences, knowledge, or progress of any kind, but these things should be sought as the complement and completion of better things, and not as the ultimate good. And they could be sought much better if the people were not worried by the endless forms and formalities, needless rules and regulations, and idle and burdensome restraints the French put upon them. This was and is the Egyptian's ideal of civilization, not unlike that of Carlyle and Ruskin. Civilization as a means, not as an end, an ideal of which we at home seem at last to be getting a faint glimmering perception, as evidenced by the victory of the living wage. Verity over the supply and demand, falsity a victory, whereby English civilization has been advanced a long step towards the Egyptian and Islamic ideal, for which the rabbit-brained smart set and other puerilities and senilities have so much contempt. Unfortunately, the Egyptian fails to see the duty that his ideal imposes upon him, and thus only too well justifies the criticisms of those who take the imperfections of the man as those of his ideals. They did not, and they as yet do not, clearly see that however high and noble a man's ideal may be, it is useless and vain unless it be converted into action. The best of seed kept in a glass case for men to admire is but an unprofitable perfection. That it may be prolific, beneficial to men, it is needful to take it from its case and plant it in the soil to grow. So with our ideals, however perfect, however beautiful, they are worthless unless planted in the soil of that strenuous effort President Roosevelt has so rightly lauded. Perhaps some day, when Englishmen in general begin to see these things more clearly, when we begin to understand that after all the swelling of the budget and the filling of our individual pockets are not the highest, nor indeed high aims at all, when we can openly accept and act upon the creed of Burns that the rank is but the guinea's stamp, then perhaps we may be able to help the Egyptian also to a higher and purer conception of true civilization. At present, not possessing that article, it is scarcely possible for us to transfer it, or to share it with the Egyptian or any one else. End of chapter 11. After the Storm. Recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. Chapter 12 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 12. Peace without honor. The months succeeding the suppression of the revolt were months of peace, though scarcely of honor, and certainly not of content. The people were no longer harassed by daily innovations or angered by daily arrests and executions, and looking forward to the early coming of a Turkish army as certain to sooner or later bring them relief. They submitted passively to the presence of the French. The Dewan, which had been suspended from the time of the revolt, was at the end of the year reformed, and Bonaparte took the opportunity to issue a proclamation in which he had the foolish arrogance to claim to be inspired. This, addressed to Mohammedans, was a gross mistake, and is yet another proof of his inability to learn from experience, or to comprehend the task he was so blunderingly pursuing. The Egyptians received the proclamation with the ridicule it deserved, but they were careful to keep their opinion of it to themselves, having learned very thoroughly the exact value of the liberty, equality, and fraternity of which they had heard so much, and knew perfectly well that liberty must by no means be taken to include the liberty of criticizing the French. As to equality, Bonaparte did certainly show some impartiality, at all events in matters not directly affecting the French. Thus some native Christians, who had been too bold in availing themselves of their new found liberty to insult the Moslems, were summarily punished, not so much probably for the offence as to discourage their provoking reprisals from which the French might suffer. Some soldiers, too, who had been captured after raiding the house of a Moslem and outraging the women in it, were executed, this being a serious offence against discipline. These matters were referred to by the General in his proclamations as evidence of his friendship for and desire to do justice to the people, but the people put their own construction upon these acts and his allusion to them. The whole tenor of the system under which they were so unwillingly living was, in their opinion, utterly opposed to justice and reason, and they could not bring themselves to conceive these incidents as anything more than mere concessions made to mislead them. They had always been accustomed to receive in their private affairs a certain amount of justice under the base. This was indeed usually of a very rough and ready kind. Thus one of the beys one day passing through the town, meeting a citizen who had just bought some meat from a butcher in the market, took it into his head to see whether the seller had given his customer full weight, and finding that he had not done so, at once ordered the deficiency to be supplied from the butcher's own body. French justice was less fantastic and impulsive than this. Whether it was more effective it is not so certain, but it had to the Egyptian mind the great defect of being in general less amenable to the pleadings of mercy, and was, like the beys, so often misdirected as to become injustice. Thus Bonaparte gained but little from his good intentions in this respect. As to fraternity, the cannon of the revolt had been the stormy requiem of all possibility of that. The battered houses of the town were infinitely more eloquent to the people than all that Bonaparte could say, and he could have but little assistance in preaching or enforcing his ideas on this subject, for the French generally, though quite loyal, were scarcely enthusiastic in their efforts to realize his wishes in this direction, and could in any case do but little, while the native Christians, who could have done much, unable to rise above the pettiness of their own vindictive feelings, so far from seeking to promote friendship between the French and the Moslems, lost no opportunity of exciting the one against the other, so poor fraternity lay neglected in the tomb that Bonaparte's blundering had so speedily and so unnecessarily dug for it. All through the occupation the worst friends that the French had were the Christians of the country. Divided among themselves, they were at one, though not united, in the feelings with which they quickly learned to regard the French. There was no open disunion, nor apparent discord, but the bitterness of sectarian animosities that prevailed among them was of the keenest. The Franks, being Christians of the Orthodox or Greek Church, held the Copts as heretics, and these looked upon those as infidels. Nor were they less divided by their political and social ideas and habits, and, as such rival sects always are, were more strongly moved by their mutual distrust than by their common Christianity. This indeed served them as a bond only for evil in their common hatred for the Moslems. This, though they had for centuries to endure more oppression, injustice, and tyranny than either of the two Christian peoples had ever suffered from, were conscious of and showed a dignity and self-respect that was galling and offensive to the others. Our friends the historians lose no opportunity of condemning the Moslems for this characteristic, denouncing it as arrogant pride, fanatical conceit, and I know not what else. But though the Moslem too often renders himself liable to criticism on this point, his fault in no way abrogates the truth that self-respect that is in varying degrees the birthright of all men is to him alone justified by his religion, for Islam alone of all religions, while teaching the frailty of man's nature, teaches also the doctrine that man is naturally inclined to good, and that his sins and his follies are the result not of a corrupt nature but of ignorance and false teaching, a nobler and truer conception than the degrading superstition that it is their nature to do evil. The Moslem, unlike those Methodists whose sole anxiety in life is for the salvation of their own miserable souls, has no salvation to seek. As a Moslem he is assured of eternal happiness. It is inevitable, therefore, that he should respect himself, even as the Christian who has but a jot of belief in the teaching of his religion cannot look upon himself as other than a child of wrath, by nature evil, and a lover of evil. Truly a grovelling, debased creed, and it is with creeds as with ideals, that they should influence the whole life and nature of a man. It is by no means necessary that he should be conscious of their influence, much less that he should analyze or even be capable of analyzing it. Whence no degradation, no tyranny, no misery can deprive the Moslem of the self-respect that is his inheritance, a self-respect no other religion permits, and one that no follower of any other religion can by any possibility enjoy, since he who has it must be a believer in the essential doctrines of Islam, and thus, though he know it not, a Moslem. This is an essential difference that must forever hold all Moslem peoples apart from all others. I have shown already how not the Moslem only, but all Easterns measure life by a standard irreconcilable with that of the European, and when we put the influence of these two causes together, we get a current of thought native to the Moslem wherever he is found. No outside influence or power can stem or divert, and this being so, apart from all considerations of their respective political relations, it is evident that the Moslems and Christians of Egypt, as of other countries, could not be otherwise than opposed to each other, and that the very causes that made them so served to sever both alike from the French as Orientals the native Christians had, in spite of their difference, many thoughts and many habits and customs that they shared with the Moslems, but which were wholly unacceptable to the French. Nor were the French less disappointed by the attitude of the Moslems to them than were the Christians by that of the French towards them. They have expected from the French a preference they did not get, and a patronage that was withheld, while the openly professed friendship of Bonaparte for the Moslems and their religion was to them the act of a traitor and a renegade, and none the less so that they, like Moslems, were by no means misled as to the real nature of the friendship or of its object. Great as was the hatred of the Christians for the Moslems, it was not, as we have seen, sufficient to prevent their joining these in their protest against a French reform that touched their own prejudices. But though that incident might have taught them that it would be to their own interests to conciliate Moslem feeling, so far from attempting anything of the kind, they hastened to avail themselves of the collapse of the revolt to indulge in language and acts offensive to the Mahomedans. Believing that the permanency of the French rule was now assured, they abandoned all the restraints they had been compelled to submit to in the time of the Beys, and which they had been more or less chary of neglecting under the early pro-Moslem policy of their successors. Having suffered but little from the event that had proved so disastrous to the Moslems, they had ample funds to enable them to follow their own inclinations, and, throwing aside the simple costumes and habits prescribed for them by the old law, went abroad clad in gold embroidered garments, carrying weapons, and mounted upon horses, all luxuries that had long been forbidden to them, and did not fail to flaunt their new-born liberty in the eyes of the Moslems, and openly exult in the discomfiture that had overtaken these. Meanwhile a party of the French army was in constant pursuit of the fugitive Mamaluks, and small parties were being sent from Cairo to punish raiding Bedouins or villages that obstinately refused to pay the taxes imposed upon them. These latter always returned to Cairo with such booty of flocks and herds and other property as they had been able to obtain, all of which was appropriated to the use of the French. However excusable or even necessary this continuation of military operations may have been, it had a most disastrous effect upon the trade and commerce of the country. The small foreign trade that the country still possessed at the time of the invasion had ceased altogether, and the disturbed condition of the country had been almost equally fatal to local trade. Communications between Cairo and distant towns, even Alexandria and Damietta, were rare and uncertain, and attempts of the French to maintain a postal service between the scattered portions of the army had almost completely failed. As a consequence of the general disorder thus prevailing, the merchants and dealers of Cairo suffered so heavily that large numbers of them were reduced to indigency and compelled to seek a livelihood by any means that offered. Some who had contrived to save a small amount from the wreck of their businesses opened restaurants or coffee houses, or took to the sale of fruits and cakes and other small articles that were in demand among the French, while yet others gained a living by hiring the donkeys they had once themselves ridden in state to the soldiers, who had taken to donkey riding and racing as one of their chief amusements. The approach of the second year of the occupation brought no change in the condition of affairs, but rumors of the coming of a Turkish army were growing not only more frequent but more consistent, and Bonaparte, believing that it would be better for him to assume the offensive than to await an attack, began to hasten the carrying out of preparations for the conquest of Syria. The prospect of active service was hailed with pleasure by the troops, but the native Christians were dismayed at the idea of any large body of the French army leaving the immediate vicinity of the town, fearing that the Moslems would seize the opportunity to avenge themselves for the insults and injuries they had been bearing at their hands. Urged by this fear, and with the idea of inducing Bonaparte to postpone his departure, if not to abandon it altogether, some Syrians went to him and told him that the Moslems were preparing a new revolt. Fortunately for the Moslems, these mischief makers, in the excess of their cunning and anxiety to influence the French, gave a number of alleged details which Bonaparte at once saw afforded him a possibility of testing the truth of the information given. Some precautions were taken, but it was soon evident that the Moslems had no intention whatever of modifying in any way the pacific attitude they had assumed. Enraged at the attempt to mislead him, Bonaparte not only had the offenders arrested, but issued an order that all the Syrians in the town were to resume the distinctive costume and be subjected to the other restrictions that had formerly been imposed upon them by the Beys. The annual fast of the month of Ramadan, during which the Moslems abstained from eating, drinking, and smoking from early dawn until sunset, beginning about this time, a proclamation was issued forbidding all non-Moslems to eat, drink, or smoke in the streets, or in sight of those who were fasting, and a Christian who was caught smoking was promptly arrested and bastinadoed. These and other concessions that were made to Moslem sentiment were not altogether unappreciated by them, but coming as they did at the time when, as they were well aware, the French had more than usual interest in gaining their goodwill, they could not but regard these things as the husks of the corn that the French were to eat, and saw, therefore, but little reason to be grateful for them. But they at least returned them in kind by according the French the passive submission they were so anxious for, and so, satisfied by the conduct of the people that he could safely withdraw the bulk of his army, Bonaparte started for Syria. With the story of this ill-fated expedition we have nothing to do, for though usually given at great length in the histories of the country, it forms no part of its history. The Egyptians having no further interest in it than that arising from their sympathy with the people attacked, they heard with pleasure of the difficulties and privations the army had to encounter and endure, with regret of its successes, and with sincere rejoicing of its ultimate discomfiture. It was in vain that Bonaparte sent them the most rose-colored reports. No one accepted or believed them. The cold-blooded butchery of 6,000 disarmed prisoners at Jaffa was an incident of the expedition which historians in vain try to gloss over or excuse, but with all the fawning fallacies with which they seek to save the honor of their hero, the massacre was one of the most brutal and inexcusable atrocities of all those that sully the pages of history. No sophisms can defend it, for not only was there not the slightest ground for a plea of justification, but the measure was a stupid and impolitic blunder. The soldiers, we are told, carried out the revolting task of shooting down the bound and helpless victims with the greatest reluctance. It was a notable example of the power of discipline, the immediate, unquestioning obedience of the soldier. But such discipline as this, when we think of the men on the fast sinking Birkenhead falling into rank and standing to order as the doomed vessel made her final plunge, one feels that discipline may be great and glorious, but the discipline that stained the sand of Jaffa with the blood of 6,000 unarmed, pinioned men. Meanwhile, the Ramadan having come to an end, the people of Cairo celebrated the Eid, or feast, with which they returned to the ordinary routine of life. in much the same way, but with much less feasting and rejoicing than usual, according to the regular custom in all Mahomedan towns and villages. The people assembled on the first day of the feast to celebrate it with special prayers and thanksgivings, and we get a curious insight into their manner of regarding the ceremonies of their religion from an incident that occurred on this occasion. By some strange forgetfulness, the Imam, or official leader of the prayers, omitted to recite the Fatiha, the prayer which is in Islam that which the Lord's Prayer is in the Christian Church, with the addition that it is always recited at the opening prayer whenever and wherever Moslems worship. Under all ordinary circumstances, the Moslem idea of propriety in a mosque or place of prayer is such as prevails in the churches of Europe, but the reverent attention that is customary given to the Imam will not stand any great strain, and so, reminded by a storm of protests from the thousands of worshippers present, the Imam on this occasion had to recommence the service. Let the reader try to imagine the congregation at some great festival in St. Paul's or St. Peter's, roaring at His Grace the Archbishop of Canterbury or His Holiness the Pope that he had omitted the collect of the day, and peremptorily ordering him to recommence the service. 2 months later, in May 1799, the great Eid, or Day of Sacrifice, was kept, but in this, as in all things, the shadow of the French occupation overhung the people and embittered their feelings. Sheep, which for several reasons are the animals generally chosen for sacrifice, could not be had, partly because the flocks of the neighboring villages had been almost wholly consumed by the French, and partly because the restless condition of the country prevented those of more distant places being sent into the town. So the salvos of the artillery, with which according to custom the occasion was celebrated, were listened to by the people, but failed to awaken their usual enthusiasm, and fired as they were by the unorthodox hands of the French gunners, were to the Moslems little better than a mockery. Early in the year when the plague had first appeared, rigorous police regulations had been issued for the protection of the French, who suffer from the dread of epidemics so universal in Christian Europe, but which, as readers of Kinglake's Eothen will remember, so slightly disturbed the Oriental mind. As the year had advanced, the plague had shown no signs of disappearing, and new and more stringent orders were issued in the hope of restricting it. Dire penalties were therefore imposed for concealing a case or a death, or for neglecting the prescribed sanitary precautions, and some idea of the frantic terror that possessed the compilers of these regulations may be gathered from the fact that death was the punishment proclaimed for any one sick of the plague who should dare enter any other house than his own dwelling. Thus the first year of the French occupation and the year of the Moslem calendar came to an end within a few days of each other, and Gabarty winds up his long and yet all too brief record of the woes and tribulations of the 12 months by saying that it had been full of unheard of events, the most important being that the people of Egypt had been unable to make the pilgrimage to Mecca. A very notable conclusion of the year's story, a conclusion that tells us much of the people and their most extraordinary and irrational way, as you no doubt think it, of looking upon the affairs of life, the coming of the French, the terrible sufferings of the panic-stricken town, the gathering of that wild storm of revolt, its bursting, collapse, the long-delayed hope of relief, the daily outraging of the most cherished prejudices of the people, All this, the great flood of evil and sorrow that was the one recollection of that miserable time for all the people, all this was of less importance than the fact that a few hundred individuals had been unable to perform the dangerous journey to Mecca. Death, want, misfortune, and misery of every kind had filled the record of the year for one and all of the people, but this one thing, in which but a few of them only could have any direct personal interest, this was the most important event of the year. Is it any wonder that the people refused to fall down and worship the golden calf of the French Republic that Bonaparte and his staff were so vainly trying to exalt? That the reader may the more justly appreciate Gabarty's comment on the history of the year, he must recall two facts with reference to the composition of his history. First, that it was written at the time. It is not a record compiled in after years when the feelings, emotions, and thoughts of the moment had been forgotten or blurred. It was rather a diary scribbled down from day to day, and one written, too, with no special object other than that of recording the principal occurrences of the time. A mere narrative, not written in support of a theory, nor as a study of men or things, nor as a text for the exposition of the author's views, but simply in the plainest and most literal sense, a mere narrative. Secondly, it is not an opinion, but as a fact, that he puts this failure of the pilgrimage down as the most important event of that disastrous year, and he puts it down as a fact in terms that show clearly that he believes that as a matter of opinion it is no one who may ever read his history will for a moment think of questioning or doubting in any way. If the reader can by any possibility bring himself to comprehend in the faintest degree the true purport of this summing up of the year's history, he will have got a very long way on the road to a clear comprehension of the Egyptian as he was in 1798 and as he still is. It may help the reader somewhat to form some idea of his own on this subject if I turn aside for a moment to tell him what this pilgrimage to Mecca is, and how it is regarded by Moslems of Egypt and other countries. Itself surrounded by the hills of the desert district of Hejaz, the city of Mecca has grown around and encircles a great rectangular open but cloister bounded space, in the center of which rises a flat roofed building occupying a mere spot in the vast courtyard, and which for its height might be termed a cube, clothed on all sides by a hanging cloth of the deepest black, relieved only by a band of Arabic lettering wrought in gold. Nature herself has produced no more impressive sight than that presented by this small building, thus strangely carved and hid away in the wastes of the desert. In size, in form, in all things save its sable garment gently swaying to the slightest breeze, the building is one that would never draw for the stranger a second glance, but as it is once seen it dwells upon the mind forever with a vividness of detail no other sight can produce. This is the Beit Allah, the house of God of Islam, first erected as Moslem tradition relates by the Prophet Abraham, and ever since a place of pilgrimage for all true worshippers of God, hither while yet Christianity and Islam were yet unknown, in the days of ignorance, when Arabs still worshipped idols of stone. They came from all parts of the Arab-speaking world as pilgrims, counting all the many dangers of the road as naught compared to the rich rewards awaiting in the future those who should accomplish this duty. Enjoined upon the Moslems as one of the 5 great obligations of their creed, the pilgrimage today draws Moslems from the most distant parts of the world by long and tedious journeys through the wildest and least civilized parts of the earth, heedless of dangers and difficulties, counting it a gain to suffer by the way, and content to die once their eyes have fallen upon the sacred building. And of all Moslems the Egyptian, and most especially the Cairene, has a special and peculiar interest in the pilgrimage, since it is the privilege of Cairo to supply from year to year the new Kishwa, or clothing for the Beit Allah. Here, then, we have a partial clue to the importance attached to the failure of the pilgrimage by the Cairenes. But, as I have said, the failure was one that directly affected but a few hundreds of the people, those who under more favorable circumstances would have taken part in the pilgrimage, but these, from the point of view of their own pilgrimage, would accept the impossibility of performing it in that year as a matter of destiny, and would have regarded the impoverishment of the resources caused by the endless exactions of the French as a greater evil, as one not only preventing their making the pilgrimage in that year, but possibly also in the future years, since the expenses of the journey are such that to the ordinary pilgrim they are only to be met by the economy of years. There was, therefore, some other reason why the failure of the pilgrimage should be looked upon as so great a calamity, and if the reader will recall the incident of the omitted prayer at the festival of Eid, it may assist in guiding him to the solution of the problem, for in that incident we get an aid to the understanding of the Egyptian's attitude towards his religion and his interpretation of its duties. These and other matters that I have had occasion to speak of may perhaps enable the reader to understand at least this much, that this people has a standard of good and evil very different to his own, and that no scale of will and woe that he could draw out would be at all likely to commend itself to their acceptance. He who has grasped this fact will have gained a position from which he may hope to pursue his study of the Egyptians and their history, with at least one solid indisputable fact to guide him, a fact that, almost impossible as one would think it to be, the ordinary historian of the country seems quite unable to realize. It is true that in so many set words or phrases they tell their readers that the Egyptian does not reason or think as other men do, but having said so much they describe and criticize their actions and thoughts without the least reference to this fundamental and controlling fact. Nor it is the historians alone who make this crass mistake. Men living in the country, nay, even those born and reared in it, and living in the closest intimacy with Egyptians, are no wiser, and hence, whenever Egyptian thought or opinion run counter to their own, they all agree in attributing the difference to the stupidity or the fanaticism. And what is still less realized is that this difference is not limited to the Moslems, but it is shared by the Christians of the country. Severed from each other as the Moslem and Eastern Christian are in thought and aspiration, they are, though no wholly one, strongly sympathetic in their estimates of European civilization as it is commonly presented to them. The active effect of their sympathy is partially nullified by the interest the Christian has in seeing the predominant power in the hands of his co-religionist, and it was this interest, and this interest alone, and not any sympathy with French views or French ideals, that gained from the Christians of Egypt whatever of support they gave the French. In all books on the East it is tacitly assumed by the writers that were the East Christianized, it would be in full sympathy with European thought. No greater error is conceivable. The Coptic or the Syrian clerk in the service of the Egyptian government of today, compelled as he is by the official regulations, attends his office in European dress, but goes home to throw that off at the first possible moment to resume the garb of the country, the loose, flowing garments that good sense and experience alike tell him are not only the most comfortable but the most healthy in a climate such as that of Egypt. And as in this so in other things, like the Moslem, he accepts many of the comforts and conventions of European life, but like him he rejects not a few of these that north of the Mediterranean are deemed indispensable. These were things that the French did not and perhaps could not see. And there was yet another obstacle they had to surmount, but of the presence of which they seem to have been oblivious. The civilization that the French wished to plant in Egypt had not been the growth of a day, but the fruit of centuries of slow and halting progress. Had it been possible for a foreign power to have attempted to introduce that civilization into France, say in the 9th or 10th century, what manner of reception would it have had? Think you that the French people of that time would have hailed the innovations forced upon them with rapturous delight? That they would at once have appreciated every little detail and hastened to abandon all their time-honored habits and customs, to adopt those of their new teachers? How did our hereward, the Wake, look upon the innovations of the Norman conqueror? Was it with an ecstasy of admiration that Goethe, the swineherd, thought of the Norman civilization of his day? Was it enthusiasm for the benefits advancing civilization was bestowing upon them what led the Luddites in their machine-wrecking riots? The parallels are not perfect, I admit, yet there is in them a sufficient resemblance of circumstance and fact to justify the comparison, and more than enough to discredit the conclusion that so many authors have drawn from the attitude of the people of Egypt towards the French. We have not reached the pleasant lands of our modern civilization, wafted by a gentle breeze on a smoothly gliding bark, but have won our way through storm and tempest by paths beweed with blood and tears, and withal our progress has been less striving for good than a flight from evil. And though we are not perhaps all sensible of it, our appreciation of our civilization is largely our appreciation of our triumph over evils and difficulties. The ignorant and thoughtless, whether of the smart set or of the slums, do not see this. They and all of their class take life as do their cats and dogs and the beasts of the field, as they find it. Yet he who can and will think must admit that it is so, and, admitting this, will see that in addition to the other causes that prevented the Egyptians accepting the French and their reforms, there was this very important one, that they could not in any way appreciate them as reforms, seeing that they were not yet conscious of the existence of the evils they were intended to remedy. To the Egyptian, as I have said before, the life he had been living under the Mamelukes needed but little to make it perfect. Moderate taxation and the abolition of the erratic tyranny from which the people suffer were the two things wanted to make his life wholly desirable and pleasant. These evils, so far from being abolished by the French, were, in the opinion of the Egyptian, increased 100-fold, and to this the French added a host of minor evils, worrying and wearisome regulations, cramping the liberty and freedom the people had always enjoyed, thwarting their natural instincts, and burdening them with a sense of control they had never before experienced. Again I ask, what wonder was it that they did not fall down and worship the golden calf of the Republic? End of chapter 12. Peace Without Honor. Recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Chapter 13 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 13. The Siege of Cairo. It was the middle of June 1799 before Bonaparte got back to Cairo from Syria. His prolonged siege of Acre had been an utter failure, and save for a little worthless loot, the whole expedition had been but a sample of that which his whole life was to be: a selfish, reckless waste of human life, useless, unprofitable, and, in spite of the servile adulation it has had, entirely contemptible. That this man was personally brave, skilful in war, a clever general, in short, that he was a man of many abilities that, rightly exercised, would have entitled him to respect and admiration, is perfectly true. But it is not more true of him than of many that the world has rightly and properly agreed to class as criminals. Seeking nothing but his own gain, in this futile expedition he had sacrificed thousands of lives, wrecked hundreds of innocent homes. More than a third of his army had perished, including 1,200 of his sick and wounded abandoned to the vengeance of the enemy for his own ruthless slaughter of his prisoners. Such is the great hero of modern civilization. But defeated and discomfited as he was, he entered Cairo in triumph, with banners flying, drums beating, and all the rest of the idle fanfarade and pompous puerilities associated with triumphal entries. 5 long hours the grand procession occupied in passing through the city gates, and thenceforth for 3 days and nights his coming was celebrated with loud rejoicings and feastings, and the Egyptians looked on and even took such part in the hollow mockery as they were commanded to do. But they were in no way deceived. The gaunt skeleton of defeat and failure was clothed but not concealed by the gaudy glare of lying pretence. So the great Bonaparte paid honour to himself, heedless of the droning of the surges on St. Helena's distant shore. A month later the long-expected Turkish army arrived by sea, and, landing at Ubu Kir on the 14th of July, was besieged by the French under Bonaparte himself on the 25th. Although aided by Sir Sidney Smith, who was in command of a fleet that had already assisted in the defence of Acre, the Turks, defeated by starvation, had to yield on the 2nd of August. The news of the arrival of the Turks had been received in Cairo with unbounded joy, though none but a few of the hot-headed lower classes had given any open expression to their feelings. But when Bonaparte returned to the city, with the long file of Turkish prisoners, the despondency of the people was overwhelming. Yet though it was felt by all to be a rebinding of the chains of their bondage, they gave no sign, and the life of the town went on in the listless way that was becoming habitual to it. It was easier for the people to bear this reverse, that they by no means looked upon it as in any way a final one. The defeat of the Turks was but the defeat of a small force taken at great disadvantage, and one which they did not doubt was but the advance guard of an army against which the French could make no stand. Meanwhile, the period of the inundation having arrived, the rising of the Nile was celebrated by order, as it had been the year before, but this time with an abandon on the part of the Christians that gravely shocked Gabarty, who tells us that the eve of the fetwayahs spent by them in boats on the river or in the open along its banks, with feasting and drinking and women and music. On this occasion, he writes, they forgot their self-respect and cast modesty aside for indecency, raillery, impudence, and impiety. The pen refuses to paint the scandals of the night. Licence was carried to its extreme, and the dregs of the people, following the example set them, the debauchery and effrontery were without limit. All night the Bacchanalian festival was continued, the outrageous orgy ceasing only with the utter exhaustion of the degraded devotees of pleasure. Some 4 days later Bonaparte gave a fresh proof of his greatness by deserting the army that had served him so faithfully, and, abandoning his dream of founding an Eastern Empire, hastened back to Europe to pursue with unabated enthusiasm his own selfish ambitions. His departure, like his coming and all his stay, was accompanied by the silly rigmarole of braggart falsehoods that he was never tired of issuing, and which deceived no one but himself. He was going, so he said, to open communications with France, and was to return in 3 months to exterminate "the enemies of order." Under General Kleber, whom Bonaparte had named as his successor in the command of the French army, matters went smoothly enough, although he was less affable in his treatment of the natives than Bonaparte had been. He, like all the French, was heartily sick of the country, and longing for an opportunity of escaping from it. The first glamour of the occupation had long since passed away, and the dreary monotony of their lives, coupled with the debilitating effect of the climate, needed only the cowardly desertion of their chief to plunge the French into a state of deep despondency. The task entrusted to General Kleber was one, therefore, sufficient to try the ablest, and it was not lessened by the complete destruction of trade and commerce, the heavy expenses of the army, and the difficulty of dragging any further large supplies from the impoverished people. It is not surprising, therefore, that when the arrival of a Turkish army from Syria was announced, the General hastened to accept the offer of the English Admiral to give the French army a safe and honourable opportunity of retiring. A convention was signed by which it was agreed that the French were to evacuate the country within 3 months. This being promptly made known to the Egyptians, the people rejoiced openly and without restraint, the lower classes going so far as to insult and abuse the French to their faces, to the great indignation of Gabarty, who does not fail to condemn their conduct not only as foolish but as unworthy of a self-respecting people. A few days later a Turkish officer arrived, and was received with rapturous acclamations. The day following the Vizier Yusuf, who was in command of the Turkish forces, issued his first orders to the people through the mouth of the officer they had thus cordially welcomed. Nothing could well be briefer or more explicit than these orders. They were but 2 in number, and were, first, that the people were to receive the officer in question as Chief of Customs, with the power of establishing monopolies of all food supplies, and secondly, the immediate raising of a sum of 3,000 purses, to be paid to the French as a contribution towards the expenses of their evacuation of the country. Thus, says the always candid Gabarty, from the first moment the country had to suffer 2 evils at the hands of the Turks. But the tax levied was quickly collected, the people paying gladly to hasten the departure of the French. "Blessed be the day on which the infidel dogs quit us," was the cry raised, loudest of all by those who had most availed themselves of the presence of the French to indulge in a laxity of living offensive to all the better classes. Notwithstanding the reminder the people had so promptly received that the Turks, however much they were to be preferred to the French, were by no means lenient rulers, the rejoicings for their comings were universal among the Moslems, and though there were not a few of the more enlightened and sensible who were wise and bold enough to protest against the offensive treatment of the French, the current of popular feeling was too strong, and carried with it even men who had heretofore kept their heads. So once more the children of the schools were led by their masters through the streets, as they had been at the first arrival of the French, chanting songs in derision of, or of malediction on, the hated Ferenghis. But if the Moslems were exultant, the Christians of the town were plunged in despondency, and were keenly lamenting the folly that had led them to outrage Moslem sentiment in the manner they had done. Fearful that in the excited state of the people these would now seek to avenge the wanton insults that had been offered them, they withdrew from the streets and public places, and hid in their houses, awaited in trembling fear the attack they anticipated would be made upon them. But the people were thinking of other things, and were too full of joy at the promise of their early escape from the bitter thraldom of the French to have a thought to spare for the minor grievances which they had endured from their Christian countrymen, and so these were left in peace. Meanwhile small parties of the Turkish troops began to enter the town, and these, according to a pleasant custom that survives in the Turkish army up to the present day in outlying parts of the empire, at once proceeded to constitute themselves partners in the commercial affairs of the people, without the aid of notaries or anything more than the very simplest of procedures. Seating themselves on the mustabahs, or raised fronts of the shops that serve at once as seats for the customers and counters for the display of the shopman's goods, they simply waited until a customer arrived, and then demanded from the shopkeeper a share of his profits, alleging, not always untruthfully, that they had assisted in the sale of the goods by praising their quality, cheapness, and so forth, and, when a customer appeared unconvinced, not unfrequently by threatening him with violence should he refuse to complete a purchase. Needless to say, customers and dealers alike soon learned to shun the transaction of business in the presence of these "partners." Complaints were made to the new governor of the town, but the only satisfaction accorded to the indignant plaintiffs was that they ought to be pleased at the opportunity of contributing to the upkeep of the troops that had come to defend them from the French and free the country from their infidel rule. Eager as the people were to be rid of the French, these were not less so to get away from a town that no longer had any charm for them and was associated with so much of disappointment. The work, therefore, of preparing for the evacuation was carried on with good will, and the citadel and the forts around the town were handed over to the Turks, while the French assembled themselves in camps in and about the Esbekîyeh. The 3 months allowed for the evacuation was drawing to a close when the folly of the British Government suddenly altered the whole position. The convention which Sir Sidney Smith had accorded the French had been drawn up on a thorough understanding of the actual facts with which he had to deal. Knowing well that it was entirely out of his power to dictate terms to the French, and realising how greatly it would be to the advantage of his own country that the French should retire, he had treated with Kleber rather as a friend than as an enemy. But the Government, with absolutely nothing to guide it but Sir Sidney's report, declined to listen to his advice or to accept the action he had taken, and ordered him to insist upon the French making an unconditional surrender. A wiser and stronger man than Sir Sidney would have ignored instructions so fatal to the honour and interests of his own country, and so gratuitously insulting to brave and honourable foes. But, to the great misfortune of all concerned, Sir Sidney had not the courage to do justice to himself, and so communicated the decision of the Government to General Kleber. The blow was a bitter one. Honourable as the convention he had accepted had been, it had demanded some sacrifice of pride on the part of the French to adopt it, and Kleber was perfectly justified in terming the demand now made insolent. Thus the madness of our Government at the moment when the French were straining every nerve to leave the country, forced them to remain, and not only gave them fresh and good reason to detest us, but laid a train of anti-English feeling in Egypt that bears consequences prejudicial to English interests even to the present day. Finding his hope of an early return to Europe thus shattered, Kleber took the only line of action open to him, and showed his ability as a general by immediately re-entering the forts around the city which the Turks, finding a residence in the town itself more in accordance with their ideas of comfort, had neglected to occupy. This done, he hastened to attack the Turkish army, which was encamped at Materiah, some 5 miles from the town, and taking it by surprise and wholly unprepared for action, believing itself in peaceful and unthreatened possession of the country, routed it with ease and without loss. This attack was naturally regarded as a most treacherous one by the Turks and Egyptians, for until the French had actually opened fire upon the Turks, these had remained in careless security without the least suspicion that anything could occur to bring them into conflict with the French. But it is quite impossible to blame Kleber. For the French an early and complete victory was now a matter of life and death. To have given the Turks an opportunity of attacking them in the forts around Cairo would have been suicidal madness. With no possibility of relief, they could only have held out against a siege until the sickness and famine that were bound to assail them should have accomplished the work of the enemy more effectually than its military strength could. As the time fixed for the evacuation had approached the excitement in the town had increased, but when the French re-seized the forts and gave other proofs of a sudden activity in a new and, to the Egyptians, wholly inexplicable direction, rumours of the wildest kind were circulated. Of these the one that gained most credence was that the French had discovered it to be the intention of the Turks and the English to surround and massacre them while on their way to the coast. Utterly false as this report was, the outbreak of hostilities between the French and the Turks gave it such apparent verification that there were not a few of the Egyptians who still believe it. The Turkish army, utterly discomfited by the French, after having made but a poor defence, took the road towards Syria, with the exception of a part which, finding itself between the French and the town, decided to seek the shelter of the latter. With these were a number of Mamaluk Beys and their followers, who at the first news of the arrival of the Turks had hastened to join them. The Turks who thus entered the town were under the command of Nasooh Pacha, a bigot and fanatic of high rank but little ability. His arrival was greeted by the assembling of a crowd of all the worst characters of the town, who flocked after him as he made his way through the streets, anxious to learn the truth as to what had happened. His first act was to give a general but definite order for the massacre of all the Christians. We have seen how at the last meeting of the Mamaluk Dewan, and again at Rosetta, proposals to massacre the Christians had been rejected. Now, however, there was no question of a proposal, but a distinct and definite order was given by a Pacha, a Turk, an orthodox Moslem, a high officer of the empire, and one who at the moment carried with him all the weight of being the immediate representative of the Sultan and Caliph of Islam. Those of the people to whom the order was given were of the lowest and most ignorant class, precisely the one to which such an order might be expected to be welcome, people having nothing to risk but their personal safety, and thinking little of this as weighed against the prospect of a rich harvest of loot. A wild rush was made, therefore, for the Christian quarters of the town, the mob slaying on its way the few Christians who happened to be overtaken by it and unable to escape. Hastily barricading their doors and windows, the Christians made a bold stand, and the mob, which was much more anxious to plunder the houses than to slaughter their inhabitants, devoted their unwelcome attentions to the least protected of these, and troubling nothing as to whether the houses attacked were those of Christians or Moslems, were busily engaged in their work of destruction when the quarters in which they were swept by Turkish troops, who, without staying to expostulate or explain, quickly routed the rioters with much heavier slaughter than these had been guilty of, and, charging them more ruthlessly and more effectively than had charged the Christians, promptly restored order. This vigorous suppression of the riot and intended massacre was the work of Osman Agha, an officer of the Turkish army, who, though of less degree than Nasooh Pacha, had no sooner heard of the riot than he protested, not merely by word of mouth, but by the more practical measure of despatching troops in hot haste with strict orders to spare none of the rioters that did not at once desist. Thus once more the Christians found Moslem protectors ready to defend them against Moslem foes. We shall see later on how the Christians showed their gratitude. The riot having been thus promptly suppressed, the Turkish officers turned their attention to the defence of the town from the attack by the French, which they rightly judged would not long be delayed. A hurried survey of the available means of defence showed that these were of the poorest. Gunpowder and munitions of all kinds were deficient in quantity and defective in quality, but there was no thought of submission to the coming foe, and directed by the troops the people were set to work once more to barricade the entrances to the town. The memories of the sufferings that had accompanied and followed the great revolt against the French were still vivid in the minds of the people, but their enthusiasm was as great as it had been while yet the horrors of a siege were unknown to and undreamt of by them. Some of the Mamaluk chiefs, seeing how woefully the town was deficient in the things most urgently needed to enable it to make a stand, were anxious to withdraw, but neither the Turkish troops nor the people would consent to their doing so, and they had perforce to remain and take their part in the defence. Fighting was commenced by an attack upon the house of Elfi Bey in the Ezbekia quarter, which Bonaparte having chosen as his residence was still in the occupation of the French. One day's firing having exhausted the supply of cannon ball, the defect was made good for the moment by charging the guns with metal weights collected from the shops in the bazaars, and such other missiles as could be found. Under the direction of Osman Agha, shot and powder factories were established, and all the craftsmen of the town whose skill could be applied to the manufacture of defensive arms or materials were put to work to provide what was needed, or the best substitute that could be improvised. Being unable to ascertain anything of the movements or intentions of the French, the chiefs decided that it was imperatively necessary to be ready for an assault upon the town at any moment. Orders were given, therefore, that all the townsmen as well as the troops were to take up positions behind or near the barricades, and were to remain on the spot day and night, sleeping as best they could at their posts. For 8 days the fighting was continued in this way, the firing being confined to the northwest end of the town, or that facing the position occupied by the French. On the 8th day the return of General Kleber, who had been in pursuit of the flying Turkish army, brought about a change. With the troops he had with him, and those already in garrison, he had a force quite equal to the siege of the town in regular form, and he lost no time in surrounding the two towns, Cairo and Boulac, as Gabarty expresses it, as a bracelet encircles the arms. Thenceforth the siege was carried on with vigour. Amply provided with arms and ammunition, the French poured a ceaseless hail of shot and shell upon the towns, not only from the forts around, but also from the heights of the Mokattam hills, which command the greater part of the city of Cairo. For 10 days and nights the siege and bombardment went on unceasingly. For 10 days and nights the people and the troops were without any rest worthy of the name, and the long strain was beginning to tell upon their energies. To add to the horrors of the bombardment under which the buildings of the town were steadily crumbling away and filling the streets with their ruins, not only was death busy, but hunger and thirst were beginning to assail the living. Food was not only scarce, but what there was ruthlessly appropriated by the Turkish troops, and the water was not only short but bad. Still, all ranks kept manfully to their task, and while the lower classes laboured cheerfully at what work there was for them to do, in clearing the streets of the wreckage that threatened to block them entirely, and in attending upon the troops, carrying ammunition to and fro as needed, and so on, the highest of the Turks and Egyptians moved constantly among them encouraging them and bidding them hope for the best. Of the Christians many had escaped from the town to seek shelter with the French, in whose ultimate triumph they had the fullest and withal most justifiable confidence. Of those that remained in the town, not a few lent what aid they could to its defence, partly to conciliate the mob, and partly no doubt in recognition of the protection given them by the leaders of the people, as evidence of their loyalty to the Sultan and as the line of conduct most likely to conduce to their own interests. Many who under the Mamaluks had grown wealthy and under the French had escaped having to bear anything like their fair share of the burdens laid upon the people, now bid for popularity by contributing funds towards the defence. But the steadily growing weakness of their position, the exhaustion of the people and the troops, and the prospect of an utter failure of food and other supplies compelled the leaders to think of making terms with the French while they were yet in a position to profit from whatever concessions they could obtain. And the French, knowing pretty well how things were going in the city, and having no desire for useless bloodshed, made repeated offers to treat. But the people would hear nothing of a surrender, and nothing of treating for terms. They had had enough of the French, and would have no more of them, if by any means, by any sacrifice they could get rid of them. The Turkish Vizier with his army was sure to come to their relief soon, and perhaps the English, for were not the English the enemies of the French? And Murad Bey with a large force of Mamaluks and troops was not far off, and he too must come sooner or later to their aid. So they would rather starve and thirst and suffer until help came. And besides, was it not evident that the French must be nearly exhausted? If not, why did they offer terms? At last the chiefs took action for themselves, and a deputation of Sheikhs was sent out to the French headquarters to treat for terms. Kleber received the deputation courteously, but reproached them for having taken the part of the Turks and given these their aid and support. The Sheikhs very justly replied that they had but followed the advice he had himself given them when announcing the approaching departure of the French. Eventually it was agreed that there should be a truce of 3 days to enable the Turkish troops and all who cared to go with them to leave the town. As to the people, said Kleber, they have nothing to fear. Are they not our people? Full of hope and joy at the result of their mission, the Sheikhs returned to report what they believed would be accepted as good news by the famine-stricken garrison. But far from accepting the terms offered, the people insulted the Sheikhs and denounced them as traitors. If, said they, the Christian dogs were not at the end of their resources, they would not be so ready to make peace. So fighting was resumed and carried on both sides with vigour until the 25th of April. Boulac was the first to fall. A heavy thunderstorm had broken over the devoted towns, and torrents of rain had quickly converted their unpaved streets into quagmires that rendered walking almost impossible. With abundance of skill and material at their disposal, and in robust health and spirits, the French had every advantage over the famished, exhausted, and undisciplined mob that had so long faced them at such desperate odds. Yet it was but foot by foot only that they succeeded in forcing their way to victory through streets heaped with the bodies of the slain. It was a heroic fight, that of this poor, famine-pinched, undisciplined mob against the well-fed, well-clothed veterans of France. Strange that our friends the historians, who are always so impartial and free from bigotry and fanaticism, can see in this desperate defence nothing more than the contumacy of an ignorant and foolish people. Strange, for after all, how can man die better than facing fearful odds for the ashes of his fathers and the temples of their gods? For this, in the very literal sense of the words, was what these poor starving Egyptians were doing, it being not the least of their complaints against the French that these had desecrated the graveyards of the city, and defiled the temple in which they worshipped God. A wild carnival of pillage and brutality followed the fall of the town, and then the troops that had been investing Boulac turned with revived appetite to assist in the siege of Cairo. There, as at Boulac, the scarcity of food and water, and the want of proper rest and shelter, had reduced the people to a condition that would have justified their abandoning the hopeless struggle without further effort. Yet it was not the people, but their chiefs, the Mamaluk Beys and the Turkish officers, men whose experience told them how unavailing the attempt to hold out must prove, that spoke or thought of treating with the foe. They had, as we have seen, already made an effort in that direction, now, finding that the French gradually gaining ground, pushing their way slowly but surely into the town, and, to add fresh terrors to those by which the unhappy defenders were almost overwhelmed, firing the houses as fast as they could reach them. The chiefs once more asked for terms, and were accorded 3 days in which to quit the town. Even then the people would have refused to yield, and it was with difficulty that their leaders at last forced from them a sullen and unwilling submission. Kleber, in addition to granting the Turks and Mamaluks 3 days within which to evacuate the town, undertook to supply funds and transport to enable them to go, but demanded the exchange of hostages. All who wished were to be free to depart with the retiring troops. These were liberal terms, but still the people were unwilling to submit, and when the French hostages arrived they had to be protected by a large body of the Turkish troops, and even Osman Agha himself, who throughout the siege had been foremost in the defence and ever where danger was thickest, even he had to seek protection from the wrath of the mob that still furiously cried out against the admission of the French. At length, peace and order having been restored, the Turks and Mamaluks made haste to leave the town, and a general amnesty having been proclaimed, Cairo was once more treated to a grand triumphal entry of the French, and was once more directed to decorate and illuminate itself in token of rejoicing. For the third time the people settled down to bear the rule of the French with what patience they could, and, in the manner that still characterises their daily lives, the quarrel of the moment having been abandoned, they let it sleep and went about their affairs as much as possible as if nothing had ever occurred to interrupt them. Not that they were in the least reconciled to the French, or that they had ceased to long for redemption from the slavery in which they were held. Far from that, but loyal to the terms they had accepted, they desisted from all open or, indeed, covert opposition. It would have been unreasonable to ask or expect more than this. So the truce having once been made, the French, though they did not think so, were absolutely safe from any molestation or annoyance from the people, who, as a body, with all their faults, fear God, and obeying the law of Islam, observe their covenants, even when made with an enemy. One might have thought that this people, who had so strenuously resisted the making of peace, who had turned against the most trusted of their own leaders for accepting terms, who, in the hope of rendering peace impossible, had frantically attempted to attack the hostages, one might have thought that this people would have repudiated the terms, and have sought every opportunity to injure and annoy the French. Nor could they with any reason have been held altogether blamable in refusing to abide by terms made in direct opposition to their wishes. Yet this is, as I have said, just what they did not do, and peace once established, the French went about among them as safe and as free from molestation as though the people had no grievance against them. Let us turn now and see how the French interpreted the amnesty they had accorded the people. End of Chapter 13. The Siege of Cairo. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California, 2012. Chapter 14 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 14. The Price of Peace. They have nothing to fear. Are they not our people? Was it possible for the people of Cairo to have any better assurance than these words of General Kleber, that the Aman or amnesty that was so loudly proclaimed, and by the French so enthusiastically celebrated, was to be the full and free Aman, which alone is understood by Oriental peoples? One would have thought not, but the Cairenes were to learn differently. They were to be taught that amnesty is a word which, like so many others, may be interpreted in varying senses, and that it has no other meaning than that which the user chooses to accord to it. Among the rejoicings for the great victory of a strong, well-supplied, and well-nourished army of well-trained and disciplined veterans over a famished, half-naked, wholly undisciplined, and almost wholly exhausted mob of civilians, there had been, among other things, a great banquet, to which all the notables of the town were invited, and at which they were received by Kleber in a gracious manner, so gracious, indeed, that they went away full of pleasant dreams for the future. General Kleber had taken the opportunity to invite a number of the Ulema to meet him on the following Friday morning, and believing that it was his intention, as indeed he had declared it to be, to discuss with them the revival of the Dewan and other matters, they did not fail to appear punctually at the appointed time, some of them looking forward to receiving some recognition of their services in the promotion of peace. Arrived at the General's, they were not long in learning that the gala costume with which they had honoured the occasion was most unhappily inappropriate. As a first intimation of the vanity of their hopes they were kept waiting in an antechamber until their patience was almost exhausted. At length Kleber entered, and without any words of welcome or apology straightway proceeded once more to censure them for having allied themselves with the Turks. When the Sheikhs once more protested that they had done so under his own instructions, given at the time that he had announced the approaching departure of the French, he blamed them for not having suppressed the insurrection. They replied that this was wholly out of their power, and that those who, as he was aware, had made an effort to stop the fighting had been rudely treated and even roughly handled by the people. But it was the old story of the wolf and the lamb. Kleber was determined to bring the Sheikhs in guilty in any case, and upbraided them with being double-faced. This was not what the poor Sheikhs, who had honestly done their best in the cause of peace, had expected as the reward of their efforts, or as the natural sequence of the courtesies extended to them at the banquet. All this, however, was but the preface to the announcement of what was, in fact, the real object of their being summoned to meet the General. This was nothing less than seizing the Sheikhs as hostages for the payment by the city of an enormous indemnity and the infliction of exorbitant fines upon each of 5 of the leading Sheikhs. While yet the Sheikhs, dumbfounded by this novel interpretation of the word amnesty, were trying to assure themselves that they were not the victims of an ill-timed jest, the General left the room as abruptly as he had entered it, and the Sheikhs found that they were prisoners. When at length, late in the evening, the sorely troubled Sheikhs had recovered somewhat from the consternation into which they had been thrown by the General's treatment of them, and the extravagance of the demand he had made, they proceeded to draw up classified lists of the inhabitants of the town, and fix the sums that each class was to contribute toward the payment of the indemnity. As a basis upon which to allot the debt, householders were assessed at a year's rent, and every trade, business, and industry in the town, down to the street musicians, jesters, and jugglers, was called upon to pay its share. This done, the Sheikhs were, with the exception of a few who were to be imprisoned until they had paid the special fines inflicted upon them, released, but under military guard. Among those imprisoned was the Sheikh el Sadat, the chief of the Sherifs, descendants of the Prophet, upon whom a fine of $500,000 had been imposed. Then began the darkest days in the history of the country. Thenceforth tyranny and torture of every kind was adopted to force the payment of the indemnity, and all that the superior civilisation of France had to offer the wretched people to whom they had accorded an amnesty, and whom they termed "our people," was the introduction of refinements in the tortures inflicted upon them, such as the bringing of the wife of the Sheikh el Sadat to witness the tortures inflicted upon her husband. Historians glide lightly over this part of their story, and being perforce compelled to mention some of these incidents, are not ashamed to stoop to the contemptible excuse that such things were "the custom of the East," that the French were only availing themselves of the means that would have been employed against themselves in like case. Indeed, this was the excuse the French offered at the time. "Living in the East," said Vigo Roussillon, one of those present at the massacre of the Turkish prisoners at Jaffa, "we adopted the morals of the East." There is an old chemical experiment in which the mixing of 2 coloured fluids produces a clear, transparent one. But no such experiment is possible in morality. Evil doing is evil doing, and neither the casuistry of the Jesuits nor the art of man can make it good or right doing. I myself believe that all evil eventually produces good, that every cloud that spreads above and veileth love, itself is love. But that affords no excuse for evil doing. Nor could the French have found a falser or more barren excuse than this one. It is true that in the East, as in the West, tyranny and torture had been for ages the tools of tyrants. But those tyrants had in using these tools done so ignorantly and stupidly, because they knew no better. They acted upon the natural impulse of men who knew no law but that of force, no right but that of the sword, no morality but their own pleasure, and as the circumstances and conditions of the times seemed to them to dictate. They had no sense of doing evil. To them there was no other way of influencing men against their wills save by physical or mental pain, and they acted accordingly. It was quite otherwise with the French. They, with a perfect knowledge of what they were doing, did this evil, knowing it to be evil, and they did it deliberately, not in a moment of anger, but with cool, thoughtful determination, and all the sophistry in the world cannot free them from the degradation and dishonour of having done so. But we must remember that Europe in that day, greatly as it had advanced in civilisation, was still far behind the point it has since reached, and that if the French are to be censured for what they did in Egypt, it is not because we in England were incapable of evil. Nay, what, after all, was the torture inflicted upon the Sheikh el Sadat to that inflicted by the law of England on a mere boy sentenced to be flogged once a fortnight for 2 years, or to the flogging of a seaman round the fleet that was so often carried out long after? For sheer brutality and gross wanton inhumanity the world has scarcely any record that can approach that of the Holy Office. But the records of England's prisons are not far behind, and leave us no room for anything but shame and humility on the score of our humanity in the past. It is not therefore to picture the French as monsters of iniquity that I have spoken of this matter,
but as the natural reply of the Egyptian when he is accused, as he so often is, of ingratitude and want of appreciation of the blessings that we good, kind-hearted Europeans have so generously bestowed upon him. To the European critic of Egypt and its affairs the benefits conferred upon the country and its people by the introduction of European civilisation are so great and so many as to overshadow and hide all else. Unfortunately it is not so to the Egyptian. He knows only too well that there has been a reverse side to the picture that the European draws. The evils of which I have been speaking have long since passed away, but they have left a trail of bitter feeling that still survives. Some of the most prominent of the Egyptian citizens of Cairo today are the direct descendants of the men who suffered so severely under the French. Would it be human in them to forget that to the present day they are sufferers from the ills their immediate ancestors had to bear? And yet these men, true to the traditions of their families, are today, as they were in the time of the French, the men most ready to give a cordial welcome to all real progress. Men who, though they cannot forget the past, are content to bury its bitterness, and who fully recognise that the Europe of today is not altogether the same thing as the Europe of a century ago. Yet one more word is necessary on this subject. Whatever truth there was in the French excuse that they were but doing in the East what the Easterns did, this was not true of the Egyptians. All historians agree in one thing, that from the earliest days down to the French occupation, which as we have seen was the introduction of an era of liberty, equality and fraternity, the Egyptian people had always been the downtrodden slaves of the long string of foreign rulers who had exploited them in the most merciless manner. Yet in these same histories we find the people spoken of as if they had been the rulers, and all the vices and sins of the Mamaluks, their followers and their servants the Copts, are put down with the most generous impartiality to the unhappy people who had to bear the bitter burden these sins and vices cast upon them. Tyranny, torture, bribery, corruption were rife in the country, therefore the Egyptians were tyrannical, corrupt, and so on. And the same writers, with a calm indifference to the claims of logic and common sense not altogether peculiar to them, tell us that the people were slothful, lacking in energy, content to live from hand to mouth, servile, and, to cap the pyramid of their faults and follies, fatalists. How is it that these brilliant historians are unable to see that the centre and controlling feature of all the history of the country has been the utter irreconcilability of the characters of the ruled and their rulers? This was so in the days of the Ptolemies and the Caliphs as in the days of the Mamaluks and of the French. Crushing as was the indemnity imposed by the French upon the miserable citizens of Cairo, it was not, in the eyes of the Egyptians, the worst of the evils from which they had to suffer. We have seen that in their day of trouble the Christians, if they had found assailants among the Moslems, had also found very vigorous protectors. Now that the Christians had an opportunity of showing their gratitude, they hastened to do so. The French, with a paltry spite that admits no excuse, forbade the Moslems to ride, commanded them, under pain of the bastinado, to stand up whenever a Frenchman passed, and in other ways sought to humiliate them as much as possible, not the least being the permission they tacitly, if not directly, accorded the native Christians to insult, abuse, and ill-treat the Moslems. And all this was done to our people in virtue of the amnesty that had been granted, not in the fiery heat of open hostility or wrath, or to crush opposition, but with deliberate vindictiveness when all excuse for such brutality had ceased, and the native Christians, following the good example set them and in the gratitude for the protection they had received from Moslem defenders, availed themselves to the utmost of the privilege accorded them. It has been said that this was but a recoil upon the Moslems of ill treatment they had in times past inflicted upon the Christians. No falser excuse could be offered. It is true that, as I have before admitted, the lower classes of the Moslems had constantly insulted and ill-used the Christians, and under some of the Sultans these had been subjected to degrading and vexatious tyrannies. But, as we have seen, the better class of the people, and the Moslem rulers in general, always afforded them the full and ample protection to which they were entitled in accordance with Moslem law and religion, even when the granting of that protection necessitated the shedding of Moslem blood. Never once in the history of the country had the Christians been without some of the Moslems for their protectors, and never once had the Moslems, in cool blood or with deliberate malice, persecuted them as native and European Christians now persecuted the Moslems. In moments of wrath and of political excitement Christians had been massacred and their houses pillaged. The lower classes were habitually offensive to them. They had been subjected to humiliating conditions and restrictions by some of the rulers of the land as they had been petted and pampered by others, But with all this they had always been not worse but better off than the bulk of the Moslems. Nor must it be forgotten that it was not as Christians, but as the servants of the government, that the Christians were hated by the people. Bigots and fanatics have existed, such as Nasooh Pacha, but they were and are regarded by all true Moslems as little better than heretics and infidels. Nowhere throughout Islam are Christians hated as Christians, or for the sake of their religion, but for their actions towards and treatment of Moslems. No better evidence of the true relations between the two peoples, or of their conduct to each other, can be asked for than that afforded by Gabarty's history, with its perfect freedom from bigotry and fanaticism. So far from exonerating or condoning the faults of the Moslems, he speaks of and condemns these more frequently and more freely than those of the Christians, and the fact that he does so is the more noticeable, and by far the more significant, that he is writing not for Christian or European readers but solely for his countrymen and co-religionists. Nor can we forget in weighing its value that, plain spoken as it is on the faults and failings of the Moslems, it is the most popular history written in their language. If the Moslems of Egypt were the bitter fanatics they are so commonly accused of being, this could not be so. But that the Moslems never did oppress the Christians is proved by the simple historical fact, attested by all the Christian historians of the country, that from the first introduction of Islam into the country down to the present day, the Moslem Egyptians have never had the power or means of oppressing or tyrannising over the Christians or anyone else. Not only so, but they have never had the means or the power to protect themselves from the tyranny and oppression of the Christians. Under the Caliphs and their successors the Mamaluks, whatever there was of tyranny and oppression fell with the fullest weight upon the Moslems. Their grievances were real enough, and not, as were those of the Christians, little more than sentimental. The kurbag, the corvée, extortion, and injustice of every kind were the evils from which the Moslems had to suffer, while for the most part the Christians escaped these and had as their chief grievances the fact that they were treated socially as an inferior race, were not allowed to ride horses or to hold land, and had to wear a distinctive dress. And as a set-off to these grievances they had no small share in the golden harvest extorted by cruelty and torture from the Moslems. What wonder if the Moslems felt bitterly against them, or that their bitterness was increased by their impotency to protect themselves. And yet, save for such wild outbursts as that incited by Nasooh Pacha, they were content to leave the Christians alone. And when we recall the relative position of the Christians and Moslem people in the country, we cannot be surprised that the bitterness I have spoken of should develop into hatred. So far as the people were concerned, it was the Christians, and the Christians alone, who were mainly responsible for their sufferings. It was the Christians who were the real oppressors of the people. They constituted the one class in the country which, if it had willed to do so, could have softened the endless sufferings of the people. The one class that, without a complete change in the government, could have benefited them. But far from benefiting, they were the one and only class that in season and out of season never ceased to pursue the miserable people day or night, grinding them in the dust from pure malicious hatred. It was they who carried on the atrocious tyranny that wrecked the commerce of the country, and well nigh desolated the land, for it was they who fixed and they who collected the assessments that crushed and starved the peasantry. They might, with little loss to themselves, have vastly bettered the condition of the people, but far from doing so, they pushed their power for evil to the utmost. That is why the Moslems hated them. Ruthless, savage as were the Mamaluks, they were always under some restraint. As a mere matter of policy they could not wholly resist the intercessions of the Ulema, and so it was to their Coptic and other Christian clerks that the Beys turned for advice and counsel as to how much and how the people could be forced to pay. The Beys thought nothing of annihilating a village that would not or could not pay the sum demanded of it, but it was the Christian clerks of the Beys who fixed the amount to be paid, and who persuaded the Beys that it was unwillingness and not inability that kept the people from paying. These are facts that cannot be denied or disputed. They are practically admitted by all historians, none of these failing to point out that the administrative branch of the government had always been in the hands of the Christians, though none of them seem to have ever cared to recognise the logical and inevitable consequence of this fact. It was not in the power of the Christians to have wholly averted the evils from which the people had to suffer, but they might have done much that would have vastly mitigated not only the outrageous extortion practised but also the cruelty and brutality with which it was enforced. It was, then, not as Christians but as their heartless oppressors that the Moslems hated the Christians, and the sole excuse that these could offer for their wanton inhumanity was the contempt and social ill-treatment they received, not from the people but from the men they served. And as it was with the Christians of the country, so it was with the French. Whatever of hatred the people had for them was due not to religious fanaticism or bigotry, but to the oppression they inflicted upon the people. I have dwelt upon this point at the greater length that I am convinced of the importance of the European critics of Egypt and the Egyptians learning to look at this question from the true point of view. At the present day it is the commonly asserted belief of almost all the Europeans in the country that the Egyptians are a bigoted and fanatical race. I deny it entirely. I have travelled and lived among Moslems in more lands than one, among Kurds and Afghans, Indians and others, and I have never met a Moslem people not only so free from fanaticism, but so lax, from the Moslem point of view, as the Egyptians. Nor must the reader forget two points that tend to show that the bitterness of the people toward the Christians was the result of political and not of religious animosity. These facts are that Moslems, of whose orthodoxy there was no doubt, were, during the revolt and during the siege, assaulted, ill-treated, and in more than one case killed by the mob on the accusation of befriending or simply of being in sympathy with the French. The Sheikh el Sadat was one of those who had to suffer in this way, and almost all the Sheikhs who had gone as a deputation to treat for peace during the siege. So, on the other hand, the Jews, who have always refrained from interfering in politics, and who have ever been studiously careful to avoid taking sides with any party or sect in the country, although they are the subject of far stronger personal and religious dislike than are the Christians, were never the object of direct attack from the people, though they, like the Moslems on many occasions, suffered when the mob broke out against the Christians. In the time of the French occupation the Harat el Yahoud, or Jews' quarter, was situated, as it still is, off the Mouski, then the principal residence of the Franks and Christians. Yet in the list that Gabarty gives of the quarters of the town that had been raided by the mob, this is not included. All through the troubled days of the French occupation the Jews had to bear their share of the ills that fell upon all, but the people bore them no special hatred, had no special grievance against them, did not look upon them as their personal enemies, and thus they escaped the direct attacks that were made upon the Christians. The hatred, then, with which the Egyptians had learned to regard the French was not the hatred of fanaticism, and had but little reference to the question of religion. Had the French understood the people and been willing and able to rule them with due regard for their prejudices and desires, there was no reason why they should not have gained the goodwill and, with certain limitations, the loyalty of the people. It was not only possible for the French to have done this, but it would have been easier for them to do so than to follow the mad course they chose to adopt. The fact of the French being Christians, for as such the Egyptians regarded them, would have had but small weight if they had conceded to Moslem sentiment its reasonable demands. To the Egyptian mind the Mamaluks were not much better Moslems than the French might easily have been. This the French could not see, and not being able to see it or to understand the people, they could find no other way to rule them but that which the Mamaluks had adopted — force. And it was with them as with every government that has ever existed or ever can exist. The admission that it is compelled to use force to rule any people whatever is a confession that the task of rightly ruling the people is beyond their strength, that it is one for which they are unfitted, and one in which they never can succeed. It is a law of nature in the moral as in the physical world, and one from which there is no escape, that no force can operate without creating resistance to its own action, and the greater the force the greater the resistance. A given force may for a time appear to crush all opposition, but if it could do so in reality it would be but to find itself exhausted and defeat. Unable to understand either the people of Egypt or their history, the French could not see that while for centuries the rule of the country had been founded upon force, it had been maintained not by force but by the pliancy of its rulers. No one knew this better than the Mamaluk chiefs. These cared nothing for the people or their desires, and they never hesitated to drive them to the uttermost, but they knew equally well that there was a limit, and though they but yielded to conquer, they yielded when that limit was reached. Nor did they, like the French, waste their force in unprofitable directions or in exciting needless opposition, but devoted it wholly and solely to the attainment of their one great object, the procuring of the funds they needed. In the East the shepherd goes before his flock. Whither he leads they follow, and his dogs serve only to bring up the stragglers or hasten the steps of the laggards. It is much the same with the people. Caliphs, sultans, beys, and French may seem to be driving them, but in reality they are not being driven, but led by perhaps unseen and unknown shepherds that are yet more potent for good or evil than any ruler that ever sat on an Eastern throne. Europeans cannot see this, yet every Eastern who has given the subject a moment's thought knows that it is so. As often as not the real leader and ruler of the people is himself unconscious of his power or position. It was so in the days before the revolt of Cairo. An open, avowed leader the people would most probably have distrusted, but the almost silent man who said but little, who assumed no authority but rightly gauged the feelings stirring around him, and knew how, by simple words, to influence the current of those feelings, could sway the people as he willed. The demagogue who cries aloud in the marketplaces, bidding men accept him as their guide and friend, obtains but a poor following. He may stir up latent feeling to action, but he cannot direct either the feeling or the action. So far as he can rightly interpret the feeling, he may pose as the spokesman and leader of a party, but true leader he never is. Mahdis are forever arising to preach, like Peter the Hermit, the glory and duty of a holy war, but among the people of the East they gain but poor success. The negro races flock to the standards of these men and have died in thousands for their sake. But the Eastern asks for a miracle before he will be convinced, and, holding aloof from the would-be guide, follows all unknowingly some other. If the reader has followed me so far he will now have pretty clearly grasped the truth that the rule of the French in Egypt had proved an utter failure, and to some extent he will have seen why this was so. That failure was brought about by not one but many causes. Of these, besides those that I have already dealt with, there is one that I may speak of here. I have shown in a previous chapter how, although the teaching of the Christian and Mohammedan religions are almost identical as to the duty of obedience to those in authority, the varying circumstances affecting the peoples of England and those of the East lead these to interpret and apply those teachings very differently. It is so with other matters. Christianity and Islam are at one in ranking justice and mercy as the greatest of the virtues. The Lord thy God is a just God, but also a merciful God, is the teaching of the Koran as well as of the Bible. It is the belief of the Moslem as well as of the Christian. But the European conception of justice is to the Moslem, and indeed to all Easterns, hopelessly imperfect, so imperfect that in their eyes it becomes injustice. One law for all, for high and low, rich and poor. That is the ideal of civilized Europe, an ideal that never has been, and in all probability never will be accepted in the East. The man of high position who commits an offence should, says the West, be punished in the same way and in the same degree as a humbler man would be for the same offence. That, says the East, is just in theory, but impossible in practice. And the East is right. In no conceivable case is it possible to accord to two men an exactly equal amount of punishment. Whether it be a sixpenny fine or the death penalty, every penalty inflicted affects the person upon whom it is inflicted precisely in proportion to facts and circumstances that it is not possible should be known to or weighed by his judge. That this is so is admitted by all, but in England and other countries men are content with an attempt at justice that almost wholly ignores this fact. Not so the Easterns. That one of the Ulema, a Pacha, or any other person of position should be punished by a penalty such as might be inflicted upon an ordinary citizen is to the Eastern mind not justice, but gross injustice. But the difference in the Englishman's conception of justice and that of the Eastern lies even deeper than this. To the English mind the idea of justice is mainly associated with the administration of punishment to the guilty and with abstention from injustice in dealing with others. The Eastern, until he has acquired that tinge of European thought and sentiment that unconsciously yet constantly causes him to mislead Europeans as to what is and what is not Eastern thought on such subjects, but rarely connects the idea of punishment with that of justice. To him punishment is not the administration of justice, but the administration of a deterrent. That as such it may be just or unjust he quite recognises, but the justice or injustice of a punishment is to his mind an incident and not an essential of the punishment, and the justice so often lauded in the East is not the justice of the courts, but the personal quality that prevents a man wronging another, or leads him, when he has acted unjustly, to admit his error and seek to remedy it. And while the two peoples are thus apart in their interpretation of justice, they are still more widely so in the positions they assign to justice and mercy. The European, and perhaps especially the Englishman, places justice first and only allows mercy to come in a long way off. Not so the Eastern. To him mercy is first and justice second. That this should be so is a direct result of the conditions under which the two peoples have lived for many centuries. As all history shows, the races of Europe have always had a genius for and a tendency towards organised government. Whether we peruse the records of liberty-loving England, or of thraldom-trodden Spain, of republican France, or of despotic Russia, in every European country we find the people regarding an organised government, a government acting in a prescribed manner upon a prescribed system, as a natural complement of existence as a nation. It is not so in the East. There the whole bent of opinion tends toward autocratic, if not to pure despotic, rule. The difference is due to various causes, but possibly to none more than this, that in Europe the community of interests binding individuals together and causing them to recognise each other as members of a group are territorial, limited chiefly and sometimes wholly by geographical boundaries, whereas in the East this community of interests rests almost entirely upon the religious distinctions that divide peoples living in the same countries. In Europe, though there have been religious wars, war has in the main been the result of the rivalries of peoples distinguished from each other by language, habits, and character. In the East, religion has in general been the line of distinction. It has followed from this that in Europe the peoples have been and still are obliged to group themselves as nations, while in the East they group themselves by their religions. The European nation or community is therefore a secular body, and as such seeks a secular government, whereas the Eastern peoples are not nations so much as religious communities. To each an organised government is necessary for self-protection and internal adjustment. This the European is obliged to find in the organisation of a special governing body, while the Easterns find it ready to hand in the organisation of their churches. Now in the organisation of a nation with regard to its internal affairs, justice is almost of necessity placed before mercy, whereas in that of a religion mercy is exalted above justice. Hence a people like the English learn to look upon justice, or whatever near approach to it can be attained, as the greatest good to be sought for from their rulers, and in their efforts to attain this end, like the political economists of whom Ruskin complained, forget the human equation, and that justice, however finely balanced by tale and weight of legal prescription, can never be more nor less than a failure, if it be not dominated by mercy. In Europe peoples have again and again revolted against the tyrants that have oppressed them, that they might thereby secure justice and its complement liberty, and they could do this because there was no higher or conflicting interest to hold them back. But it has not been so in the East. There all the organisation that the peoples have needed for the administration of their internal affairs has always been found in the organisation of their religion, and whether the tyranny and oppression from which they have suffered from times immemorial afflicted them through the hands and acts of their co-religionists, or from those of other and rival religions, the interests of their religion, and therefore of their fellows, demanded submission to such ills rather than a resistance that could not fail to injure that which they deemed the higher and better cause. And in the sufferings they were thus called upon to bear, they naturally turned to their religion for consolation, and found it in their belief in the ineffable mercy of the Deity, and thus learning to look upon mercy as the highest attribute of God, inevitably rank it as the noblest virtue in man. And to the Moslem the appreciation of mercy he thus acquires is enforced by the teaching of the Koran. The law of retaliation, an eye for an eye, is ordained to Moslems, but with the promise that to him who exacts less his forbearance shall be accounted as a charity, and as such shall gain him a rich reward. To bridle one's anger, to forgive men, and to intercede with a good intercession, these are virtues that are endlessly praised and commended in the Book of God. What a poor substitute for these is the even-handed justice that is the boast of our vaunted civilisation! Is it necessary for me to say now that the price the French asked the people of Cairo to pay for the peace that had been accorded them was to them a violation of all justice? Or need I point out at length that this incompatibility of ideals on the subjects of justice and mercy was one of the principal causes of the failure of the French to realise the anticipations with which they had entered the country, as it is still one of the causes that hold the East and West apart, and forms a never-ending cause of misunderstanding between all Orientals and Europeans. Unfortunately in this, as in other matters, the Oriental is too prone to keep his ideals as a standard whereby to judge the merits and failings of others, rather than as a guide for his own actions. It is one of the greatest of the Englishman's merits that he does not do this. He strives as best he may to realise his ideals, and in this it would be well indeed for the Egyptian to imitate him. With both people, as indeed with all others if we would judge them justly, we must, however, take account first of their ideals and next of the sincerity and earnestness with which they seek to bring these into practice. Chapter 14. The Price of Peace. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Chapter 15 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 15. An Ungrateful People. Boulac had fallen on the 14th of April, 1800. Exactly 2 months later, on the 14th of June, General Kleber was assassinated. He was taking a morning walk in the garden of General Dugua's house, when a young man, a Syrian, approached him as if to offer a petition, and before the unfortunate general could detect his purpose, struck him several blows in the breast with a dagger. The assassin was arrested soon after, and made a confession. Of his guilt there could be no doubt, but his confession, being made under torture, was of course perfectly worthless. In it he stated that he had been employed to commit the infamous deed by a high officer of the Turkish army that Kleber had defeated at Materia. That he was a Syrian, and that he had only been in Egypt for a few weeks, were facts that were easily established. The French believed, however, that he was encouraged if not instigated by Egyptians, and although there was absolutely nothing to suggest that this was the case, except perhaps their keen sense of the hatred with which they were regarded, they determined to discover all that could be discovered of the origin of the crime. The wretched prisoner was therefore handed over to the care of the chief of the police, a Greek of infamous character, a notorious evil-liver, detested and abhorred by all for his wanton cruelties, abominable vices, and utter depravity. Selected for the post he held as one whose unbridled and unconcealed hatred for the people of the country was a guarantee of his fidelity to the French, his selection is an all too eloquent testimony as to the real nature of the relations between the French and the Egyptians. No man viler, more depraved, or more despicable could have been placed in a position such as that accorded to this villain, a position that practically placed him above and beyond all law and all restraint, and gave free scope to his inhumanity, his outrageous vices, and devilish passions. Like Oates, he delighted to seduce and betray his fellow men. Like Jeffreys, he rejoiced when sending them to prison, torture, or death. Like the caitiff James, he revelled in witnessing their anguish and agonies. To this wretch Kleber's assassin was handed over, and by him almost all that could be done by torture or otherwise to induce the criminal to denounce others as his accomplices or abettors was tried. At length, when all other means had failed to accomplish the end at which he aimed, the wretch persuaded his miserable victim, by a promise of free pardon to himself, to give the names of some sheikhs of the Azhar to whom, as he admitted, he had made known the purport of his visit to Cairo. One of these sheikhs, it was found, had already left the country, but the others were at once arrested. These admitted that they had been spoken to on the subject by the prisoner, but asserted, and as it would appear truly, that they endeavoured to dissuade him from the commission of the crime, and, on finding that he persisted in his intention, had kept aloof from him. But while granting the full value of the plea the sheikhs thus offered, it must be admitted that the French were justified, by all known law and custom, in sentencing them to death, as, had they denounced the Syrian's intention, there is no doubt that this crime would have been effectually prevented. The sentence passed upon the assassin does not admit of equal justification. Kleber, whatever his faults or errors as an administrator, or however harsh and faithless his treatment of the Egyptians had been, was a brave and gallant gentleman, a man of whom his countrymen were and are justly proud, and one who had endeared himself to all under his command. While in the position in which they then were, the whole body of the French looked up to him as the only one from whom they could seek or obtain the leadership so essential to their almost desperate cause. But with the fullest sympathy for the bitterness of spirit that must at the moment have oppressed the French, it is impossible to condone the sanction they accorded to the base treachery of their minion, the chief of the police, by whom the pardon he had promised the assassin, as the price to be paid him for giving up the names of the sheikhs, was withdrawn immediately the names had been given, and without the slightest pretext being offered for this vile breach of faith. Nor can the sentence passed be regarded as otherwise than a brutal one, though it was not indeed more so than others that have been passed by nations and peoples claiming to represent the most advanced civilization. It was that the prisoner's right hand should be cut off, that he should witness the execution of the sheikhs, and that he should himself be impaled alive. The execution of the condemned men was fixed to take place immediately after the funeral of the general, and it was wholly in vain that some of the sheikhs and notables pleaded for a mitigation of the penalty. On the appointed day the prisoners were marched out to a rising ground on the route the General's funeral was to follow, and posted there. At the spot selected for the execution they were compelled to view the mournful procession that, with all the pomp of a state ceremony, accompanied the General's remains to the temporary burial ground in which they were to be laid. There, on the completion of the funeral rites, the sentences on the condemned men were carried out, and the Sheikhs having been beheaded, the wretched assassin was impaled alive and left to linger in the most horrible anguish for over 4 hours. A punishment such as this was not then, nor ever can be, other than purely and simply an act of vengeance. In the East especially it is but a perversion of terms to pretend that such penalties can be justified as deterrents. History proves conclusively that they have no such effect, except perhaps for the moment, but that they have the effect of hardening and brutalising the hearts of those they are supposed to terrify is certain. In the present case there was not even the slightest ground of excuse. The criminal was a foreigner, and it had been clearly proved at his trial that his crime had met with no encouragement or sympathy from the people of the country. The whole conduct of the people from the first arrival of the French had been sufficient to show that there was absolutely no reason to suspect them of any desire to repeat, in any form, the crime that this foreigner had committed. 3 times peace had been declared in Cairo by the French, and 3 times the people, though on 2 occasions most unwillingly accepting the peace, had kept it loyally and with the most perfect and submissive good faith. In the revolt and the siege they had shown with what pleasure they could set themselves to the task of slaying the French, but peace once declared, all ranks and grades of Frenchmen went about in perfect safety. The French complained that the people were ungrateful, but does it not seem that the people might have retorted that the French were infinitely more so? There remains but little to be said of the French occupation. After the death of Kleber the command of the army devolved upon General Menou. As he had for some time professed himself a convert to Islam and had married a woman of the country, it might have been thought that the change would have tended to promote better feelings between the two peoples. It proved otherwise. None of the Egyptians believed in the sincerity of the General's conversion, and it had therefore no other effect than to discredit the professions of sympathy for Islamic ideas that other Frenchmen made, and perhaps to raise hopes that they were not to be fulfilled. As a measure tending to conciliate French feeling, the Ulema had asked for and obtained permission to close the Azhar Mosque, which, from its great extent and the straggling irregular arrangement of its courts and their surrounding buildings, was of all others the place most capable of affording shelter to strangers visiting the town with evil intent. But the French were quite unable to appreciate the true meaning of this action, and actuated by a vindictive spirit most unworthy of a civilized people, sought further vengeance for the crime of a foreigner upon the unhappy Egyptians. A heavy contribution was therefore exacted, and European and native Christians vied with each other in heaping insult and contumely upon the Moslems. Some steps were indeed taken by Menou that seemed to have been intended to favour the Moslems and gain their support. Thus the Dewan was reorganised, and for the first time under the French was composed exclusively of Mahomedans, 1 French official only being appointed to assist at its meetings. In the government service also Copts were largely replaced by Mahomedans, a step that exceedingly embittered the Copts. And the French were subjected to the taxes from which they had theretofore been free, a measure that excited their indignation. With scarcely an exception the French were heartily sick of the country. All the enthusiasm by which they had at first been stimulated had vanished. They had arrived in Egypt looking for a sojourn that should be a triumphal progress towards the attainment of great ideals and vast projects. It was to be the first step, as they had hoped, towards making France the mistress of the world. But, save for the first victory over the Mamaluks, the story of their stay in the land was little else but one of disappointments, losses, and vexations. For the suppression of the revolt, the routing of the Turkish army, and the retaking of Cairo were not events upon which they could look with other than bitter feelings, since, although victories, all the circumstances surrounding them tarnished the little glory they might have possessed under happier conditions. But General Menou was not so weary or so hopeless as his countrymen. He still thought it possible to colonise the country, and to establish French influence upon a safe basis. It had been the blunder, or rather the weakness, of Bonaparte and Kleber that they had not realised the truth Burke taught, that the temper of the people amongst whom he presides ought to be the first study of a statesman. Bonaparte had thought to win his way by wheedling, and failing to do so, had turned to force. Kleber had had no other conception than that of the iron hand, as we nowadays term it, and had not the tact to clothe it with the pretence of a glove. Menou seems to have sought to play the part of the old man in the fable and try to please everybody, with the inevitable result of pleasing none. On the one hand, as we have just seen, he favoured the Moslems in some few respects. On the other he offended their keenest prejudices by allowing wine to be sold and drunk openly in the streets, while, encouraged by the protection granted them by the French, the lowest classes of the Christians and Mahomedans gave themselves up to an open practice of vice and immorality that had never before been permitted. This alone was a wanton outrage upon the sentiments of the whole of the respectable population, Christian as well as Mahomedan, that was sufficient to make the French hated and detested by all but the most debased, a class which in Egypt, even to day, after a century of the nourishing protection of European civilisation, is infinitely smaller in proportion to the population than in any other country, except a few like Persia, that are almost entirely outside of or beyond that protection. Not that the French in Egypt by any means laid themselves open to a charge of profligacy. There seems no reason to believe that they did anything of the kind, but that which to them was entirely unobjectionable was to the Easterns, among whom they were dwelling, utterly abominable. Thus the drinking of wine in public, and the free intercourse of the two sexes in public places, however innocent to the French, were to the Egyptians something more than simply distasteful. And that they should be so is a matter not only of custom and habit, but one of climatic and other conditions which Europeans ignore. To the Moslem peoples these things are subject to the further objection that they are opposed to the teaching of their religion. At length the day came for the French to go. The English and the Turks had brought their combined forces to bear, and not only was an English fleet once more off Alexandria, but Colonel Baird, with a strong force of Sepoy soldiers from India, had arrived by the Red Sea. For the French to have attempted to hold out against the enemy that was now at their door would have been an act of madness. But it was at least possible for them to ask and to obtain honourable terms, and, these having been granted, the evacuation of the country was agreed upon, and the French, rejoiced at the prospect of once more returning to their beloved native land, for the second time during their stay prepared to quit a country to which so many bitter memories were attached. In June 1801, just a year after the death of Kleber, the French garrison of Cairo capitulated. But Menou held out for some time longer, and only resigned himself to the inevitable on the 30th of August, and on the 18th of September sailed for Europe. Thus ingloriously ended the great dream of a French empire in the East. At Cairo nothing could exceed the joy of the people as they at last saw the now utterly hated and detested foreigners leaving. In their case it was eminently true that "the evil that men do lives after them." They had sown the seeds of a bitterness of feeling toward all Europeans, and of a mistrust of European civilisation, that still bear fruit and still retard the advancement of that country. It was the French occupation that proved the greatest difficulty and stumbling block in the way of the English occupation, and for such a long time rendered the task that the English administrators had undertaken seem almost a forlorn hope. Every promise and pledge offered by the English was weighed in the scale of those made by Bonaparte and his successors. Every profession of respect for the institutions and religion of the country was interpreted by the recollection of the French cavalry stabled in Azar, and the tyrannies, vexations, and outrages upon their most cherished prejudices that the people had sustained under the French. It has been the custom to trace to the French occupation whatever advance the country has since made. In two ways only had it any lasting beneficial effect. It brought to the attention of the few men like Gabarty a keen sense of the great advantages of an orderly government, and a warm appreciation of the advance that science and learning had made in Europe, and it opened the way for the man who was to be the real founder and maker of Egypt today. These were the only two benefits that the French left behind them, and the greatest of these was quite unintentional and unforeseen. As to all else, the occupation left nothing but evil memories and evil influences behind it. It had lowered the moral standard of the lowest classes, had taught these to look upon vice and immorality from a new and more debasing point of view, and had almost wholly destroyed the controlling influence the Ulema and better classes had theretofore exercised upon them. European historians have never seen that this is so. That they should fail to see it is not surprising, since even the Europeans living in the country are incapable of perceiving it. The European standard of morality is so different to that of the Eastern, and he is so fanatically attached to his own ideas, that he cannot understand any one rejecting these, except from sheer perversity. For thousands of years the Egyptians have been accustomed to bathe freely in the Nile. To-day they are debarred at Cairo and elsewhere, lest the sight of a nude figure should shock some sensitively minded European who happens to look up from his or her perusal of the latest London society scandal. It is so much easier to see the mote than the beam. The modern Englishman will scarcely admit that his ancestors who, in the time of Shakespeare and long after, were accustomed to call a spade, and never blushed to crack a plain-spoken jest, had in truth a moral standard higher than his own, and and that the man who keeps these things from his intimate friends in his hours of abandon is less healthy in mind and morals than the man who thinks no shame to speak them openly. The difference between the two types is the difference that prevails between the European and the Oriental standard of decency. Hence to-day, as in the time of the French occupation, the verdict that either of the peoples would pass upon the decency and morality of the other would be utter condemnation. But this fact remains, that throughout the whole of Islam openly practised vice and immorality exist only under the actively exercised protection of the Christian powers. Not only so, but if the traveller wishes to gauge with infallible accuracy the extent of the influence exercised by the Christian powers in any Mahomedan country, he can do so by simply ascertaining the extent of the open vice and immorality that is permitted. This is the true hallmark of European civilisation in Moslem lands. But among the Frenchmen with the expedition there were, as there always are when a number of Frenchmen are brought together, men of high ideals, men whom to know is to esteem. From their altogether too restricted and hampered intercourse with such, the men of kindred type among the Ulema and notables learned to appreciate, to some extent, the better side of European civilisation. They saw clearly, too, that there was nothing in the civilisation that such men represented that could be held as inimical to Islam or contrary to its teaching. To the present day the conviction they thus acquired is bearing good fruit. Prior to the French occupation, thanks to the utter isolation of the country, it was the common and universal belief that everything connected with the social and moral condition of Europeans was in its nature essentially anti-Islamic and accursed. Precisely the same idea still widely prevails in Persia and other parts of the Mahomedan East to-day, as well as throughout the whole of the north of Africa. But the truly honest man, honest in spirit as well as deed, recognises his fellow of whatever race, religion, or speech he may be. Gabarty and his peers in Cairo were no exception to the rule, and could discern with infallible accuracy the men who really desired to benefit the country and the people. For such they had unbounded goodwill and respect, and throughout their intercourse with these they acquired some knowledge of the latent possibilities of that civilisation of which the expedition, as a whole, was such a poor exponent. It was in this way that the arrival of the French in Egypt was, as I have termed it, the dawn of the new period. But I have used the term dawn as the only one the language gives me, though it does not rightly express the meaning I wish to convey. For this dawn of the new period was not the bright rosy dawn of day, but the faint, dimly discernible dawn to which the Arabs give the name el-Fujr. The true dawn was to come later, and its herald was to be not a Frenchman, nor a man of learning or culture, but a Moslem, an illiterate and wholly self-made man. I have had to say some hard things of the French, but before passing on to consider events that followed their departure, I must pause to say that I would not have the reader suppose that in speaking of the occupation I have myself forgotten the necessity of remembering time and place I pointed out to others in an earlier chapter. In this, as in other things, the reader must remember that I am in this book endeavouring to present to him the story of the development of modern Egypt as it presents itself to one who knows the Egyptians of to-day, and who, from his religious and other sympathies with them, can understand how the events of which he speaks has affected them in the past and does so in the present. There is no charge more constantly or more unjustly brought against the Egyptian than that he is ungrateful for the benefits and blessings that European governments and peoples have conferred upon him. The charge, I repeat, is absolutely unjust, and could never be made were it not for the failure of those who make it to recognise two of the most important factors in the evidence they ought to weigh before attempting any judgment upon the question. These factors are, first, that the Egyptians and their rulers were never one and the same people, and secondly, that to a large extent the very things for which their gratitude is asked are frequently those that most grate upon their feelings and susceptibilities. I have pointed out these facts before, but they are so constantly and so widely ignored that I desire to impress them upon the reader's attention in the hope that he, at least, will in future bear them in mind whenever he is called upon or tempted to criticise the Egyptians. It has, therefore, been from no wish to say unkindly things of the French that I have felt bound to speak strongly of the darker side of the French occupation. This should indeed be clear from the references I have made to the conditions prevailing in England at that time. I no more think that the French in Egypt were actuated by any evil or ignoble intentions than that the English government of that day did not believe itself the most perfect conceivable, but the facts of history show that both were, in blundering ignorance, pursuing their way by means and methods that truth, justice, and equity must condemn. If, then, any French reader should feel aggrieved by what I have said of the occupation, let him console himself with my assurance that, If I had been writing of the English Government of that day and its conception of justice, I should have had to denounce it as one of the most brutal and brutalising ever known, and infinitely worse than any that Egypt has ever had. Let him who doubts the justice of this judgment turn to the records of the time, or, if he prefers to seek its confirmations in lighter literature, let him take up Dickens' Barnaby Rudge. The failure of the French occupation was due to the fact that it was a military occupation, having for its first and chief aim the acquisition of territory and the extension of empire, and that its leaders were mainly men of the ambitious, unreflecting temperament of the typical soldier or freebooter, who looks to a victory of arms as the highest and noblest achievement worthy of his efforts. Had it been possible for the French savants to have landed in the country alone, and to have pursued their aims in the peaceful way they would have chosen, nothing but good could have come of their presence in the country. But the exigencies of a great military expedition and the selfish aims of its leaders destroyed almost all possibility of the occupation benefiting the country, and, placing endless barriers in the way of those who would and could have influenced the future of the country for the welfare and happiness of the people, baffled all their efforts to do so. It is and for ever must be so. Civilization and empire are two different aims, and just as no man can serve two masters, neither can he pursue two aims, least of all two aims that must be in so many points in constant and irreconcilable conflict. Not indeed that there is any such incompatibility as to prevent the coexistence of civilization and empire, but the man or government that seeks to introduce either into a foreign country will for ever find that he must sacrifice now one and now the other if he is to attain either. Unhappily, in the French occupation in Egypt it was civilization that had to give place to empire, and the result, as we have seen, was the utter failure of both. Many thousands of lives have been offered up on the altar of the great Bonaparte's ambition. When he entered the country, the feeling of the people towards Christian Europe was one of disdain. When the last of the expedition had departed, it left behind it an ill will born of tyranny, broken promises, and outraged prejudices and susceptibilities, a bitterness that all the long years that have since passed have not wholly buried, a bitterness that still exists, and that always will exist, unless and until Christian Europe learns that it has no right to force its ideals upon a Moslem people, and that, however pure and beneficent its intentions may be, so long as it persistently and from day to day insists upon outraging their religious, moral, and social instincts and desires, it has no just ground for accusing them of being an ungrateful people. End of chapter 15. An Ungrateful People. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Chapter 16 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is the Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G. Brown. Chapter 16. Muhammad Ali and his Successors. The 3 years of French rule in Egypt had been to the people an endless round of trials and vexations such as they had never before experienced. Compared with the worries and tribulations they had endured at the hands of the French, the evils from which they had suffered under the Mamaluks appeared to them as mere trifles. For the future, therefore, their highest aspiration was to live once more the free, unfettered lives they had been wont to enjoy in the past. Had the departure of the French left the government in the hands of the Beys as of old, all would have been well. The lordly tyranny of the Beys would, no doubt, have promptly exacted the utmost contribution that could be extracted from their impoverished pockets. But however harsh their measures might have proved, they would have been seasoned and softened by concessions here and there, and the people would have borne them patiently enough as being for the good of the Moslem faith, and therefore for the glory of God, and, above all perhaps, as a thank-offering for their release from the rule of the once disdained but now detested Feringhee. But this was not to be. The French had gone, but the Turks were within and the English were without their gates, and the unhappy people soon found that instead of the period of repose for which they had longed, they had entered upon a new era of misfortune. We have seen how the Turkish troops had behaved at their first arrival just before the siege of Cairo, but their conduct then was mild and humane compared to what it now became. Adopting the convenient theory that they were in a newly conquered country, the army acted accordingly, and no appeal to their chiefs or to the civil authority that had been set up in the name of the Sultan was of the slightest effect in checking this fresh flood of outrage. For 4 years, therefore, the country was so torn by the intrigues of rival parties, the contests of opposing factions, and the incapacity of the nominal rulers that its condition can only be described as one of lawless anarchy. At length, picking his way step by step with wondrous skill and boundless energy and self-reliance, one man slowly but surely, with unfaltering persistency, advanced to the front, and while yet making no pretence or show of power suddenly planted himself as master over all. This man was the famous Mahomed Ali, the founder of the present Khedivial family, and the man who first set in motion the train of events that have led directly to the present Anglo-European occupation of the country. A Sherlock Holmes in his power of reading the thoughts of others, a Dr. Nicola in his art of subduing them to his own will, and a Captain Kettle in the calculating daring of the resources by which he won his way, the story of Mahomed Ali, could it be told in detail and truthfully, not as it appeared to the many who could not understand the man, but as it really was, would be one of the most engrossing pages of history that could be told. As it is, the mere bald recital of its incidents is a narrative that, even badly related, is full of interest. But to deal with his story at all adequately or justly needs not a chapter but a long volume. Here, therefore, I shall not attempt to even enumerate the principal events of his career, but content myself with merely mentioning the few points essential to the purpose of this book, the facts necessary to enable the reader to understand the influence he had upon the formation of the Egyptian of today. Born at Kavala, the small seaport town facing the island of Thasos at the head of the Aegean Sea, in 1769 Mahomed Ali had early settled down to the peaceful and uneventful life of a tobacco merchant, when, in 1800, the Sultan having decided to send an army for the expulsion of the French from Egypt, he was appointed lieutenant of a contingent of 300 militia recruited from his native district. Soon after the arrival of the troops in Egypt, the officer in charge, abandoning his post, returned to Turkey, and Mahomed Ali, assuming command, gave himself the rank of Bimbashi, or colonel. In the turbulent times that followed his arrival he courted the support now of one party, now of another, abandoning each in turn as his own interests seemed to dictate, and seizing every opportunity that offered or that he could create, by the exercise of a masterful combination of tact, cunning, and cautious boldness, succeeded, in the course of 4 years, in placing himself at the head of affairs and getting himself recognised as the governor of the country. This was in the early part of the year 1805. The people of Cairo had grown so weary of the tyranny and turpitude of the Turkish soldiers and of the ceaseless and unmeasured evils from which they were suffering, and, rightly attributing these to the incompetency of Khurshid Pacha, the governor of Egypt appointed by the Sultan, came to the determination that they would have no more of him. Recognising, as the Sheikhs had said when Bonaparte first formed the Cairo Dewan, that to secure good government it is necessary to place power in the hands of men who can and will use it, and who are capable of ruling, and that there were none to be found among the Egyptians themselves qualified to undertake the task with any hope of success, they looked around to see who among the many men then contending for power and in a position to take definite action would be the best to replace the governor they had decided to depose. Of all they could think of, Mahomed Ali was the one that met the most general approval. He had not then taken any very prominent place in the turmoil of the time, but he had made himself known to the leading Sheikhs and notables as a Turkish officer of but little ambition, great modesty, wise in council, an advocate of smooth things, and one who sympathised with the people and their troubles, and withal a man who could act and who could command. To the Sheikhs, indeed, he must have seemed little if at all less than a godsend candidate for the post they chose to consider as at their disposal. On the whole, they were probably not far wrong, for difficult as it would be to picture Mahomed Ali as a messenger from heaven, so far his career, to the extent to which it was visible, had been almost entirely such as to justify the Sheikhs' belief in his good qualities. That he was shortly to assume a different character the Sheikhs could not possibly foresee. Could they have done so, most probably they would have not chosen him, but as it was they made unquestionably the wisest choice open to them. Having made their choice, the Sheikhs went, on the 14th of May, 1805, to the residence of the Arnaout commander, and, being received by him with the courtesy he always extended to the representatives of learning and religion, as compensation perhaps for his own deficiencies in respect of both, they told him, with scant waste of words, that the townspeople had come to the decision that the Pacha must be sent down, in plain English, deposed. "And whom," said their host, "whom do you desire to put in his place?" They answered that he was the man whom they desired to rule over them. To this he raised objections, but though like Macbeth he had not thought it within the prospect of belief that he should be king, he had no mind to let "I dare not wait" upon "I would," and finally consented. Whereupon the Sheikhs wrapped him in a robe of honour and brought him forth mounted upon a gallant steed that all the town might salute their new governor. But weak and incompetent as Khurshid Pacha was, he had no intention of abandoning his post until he should be deposed therefrom by the man by whom he had been appointed. So, shutting himself up in the citadel, he bid defiance to Mahomed Ali and all who dared question his most impotent authority, and who would not even enter upon a discussion. Thereupon Mahomed Ali besieged the citadel, and being unwilling to resort to extremes, contented himself with investing it so as to cut off supplies. And while his enemy, to whom in passing it may be said he owed much of the progress he had made in Egypt, was thus cooped up in the citadel, the wily Arnaout began to lay a train more effectual than one of powder for the attainment of his own aims. This was the despatch to Constantinople of messengers with an account of the action he had taken, an abundance of justifying facts and arguments, and a humble petition that His Majesty the Sultan would be pleased to sanction the steps taken, to recall Khurshid Pacha, and to assume the firmans or imperial mandates necessary to place the acting government on a proper basis. Unable to oppose this usurpation of authority, and being further moved by the appeals sent by the Ulema of Cairo on behalf of their choice and action, the Sultan granted the request made, and sent a messenger duly empowered to recognise Mahomed Ali as the governor of Egypt and to recall the unlucky Khurshid. Thus it was by the spontaneous act of the Egyptians themselves that they were released, as it proved to be, once and for ever from the atrocious misgovernment to which they had so long been subject. Apart from this fact, which in itself possesses an importance none of the historians of the country appear to have realised, this incident is one that must not be overlooked in considering the attitude of the Egyptians, and indeed of all Moslems, towards the Sultan of Turkey, both as Sultan and as Caliph. Of the general aspect of that subject I have already spoken, and we have here one of those limitations to the loyalty the Sultan can command which I then mentioned as existing, that the loyalty is only due so long as the Sultan acts consistently with the laws of Islam as interpreted by the Ulema, whence the deposition of Khurshid having the approval of the Ulema, it became an act almost of necessity, assumed to be consistent with the dignity and authority of the Sultan, and one that must have his ultimate consent and sanction. The election of Mahomed Ali as Pacha, or Governor of Egypt, was not therefore, as historians have incorrectly represented it to be, an act of rebellion, but the exercise of a power legally invested in the Ulema. Moreover, it was at once referred to the Sultan for his approval, and could therefore claim to be a simple forestalling of what the Ulema conceived would have been his own action had he been on the spot. But while the Ulema in this matter acted upon their own authority and within the limits of their privileges, it is plain that they did so at the instigation of the people, and their action must accordingly be taken as that of the people. As such, it is a noticeable fact that in the emergency in which they were placed this people, so little accustomed and so unwilling to concern themselves in the organisation or administration of the government, intuitively selected the one and only man in the country capable of accomplishing their desire and of reducing the anarchy that prevailed to order. Their choice is the more remarkable in that, up to that moment, Mahomed Ali had had no adequate opportunity of showing that he possessed the masterful character the Ulema recognised as a necessary qualification of the man who would successfully rule a country. He had until then played the part of a modest spectator interfering in public affairs, or in the rivalries of parties and factions only when forced to do so, and then always as a promoter of peace and harmony. There were, however, two facts strongly in his favour. These were the sympathy he showed towards the people, and the manner in which he restrained his own small body of troops from imitating the licentious conduct of the rest of the Turkish army. These were points the people could and did appreciate, and points in which he had no rival, and though not a few writers have hinted that his sympathy was but a hollow pretence, I see no reason for believing that this was so. Prior to his going to Egypt, his life had been such as might well render him sympathetic towards peaceful citizens outraged and robbed by a turbulent soldiery. If, in after years, he proved a grinding taskmaster to this same people, it is quite possible he never realised the fact, but thought that he was dealing well and fairly with them, and as was best for their own interests. If this were so, he has had many well-intentioned but equally fallible successors, and was withal but repeating the great blunder of the French, a blunder that, as I have elsewhere said, is a common fault of the philanthropists and reformers of the day, and which is, perhaps, a failing of the majority of men, that of wrongly estimating the needs and wishes of others and of seeking to force upon them a false and inadequate standard of life and happiness. Of the early life of Mahomed Ali but little is known, and the little mainly in the authority of his own statements. According to the version most generally accepted, he was, if not a Turk, at least of Turkish blood. Yet the whole story of his life and character seemed to me to mark him out clearly, not as a Turk, but as a Moslem Macedonian. In some things alike, the two races yet stand apart in character and aptitudes, for the Turk is first and chiefly an Oriental, and the Macedonian essentially a European. Coming originally from a Greek stock, the Arnaut, the Albanian or Macedonian Moslem whom Sir Richard Burton so cordially detested, is, like the Turk, by nature a gentleman, and the world has no race that it can put before these two for the manly qualities of bravery and self-respect. But while the Turk might find his ideal of social life in the stately circles of the siege quarterings of Europe, the Arnaut would more quickly be at home amidst the hurly-burly of American life. A lover of peace, though dauntless in battle, the Turk is content to pass his life in the dull pursuit of a settled routine. The Arnaut, though no brawler, is quick to resent offence, fearless in fight, and full of restless energy and ambition. No one, knowing the two races and reading the story of Mahomed Ali's life, can doubt to which race he was most akin, for on every page of it is written, in the most legible characters, Arnaut, and most strongly of all in the quick decision, steady unbending determination, and strong will power that carried him successfully through dangers and difficulties that must have overwhelmed any man not armed as he was with these mightiest of weapons in the warfare of life. To our friends the historians, this Mahomed Ali is a source of much perplexity. On the one hand, they find him achieving what by all the canons of probability should be deemed impossibilities, and setting up an empire rather by force of wily wits than of martial might, and by masterful force of will turning the whole current of Egyptian life and thought into new and unwelcome channels. Were this all, what a hero they could make of this man! But alas, over and against these things the historians are compelled to place the means whereby they were accomplished: betrayed friendships, treachery, ruthless massacre, bloodshed, and tyranny. No wonder his biographers seem always halting between the desire to laud his achievements and their perception of the need to censure his acts. Yet if we make allowances for all the circumstances of his position, the time in which he lived, the men he had to overcome, the fact that, once entered upon, the contest for supremacy was a contest without quarter, that he must either triumph or be crushed, we may comprehend that, utterly inexcusable and unpardonable as his offences appear to us, to him they may have seemed to be far otherwise. The worst of all his crimes, the massacre of the ill-fated Mamaluks, was unsurpassable in its baseness as an act of treachery. But viewed apart from that, it was a mere bagatelle in crimes compared with Bonaparte's massacre of the Jaffa prisoners. To Mahomed Ali the extermination of the Mamaluks was almost a matter of life and death to himself, and a winning move in the great game he and they were playing. These men have to die. It was thus, no doubt, he argued, in the field or elsewhere, for there can be no peace, no settled government in the country while they are at large, and since they must die, what matter how or when? Surely now, and all of them in one grand sacrifice to the cause of peace. Poor Mahomed Ali! He has long since learned a little better, and knows now that the end does not justify the means, and that such foul deeds as this, with all floggings, tortures, hangings, killings, massacres, and all kinds of inhumanities and abominations, are the price men have to pay when they attempt to govern a people with a lying policy, a hollow pretence of serving God and man, when in truth they are but seeking their own ends. And yet there are authors and others who speak of the great Mahomed Ali even as they do of the great Bonaparte. Great they both were in the sense of occupying a great space in the history of their time, and in that of having done much, principally evil, but great in the sense of noble, worthy of esteem or admiration. Like a miser greedy for gold but that he may hoard it, these men were avaricious of power solely from the lust for it. Both attained it in high degree, and if today men are in any way better for their having done so, they are so rather in spite than in the virtue of their success. And withal they were men of mean ideals. Mahomed Ali was accustomed to boast that he was born in the same year as Bonaparte, apparently thinking this a matter for congratulation, as if in some occult way he thereby partook of the glory of the Corsican. Unfortunately, there were a million or two other people born in the same year, mostly fools, and these two were but the most eminent of that miserable majority, for what else were they but fools, strenuous fools wading through seas of blood, and trampling upon the hearts and souls of men, the one that he might end his days with the surges of St. Helens droning in his ears, the other that he might still more miserably sink into the living death of dotage. Fools indeed, sacrificing all that should attend old age and death for less than a wretched mess of pottage, bartering all the realities of life for the pursuit of a phantom they were never to grasp. Unlike Sam Weller, I cannot fix the date on which I first wore small clothes, but it was about that time that I first read the story of Bonaparte's boyhood, and I can still recall a tale told of his going about with his stockings half down. It was thus, figuratively, if not literally, he went through life, his mental stockings and clothes generally shiftlessly loose and out of order. Clothed indeed, but by no means in his right mind, clothed, and yet a wanderer among the tombs of false ideals and unholy aspirations. Rather pitiable greatness, this. Yet Mahomed Ali did some good. Out of the chaos that existed as the legacy of the French occupation, he produced order. It was his lawless self-seeking that opened the path whereby the Egyptians have had their future placed in their own hands. That was probably the very last thing he thought of doing, a thing indeed that he would have laughed to scorn if anybody had been so rash as to propose it to him. The Egyptians did not know that then, perhaps even now they only partly recognize it, but they did very fully recognize the fact that he had rid them of the rats that had been preying upon them for so long. For that they were not ungrateful, but their gratitude was that of Lazarus for the crumbs that fell from the rich man's table. Mahomed Ali ruled in Egypt for 42 years from that memorable day on which the people had called upon the foreigner to come and rule over them, even as the English, in 1688, had summoned William of Orange to do the same for them. But his election did not place him at once in full power. It was, in fact, nothing more than the opening of the portals admitting him to the upward path he was destined to tread, and the way beyond was still crowded with obstacles that might well have caused even a daring man to halt. Nor did the arrival of the Sultan's firman place him in a much stronger position, for it was not long before another firman arrived appointing him to the governorship of Salonika, whither he was instructed to repair without delay. This he refused to do, and being again supported by the Ulema and the people, sent presents and such well-devised explanations to the Sultan that he received in return yet another firman confirming his appointment as Pacha. Thenceforth his progress was unchecked, culminating in 1841 by obtaining from the Sultan the firman granting him the hereditary government of Egypt, which is still the foundation of the authority of his successors. His power once fairly established, Mahomed Ali paid but little heed to the interests of the people, and, in spite of the tears and protests of all classes, proceeded to abolish private property in land. This done, he next, by means of government monopolies and exorbitant taxation, practically took possession of all the produce of the land. With the aid of European experts, he at the same time did much to benefit the country by the extension of irrigation, the introduction of new and profitable crops, and better methods of cultivation. From the progress thus made the people gained little advantage. Under the Pacha's administration they grew steadily poorer and poorer, and though they were freed from many of the evils and vexations that had burdened their lives in the days of the Mamaluks, they had still to suffer from some of the old wrongs, and had in addition to bear some new ones. One of the first of the steps taken by the Pacha for the consolidation of his power had been the creation of an Egyptian army. Recruited by conscription, this was an innovation that excited universal indignation, increased by the fact that the army was based upon a European model. Almost the only benefit the reign of Mahomed Ali conferred upon the people was therefore the establishment of order. Under his vigorous rule men's lives and what little property was left to them were safer than they had been under either the Mamaluks or the French, and if the people had but little to enjoy, they were, save for the exceptions I have named, allowed to enjoy it in their own way, and that to the Egyptian was a privilege that compensated him for much evil. In 1848 Mahomed Ali, whose health had failed, fell into a state of dotage that rendered him quite incapable of attending to affairs, and his son Ibrahim Pacha was therefore placed in power, but dying 2 months later was succeeded by his nephew Abbas. The following year Mahomed Ali died, and was buried in the citadel of Cairo with gorgeous ceremony. But a few years before, the eyes of all Europe had been watching his every move. Now that the tragedy of his life was over, his death, as Talleyrand said, was not an event, only a piece of news. But there were many, Europeans as well as natives, as we are told, who followed him to his last resting place with deep regrets, and not a few who were moved to tears, a fact to be noted and remembered as in a large measure a key to the life story of the man, for it shows that at bottom of all his sins and all his crimes the essential element of the man himself was good. The evil he had done was the outcome of false training and false teaching, whence he derived false ideals and false ambitions, and with his vision thus distorted, seeing all things distorted and out of just proportion, he naturally and inevitably erred from the paths of truth and justice by which real greatness is alone to be obtained. Cairo, the city of the Caliphs, beloved by tourists and artists, the home of a laughter and jest-loving people, is, to those who know its history, a city of ineffable sadness. Wherever one goes, in its crowded bazaars, through its lonely lanes, wherever one plants a foot or casts an eye, there is some sad recollection of the spot or of its vicinity to be recalled. But there are few, if any, overshadowed by a deeper pathos than that where the great Mahomed Ali lies in a dim-lit corner of the great mosque built by himself on the highest point of the citadel. Abbas, the new ruler, was unlike his grandfather in many respects. Mahomed Ali, so far from being a bigot or fanatic, was lax in his views, an intense admirer of the civilisation of the West. Abbas has been praised for his tolerance by many writers, yet the fact is that it was but a part of his policy, and was in no way to be compared with the true tolerance of men like Ibrahim Bey, who so warmly protected and defended the Christians at the Mamaluk Dewan. He was to some extent both a bigot and a fanatic, adverse to the extension of European influence in the country, and lacking in all the personal qualities that had enabled his grandfather to triumph over so many difficulties. Mahomed Ali, though he could be generous and liberal, and was lavish in spending money on his army and for the accomplishment of his own projects and purposes, was grasping in his demands upon the people, and as ruthless as the Mamaluks in all his dealings with them. Abbas cared little for the army, had no grand schemes to promote, and, finding the revenue amply sufficient for the administrative wants of the country and his personal needs, the people profited greatly from the relaxed strain he placed upon their resources. The benefit they thus derived from his rule was thus increased by his abolishing the government monopolies and by other measures that at once encouraged trade and gave the people generally a larger share in the profits to be derived from their labours and enterprise. The great stain on the life of this man was his addiction to vice, a failing for which he paid the extreme penalty of his life, being assassinated in his own palace by two of his minions. Abbas was succeeded by Mahomed Ali's youngest son, Said. Brave, frank, friendly to all, tolerant and enlightened, the new ruler steered a middle course between that of his father and that of his nephew. Many improvements were introduced by him in the administration of the country. The land was returned to the people, trade and commerce were facilitated, and many of the worst abuses of the past abolished or restrained. Unfortunately for Egypt, the Pacha did not stop here. The introduction of railways and other public works that he undertook created a demand for funds that his lenient collection of the revenue was insufficient to meet, and he was induced to raise the first of the State loans that were so soon to reduce the country to practical bankruptcy. But the commencement of the Suez Canal, the laying of the railway between Alexandria and Cairo, the introduction of steamers on the Nile, the demand for Egyptian grain during the Crimean, and for Egyptian cotton during the American War, combined with the internal peace and the justice and benevolence that Said made the keynotes of his government, all combined to render his reign a period of prosperity and happiness for the people. The fellaheen enjoyed incomes such as they had never dreamed of, and their prosperity reacted upon the townsmen and commercial and other classes, and in Cairo and the country at large contentment was almost universal and complete. Said died in 1863 and was succeeded by his nephew, the famous Ismail Pacha. Abbas at his death had left a surplus in the treasury. Said had not only exhausted this but built up a debt of several millions. Starting with this debt, Ismail, though possessed of a keener judgment than his predecessor, instead of seeking retrenchment gave way to his natural disposition and commenced an era of lavish expenditure that was the direct cause of all the troubles that were so soon to follow. As long as the American war lasted all went well, but when once more the cotton fields of the Southern States were open to the world, Egypt, like India, had to face the disastrous failure of the tide that had borne it such prosperity. From the possession of wealth that they had squandered in extravagant living and profuse gifts to their wives and families, the fellaheen quickly fell back to a condition of poverty. Trade and commerce suffered equally heavily, and the Pacha and Government having to bear their share of the general depression, he sought to relieve his necessities by borrowing from the European markets. Had the money thus obtained been wisely employed, all might have gone well, but it was wasted in lavish and unprofitable expenditure, led to the appointment of the dual control by which France and England undertook to supervise the financial affairs of the country, and finally brought about the deposition of Ismail in favour of his son Tewfik, under whom the rebellion headed by the Arabi broke out, bringing the English occupation that has lasted to the present day. It was during the French occupation that the Egyptian ceased to be that which he had been for long centuries before. In the account I have given of that occupation I have endeavoured to show what manner of man the Egyptian then was. From that day to the present he has been slowly but surely changing, but it was not until the evacuation of Fachoda, the last of the 6 great landmarks in the history of the modern Egyptian, had taken place that the development of the Egyptian character has taken the definite and clearly marked form it now possesses. That event we have now to consider, and having done so we shall be in a position to understand that which the Egyptian of today is, and how he has become that which he is. End of chapter 16. Muhammad Ali and his successors. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Chapter 17 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G. Wells. Chapter 17. Fachoda and After. Marchand is at Fachoda. Day and night, night and day since the great fight at Omdurman, the telegraph had been busy sending and receiving messages of all kinds. A wondrous medley of tidings, congratulations, lamentations, inquiries, hopes, fears, rejoicings. Almost all the emotions that stir in the hearts of men, going to and fro over the wires mingled with dry official reports, prosaic details of army and commissariat work, and now and then the flowing periods of some war correspondent still at the front. But of all the telegrams that went down to the city of the Khedives in those days, there was none other that had a message to move not only the people of the town and country, but those of the whole civilized world, such as that which went, not in simple English words, but wrapped in the mystery of an official code, as the confirmation of the rumour for the verification or contradiction of which all the news-reading, news-hearing world was anxiously waiting. Marchand is at Fachoda. That was the purport, though not the words, of the message, and never since the day on which the English troops had entered Cairo, just 16 years before, had there been in the town or country anything like the excitement this intelligence induced. Everywhere, among all classes and nationalities, the word Marchand and Fachoda were on the lips of all. It was natural enough that it should be so. Over 2 years had passed away since news had been received in Cairo that a French expedition, under the command of a certain Captain Marchand, had started from Loango on the west coast of Africa, bound for the interior of the continent. Nothing was known as to the ultimate object or destination of this expedition, but as, from time to time, rumours of its progress reached the outer world, the suspicion that it was aiming at the Nile began to spread. When, therefore, the report that there were white men at Fachoda went down to Cairo, all Egypt jumped to the conclusion that these white men must be Marchand and his companions. Only those in close touch with the life of the country at the time can form any idea of the intense eagerness with which the confirmation or contradiction of this rumour was awaited. That eagerness arose from the recognition of the fact that if Marchand were indeed at Fachoda, his presence there must inevitably bring France and England face to face for a struggle which, whether it should be carried on by force of arms or by might of words, must decide once for all which of the two powers was thereafter to be preeminent in Egypt. The reactionary party was jubilant. Now, at last, the French would have to assert their rights and privileges, defend their honour, and justify their claims. And how could they do aught of these things otherwise than by maintaining the position the gallant Marchand had gained? And how could they maintain that position without driving the English out of Egypt? And if some of the party were less confident than others in their anticipations of the answer that France would give to these questions, they were not less hopeful of the coming early discomfiture of the hated English. So hopeful were they, indeed, that the veriest stranger might have picked them out in the streets by the joyous air they wore. By the Englishmen in Egypt, as by those elsewhere, the news was received as news of the greatest gravity. It was impossible to ignore the fact that the position was one of the most serious nature, and one from the difficulties of which there was no possible escape except by war, or a happy and scarcely to be hoped for combination of diplomatic skill and generous consideration on the part of each of the two rivals. For Marchand himself the greatest sympathy was felt. His presence at Fachoda was the practical realisation of a daring and almost hopeless ambition, proving that he possessed in the highest degree those lofty qualities of the best of his race, the courage, vigour, enterprise, that in spite of all obstacles have always kept alive among us something of a spirit of comradeship for our oft-time ally and oft-time foe. We laugh, now and then, freely enough at our neighbour across the Channel, but we respect him all the same, for no one knows better, nor indeed so well as we, the sterling qualities of his race. And Marchand's feat was one that placed him in the foremost rank of men of fearless heart and daring action, and entitled him to a place beside our own Stanley as a dashing and heroic pioneer. Gladly, however, as we should have seen Marchand reap the full fruit of his long, toilsome and perilous journey, we could not, with justice to either Egypt or ourselves, yield it to him. Our aims were alike. His magnificent march through the unknown dangers of some of the wildest parts of Africa, the campaign we had just brought to a successful and triumphant conclusion, were alike efforts to win the same prize, the possession of the Egyptian Soudan. We could not both have it. We could not share it. It must go to either France or Egypt. One or the other must surrender the prize so nearly within its unquestioned grasp. We could only be generous to Marchand and France by being disloyal to Egypt and ourselves. There is no need to repeat here the story of the negotiations that followed. That belongs, indeed, not to the story of Egypt, but to that of England or France, for Egypt by itself could no more have contended with France for the possession of the Soudan than it could have regained it without the aid of England. The question, therefore, was one between England and France, and happily for all, the mutual goodwill of the two nations so tempered their discussion of the interests and claims involved, that war was averted and the French consented to withdraw from the Soudan. But the course of the negotiations was necessarily slow. It demanded little less than heroic fortitude on the part of the French Government to give a decision that it well knew could not fail to be extremely unpopular, and some weeks therefore elapsed before the decision could be announced and the order issued to Marchand for his retirement from Fachoda. Meanwhile it was quite natural that to the amateur politicians of Egypt the problem should seem to be unsolvable save by an appeal to the sword. To the educated Egyptian especially this appeared the one possible solution. Unable to comprehend rivalry without enmity, or to see in an open opponent anything but a foe to be crushed at any cost, they never dreamt that England and France could both approach the subject in a conciliatory spirit, and it is a striking illustration of the attitude they took that they discussed the question solely and entirely as one between England and France. Scarcely anywhere was a word to be heard from the natives as to the claims of their own country, or the least recognition of the fact that it was Egyptian and not English interests that were at stake. The truth is that at the moment the only question in which the Egyptian took the smallest interest was the one whether England or France was in the future to control the destiny of the country. There was much talk of liberty, of independence, but it is doubtful if even the most sincere looked upon all this as anything more than a phrase of the anti-English agitation. Assuredly there was not a man in the country who did not know and believe, however reluctant he might be to admit it, that Egypt had, and could have, no other future before it than one dominated by some foreign power or powers. That the independence they talked of, and that of which they were unceasingly dreaming, were very different things, no one more thoroughly recognised than they themselves. And so, though the patriot politicians never said so, and probably never realised that it was so, the one real objection they had to the presence of the English in the country was the fact that they themselves were out of power and hopelessly incapable of attaining it, so long as English influence should prevail. This was particularly the case of the so-called Turkish party, which was in much the same position as that of the Protestant Ascendancy party in Ireland after the Union. Unlike that party, however, they had one hope, that the rivalry of the European powers might afford them an opportunity of regaining something, if not all, of their lost prestige and power. And, unlike that party, being bound by no ties of loyalty or blood to the power that wounded their susceptibilities, or to the people of the country, they cared for nothing but the gratification of their own ambitions. Towards the English, therefore, their feeling was one of invincible hatred; towards Egypt and the Egyptians of utter indifference; towards France one of hopefulness, such as the Irish insurgents had turned towards the same country while yet Bonaparte was on his way to Alexandria. Fachoda was consequently to these what Killala had been to the Irish and Marchand another Humbert. The parallel is complicated by the entire lack of support the two daring adventurers met with and by the absolute frustration of all their hopes. It is a curious coincidence that two of the events thus compared, the former, which cannot now be regarded as anything but the knell of French influence in Egypt, should find its parallel in an event taking place in the very year and month in which Bonaparte had struck the first blow in favour of French ascendancy in the land of the Pharaohs. Had the members of the anti-English party been skilled in history, the parallel might have seemed to them an omen of disaster. As it was, they had but the single fact of Marchand's presence at Fachoda to consider, and most earnestly they prayed that it might prove the downfall of English influence in Egypt. How, apart from the classes I have spoken of, the great body of the people thought, was not so evident, but it is none the less certain. This vast patient mass of humanity had for years been hearing, and was still daily hearing, that the English had no other object and no other ambition in Egypt than that of self-aggrandisement. They were taught by the press, the Pachas, and the Ulema that they were being despoiled and downtrodden by the hated Feringhee, but if they listened silently and apparently approvingly, they could not but feel that it was not so. Of what the English were doing or not doing they really knew almost nothing. Everything that was done in the name of the Khedive. When it was good, he and he alone got the credit; when it was bad, or such as they could be persuaded to believe was bad, it was invariably attributed to the tyranny of Lord Cromer and the malice of the English. All that the peasantry and the people generally knew for certain was that on the whole they were satisfied with things as they were. The English might be ruining the country and enslaving the people, but each man felt and knew that whatever they were doing, he himself, the individual, was personally better off than he had ever been before. Almost all the evils that had most oppressed him, the corvée, the korbag, the endless fear of the tax collector, of the officials of all grades, and the perpetual uncertainty as to what new trials another day might bring him, all these and other evils had either disappeared or had been mitigated in a degree of which he was fully conscious. He could not understand it, and felt indeed as the man who felt among thieves must have felt towards the Good Samaritan. The one he had been taught to despise and revile as an incarnation of evil had come to him as a benefactor. And amongst the solid and invaluable advantages that the people were conscious of there was no set-off save their rooted aversion to non-Moslem control, while this again was counterbalanced by the fear that any further change might, and most probably would, be a change for the worse. But ages of oppression have engrafted upon these people a habit of the utmost reticence in the expression of their thoughts, a reticence so deep, so perfect, that no man among them ever wholly unburdens his soul to another, not to his nearest kin, much less to a stranger. Whatever thoughts they uttered were consequently but the echoes of those which, so far as they could judge, were most likely to keep them in favour with those immediately around and above them. It is not surprising, therefore, that the English in Egypt could learn nothing of their real thoughts, or that they regarded the people as ungrateful and unappreciative. But if, of necessity, the English failed, as in the East they ever do fail, to understand the people, those who were working in the districts in close daily touch with them could see by incontestable and constantly growing signs that they were developing an absolute confidence in the Englishman's love of justice and in the reality of his desire to benefit the people. And clear-minded Anglo-Egyptians were beginning to see, as the wisest Anglo-Indians have long since seen in India, that these two characteristics are the battalions that best buttress the might of England in the East. For from Cairo to Calcutta the peoples sum up what they regard as the typical Englishman almost in the words of the Eton boy: "He is a beast, but he is a just beast." Nor was it only among the peasantry and those classes of the people who derived most benefit from the presence of the English that this feeling prevailed. Of all classes in the country, the Effendis, the small officials, were those who gained the least and suffered the most from the English occupation. From petty tyrants they had been degraded to mere quill drivers. Their service no longer opened to them vistas of possible elevation to high places, no longer brought them the servile submission they had in the old days been able to extort from the people in general. They could no longer, more or less openly, enhance their incomes by selling their favour or by other means that had formerly made their posts valuable. nor could they practise or benefit from the nepotism and favoritism that had been their prerogative. They, of all classes, had in the past been the least prejudicially affected by the rise or fall of governments or rulers, and suffered least of all from the tyranny and cruelty that wrecked the lives of others. And they, of all, gained almost absolutely nothing from the benefits that under the English were already enriching the classes above and below them. But of all classes of the people probably none has been more misunderstood or more misjudged than this. Amidst all that has been written of Egypt and its peoples, nowhere do we once find a suggestion that this class has ever been anything but a greedy, grasping, servile pack of bribe-seeking, torture-using, petty tyrants. That such a description was too often and too generally a just one cannot be denied, but we must remember the circumstances in which these men were placed. For the most part, younger and more or less penniless sons of fathers too poor or too uninfluential to give them a fair position, they were invariably crippled at their start in life by want of money and their complete dependence upon the favour of their immediate superiors. The first lesson taught them in their new career was to bend to the esprit de corps which ruled the official life of those days, that is to say, to recognise the value of their positions as these were seen and valued by their fellows, to look upon the superior officials as patterns to be followed and imitated without question in all things. What wonder if the young official bowed to the inevitable, and learning as his second lesson that taught by Iago, "Put money in thy purse," and knowing that resistance or remonstrance could only result in his being thrown aside and plunged in want and misery, yielded, whatever protests his better nature may have been inclined to make, and so became such as he has so often been painted. And as time went on, with every step he made onward in his official career, he was plunged deeper and deeper in the mire of the necessity that swamped every good or honest aspiration he might have had. For, as he progressed step by step, so the claims upon his purse rose steadily, and the demands upon his services increased. It was then, and still is, the custom of the impecunious Egyptian to settle himself as a dependent upon some of his well-to-do relations, and thus the rising official had, in general, not only his own family to support, but a troop of indigent relatives of his own and of his wives' or wives' families. And thus as he advanced, if his increased influence enabled him to gain a larger income from bribes and commissions, it doubled and redoubled his expenses, and compelled him, in his turn, to pay larger bribes. What result could such a system bring about other than the corruption of the whole service? Yet, atrocious as were the consequences, those who have criticised this class have been unjust to them. It has invariably been forgotten that the abominable corruption that existed in Egypt up to the purification of the government services by the English was not only not of necessity the result of the true character of the people, but that it might have existed in absolute opposition to that character. None the less, I am convinced that this is the truth, and that the fact that it is so has been one of the most potent influences in facilitating the work of reform that has been and is being accomplished. For as soon as this much abused class had discovered that under the English control they might look for a fair wage according to their rank, feel secure in their possession of their pay, and free from the exactions and oppressions of their superiors, they began to settle down contentedly under the new conditions, and accepted it as a gain that they were no longer subject to the old necessity for acquiring wealth as rapidly as possible, that they might satisfy the greed of those above by despoiling those beneath them. This release from the never-ceasing cares and worries that were inseparable from the old system was perhaps the one direction in which the small officials felt themselves benefited by the English occupation. In the main, therefore, they were content with their lot, and had no desire for any change. The continuance of the occupation would ensure them practically all the conditions that made life most enjoyable to them and gave them all the liberty they cared for, and they could look for no improvement as a likely or even possible result of any alteration. They knew, too, how perfectly futile it was to hope that Egypt would ever be able to free herself from European or Christian interference, and though they, not less earnestly nor less sincerely than any of their countrymen, deplored the fact, they had the sense to see that, whether that interference was exercised through a visible occupation of the country or simply through diplomatic channels, the eventual result must be the same, so far as Moslem or Egyptian independence was concerned. Among the European colonists the presence of Marchand at Fachoda produced a ferment compared to which the deep but publicly restrained excitement of the Egyptians was indifference. With the single exception of the Greeks, their sympathies were wholly anti-English, so much so indeed that it might be said that among them the chief gauge of a man's patriotism was the measure of his professed hatred to England and everything English. But, as with the Egyptians, the individuals of each race were, perhaps as often as not, moved rather by self-interest and the Pickwickian desire to shout with the crowd that is a characteristic of the Latin races, than by any real hostility. And thus, though apparently solidly united in their enmity to England, they, like the Egyptians, were in reality divided into two camps, the one prepared to welcome almost any change, and the other quite content with the occupation. It was not, therefore, until Marchand had actually abandoned Fachoda that the public regained its normal tranquillity. In the interval he had passed through Cairo on his way to Paris, but though, as was but just, he had a cordial reception, there was no demonstration of public feeling. It was then an almost foregone conclusion that the French Government would withdraw whatever claim it could have made. Yet even when Marchand had returned to the Soudan to put the final stamp of failure on his brilliant success, by hauling down the flag it had cost such heroism to hoist, even then there were in Egypt some who were still hopeful that, in spite of all, the wheel of fate might yet take another turn. Fortunately, the decision that the French should withdraw by pushing on to the Red Sea avoided all risk of further incident, and so, with the news of the departure of the expedition from Fachoda, the last hope of the anti-English party left it, and the public, Egyptian and European, quietly and silently accepted the event as the seal of British supremacy in Egypt. Thus once more the irony of fate made sport of the strenuous efforts of England's foes, and rendered their hostility contributory to her strength. All that it could do to hamper and hinder the reconquest of the Soudan had been done by the anti-English party with no greater result than to strengthen, if not altogether to establish, England's claim to an absolute share in the possession of the country. So Marchand struggled onward on his magnificent march, and succeeded in his daring ambition to plant the tricolour on the banks of the Nile, only, in the end, to give English influence and authority in Egypt the unchallenged supremacy England had not sought, and that it had been his chief aim to render for ever unattainable by her. It is scarcely possible to overrate the service that it was thus the destiny of the gallant captain so unintentionally to confer on England and Egypt alike. From the commencement of the occupation down to his departure from Fachoda, the most powerful influence for evil in Egypt was the uncertainty that hung around the position of the English in the country. With his retirement that uncertainty came to an end. Thenceforth the people knew that they had to deal with England and with England only, and the effect was immediate. Everywhere and in all things the English were accepted as the masters, not only for the day but for the future. That they should now evacuate the country was a proposition at which the Egyptians and colonists alike scoffed, and both alike abandoned as futile whatever hopes they may have had for the realisation of some other solution of the problem. From that day English influence continued to grow steadily, and almost all the difficulties that had restricted the efficiency of the Anglo-Egyptian administration steadily diminished. The government of the country ceased to be a house divided against itself, and the endless friction that for many years had persistently hindered the efforts of Lord Cromer and his colleagues for the advancement of the country's interests was at an end. That which of all things had been most needed to facilitate the regeneration of the country that England had undertaken had been the appreciative co-operation of the people. The vast benefits the occupation had conferred and the reconquest of the Soudan had been all insufficient to gain this co-operation, and had it not been for the Fachoda incident forcing a solution of the problem of English supremacy in Egypt, it would still be lacking. As it is, however defective the assistance now accorded may be, its deficiencies are due to causes not arising from either hostility to English influence or the fear of its cessation. From the landing of Bonaparte in July 1798 down to the departure of the French expedition from Fachoda in December 1898, just 5 months more than a century later, no single occurrence in the history of the country has had such deep and, as it will assuredly prove, lasting influence as this latter, for it wrought in a day what all the might of England and the devoted labours of the English in Egypt could never have accomplished. The English occupation is and will forever remain the chief hallmark in the story of modern Egypt. The happy conclusion of the Fachoda incident was not only its ratification as such, but the birthday of a new era. Since that day the Egyptians have had new hopes and ambitions. All their aspirations have been turned into new channels. No longer harassed by hesitating doubts as to which of two courses it were wiser for them to take, they now enjoy a degree of political and social liberty such as was never before within their reach, for, no longer dependent upon the uncertain favours of despotic masters, the Egyptian of to day is as free to pursue his individual course as any native of the freest countries of the world. As, therefore, the landing of Bonaparte in 1798 was the early dawn of the new era in the history of the people, the evacuation of Fachoda has been its sunburst. End of chapter 17. Fachoda and After. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California.
Chapter 18 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Gaby Cowan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 18. Healthy Influences. Though the outline I have given of the history of Egypt under Mahomed Ali and his successors has been of the briefest, it is sufficient for the purpose of this volume. It would no doubt be a study of great interest to see in some detail how the varying characters and actions of their rulers and the events these gave rise to affected people, but the effects thus produced have proved for the most part of a purely temporary nature, and have been of such conflicting characters that without a very elaborate study it would be well nigh impossible to trace their influence upon the Egyptian of today. Fortunately for my readers' patience, what we have to do with is the influences that, broad and general in their results, have also been lasting and are therefore still in operation, and just as we may appreciate the force and volume of the mighty Mississippi without studying, as Mark Twain and his brother pilots had need to do, its ever varying currents and eddies, its snags and snarls, so we may learn the strength and tendency of Egyptian opinion without stopping to analyze all the incidents that have helped or hindered its development. As I have said in my last chapter, the foot development of the Egyptian character dates only from the evacuation of Fachoda. As yet, indeed, the people have taken nothing more than the very first steps towards the adoption of a definite and clearly shaped policy, such as can alone give them a truly national and distinctive character. During the whole of the past century, beaten hither and thither by fluctuating influences and impulses, the constant uncertainty that overhung their future reacted upon their thoughts and rendered these as unstable as the event by which they were stirred. But since the commencement of the English occupation, influences have been at work with steadily growing effect, consolidated and directing the thoughts and aspirations of the whole body of the people, and gradually creating a true public opinion such as has never before existed. These influences have been but three in number: the increased acquaintance of the people with European civilization, their increased knowledge of the social and political condition of the Mahomedan countries of the world, and the development of the Arabic press. Except in so far as it has contributed to the strengthening and enlarging of these influences through the facilities it has afforded for their operation, the English administration of the country has had but little effect upon its political or mental development as a nation, although upon the personal character of the people, that is to say upon the people as individuals, it has had a much greater and stronger effect than either the English or the Egyptians realize. The young Egyptian who has grown up under English rule is of altogether a different type to that which his father was. Whether of the highest or the lowest rank, he has a conception of his personal rights and responsibilities that places him socially and politically upon a totally different plane to that of his elders. The general effect thus produced is that he is more self-reliant, more independent, and less willing to submit to restraint of any kind than was his father. That this change is the source of some evil is as certain as natural, but that on the whole it is a change for the better, and one tending to the elevation of the people, is equally certain. Eventually it must have a powerful influence upon the political feeling of the country. As yet those who are most strongly affected by it are for the most part too young to have any very definite or influential place in the political affairs of the country, but they are gradually swelling the ranks of the journalists, and in but a few years will be the men in whose hand will be gathered most of the strings by which the people at large are likely to be most strongly moved. Of all the tasks, therefore, that the government of the country and those responsible for it are called upon to perform, if they would ensure the future stability of the present prosperity and the real welfare of the people, there is none more important than that of endeavoring by every legitimate and possible means to guide the development of this change into healthy and vigorous directions. Joined with that loyalty to Islam and the Turkish Empire I have shown to be dominant forces in the country. The three influences I have just described are those which are today, and must be for long to come, the real controlling influences in the political and social growth of the Egyptians. It is conceivable, of course, that events might possibly arise to divert, nullify, or even destroy the effects of one or more of these influences, but this is a contingency so remote and so little likely to occur that it is needless to discuss it here. It will be well, however, for us to see a little more of the nature and effect of these influences as they actually exist. That these influences have been healthy will have been gathered from what I have already said of them, but it is necessary to show in what way or how far they have been so. First, then, let us see what has been the effect of the increased acquaintance of the people with European civilization. Omitting all consideration of such minor effects as the adoption of changes in dress, in the furnishing of their houses, and other details of their daily life, the effect that is most potent for good is one that goes much deeper and further than such merely superficial matters as these. This effect is the constantly increasing desire for the improvement of the social and political conditions that prevail. Keenly awakened to a sense of the deficiencies from which they have suffered in the past, the people are more and more being influenced by the wish and the will for self-improvement. As yet, however, their views are vague and indefinite, and lie rather in the direction of ambitious dreams than of purpose-giving aspirations. But though they are eager, rather than emulous, to be regarded as the intellectual equals of the European peoples, it is certain that this desire is at least one of the most powerful of the impulses by which the life of the nation is being stirred. As we have seen, Mahomet Ali, though a Moslem and a native of Turkey, was essentially a European. His knowledge of and sympathy with Islamic ideals were of the slightest. Familiar as he necessarily was with Oriental thought and life, the Egyptian and Arab were to him more alien than the Western Europeans. Hence his love of European society, his passion for innovation on European lines, and his frequent sacrifice of Mohammedan sentiment to European utilitarianism. All that was best in the man was strikingly European in type and character. All that was bad was eminently Oriental. Had he had such advantages of early education and such surroundings as Bonaparte had had, he would in all probability, nay, certainly, have proved a really great man, a man of high ambitions and great if not glorious achievements. As it was hampered by the want of the most elementary education, cramped in aspiration by the narrowness of his experience, and with a mind vitiated by the false ideals of those amidst whom he was reared and lived, and by the evils of the only political system he had any knowledge of, it is not surprising that his rapid rise quickly brought him to a point at which he became the victim rather than the ruler of affairs. His personal influence with the people was but small, for the popularity that led them to choose him as their governor did not long stand the strains he placed upon it, and in carrying out his schemes for the Europeanizing of the country, he met with more opposition than approval, and failed to awaken any desire for the change he was so anxious to bring about. He succeeded indeed in rendering the people more familiar with European thought and ideals than they had been, and thus set in motion the current of thought that is today leading the Egyptian to look for the West for his standard of social and political life. As we have seen, the people had been quite ready and willing to adopt all that they found good in the methods of the French, and now that Frenchmen and other Europeans came amongst them, not as conquerors and dictators, but as the guests and friends of a Moslem governor, they were much more willing to hear their views and profit from their advice and instruction. The good results that might have sprung from this cause were, however, very largely barred by the spirit of opposition created by Mohammed Ali's attempts to force the adoption of unwelcome innovations. It was therefore rather in spite than in consequence of his European tendencies that during his reign the Egyptians began to have a clearer conception of and more friendly feelings towards their European civilization as a whole. Under the French, with all the faults of their administration, a conviction had spread in favor of the advantages of a regularly constituted and properly organized government, and with this had also come the recognition of the principle that it should be the aim of a government to protect the interests of the people, and that it was for the good of all that the various classes should be treated with equity. These are things taught indeed as part of the law of Islam, but they were parts of the law of which the people had had no practical experience. And the discovery they had thus made that Christian nations and peoples could and did hold out as ideals, and still more to a certain extent bring into actual practice the teachings of the Moslem faith, awakened in them a new interest in the civilization to which they had so long felt the most irreconcilable hostility. It was under the French that these thoughts first began to impress the people. Under Mahomet Ali they were extended and grew more familiar, but still hindered and checked by the unfavorable conditions that encompassed them, they made but little substantial progress. Yet in defiance of all difficulties they took solid root, and when later on, under the successors of Mahomet Ali, they were presented under a more favorable aspect, they began to sway even the classes that had at first most strenuously opposed them. The steady growth of the desire for reform that has thus gone from the time of the French invasion has been almost entirely spontaneous. It has sprung, as I have said, from the increased acquaintance of the people with European ideals brought about by the presence of Europeans in their country. But this presence, which has been the chief cause of the progress made, has at the same time been the greatest obstacle in the way of that progress. To the present day this is so. All that is reactionary in the spirit of the country today is almost wholly and directly due to the presence of Europeans in it, and the consequences entailed by the presence. Again and again have I heard some enthusiastic advocate of progress and reform silenced and put to shame by some quietly made allusion to some of the evils nurtured by the European consulates, or some of the anti-Islamic laxities. The presence of Europeans and the political influence they possess force upon the people. This is indeed the great hindrance to progress, the drag that stops the Egyptian from advancing as he might and could. Yet, in spite of all difficulties, that which is really good in the intercourse of two peoples is bearing fruit. Of necessity, the first produce of the new feelings, thoughts and aspirations stirring to activity the long latent abilities of the people, has been little more than a few weak saplings of progress, too frail and immature to send forth aught more than a few fragile blossoms. But the crop is thriving, and though as yet rich in neither quality nor quantity, it is the fair promise of a sound, healthy and abundant harvest to come. It was not until the first half of the 19th century had passed that the appreciation of European civilization became at all general. It is today almost universal. Nor is it less powerful for good that it appeals to various classes with varying aspects. To many it is no doubt nothing more than an appreciation of the physical advantages offered to the individual by railways, electric tramways, telegraphs and telephones, and the hundreds of other minor inventions that add to the pleasure or tend to the comfort or convenience of life. To others it is the higher side of civilization, its intellectual and social advantages, that appeal most forcibly, but these are at the same time appalled and repelled by its evils, and thus the very men that it is most desirable should be most strongly influenced are held back from accepting much that they would otherwise welcome. And these men, while always candid and open in their intercourse with Europeans, in the expression of their sense of the merits of European civilization and of the backward condition of their own countrymen, are withheld by their fear of appearing discourteous or offensive from even hinting at their perception of its evils, thus left in ignorance of one of the chief reasons why the Egyptian does not more enthusiastically adopt and practice that which he so freely commends. Europeans are wrongly led to believe that the appreciation he expresses is not sincere. It is not so. He thoroughly comprehends the advantages he commends, but at the same time he sees clearly enough what most strangely the European seems incapable of perceiving, that the unrestricted adoption of Western standards could not fail to set loose a flood of evils far outweighing all the benefits it could confer. Hence, at the present day, the problem that of all others attracts discussion in native circles in Egypt is, how may we secure the benefits without incurring the evils of European civilization? This, then, is the net result of a century of almost daily increasing acquaintance with the people of Europe and the civilization of which they boast. It is a problem that many earnest men are studying in various parts of the Mahomedan world, and which is tending to solve itself by slow but yet perceptible steps. In Egypt the most hopeful feature of the difficulty to be faced is, that no one appreciates the need of reform more than, or indeed as much as, the Egyptian himself. Fortunately, he is by no means inclined to accept too hastily the often ill-considered advice Europeans are prone to give him, for he can see, as they cannot, the real difficulties to be overcome. Rightly comprehended, then, the very slowness of the progress being made, so far from being discouraging or to the discredit of the Egyptians, is quite otherwise, for it shows that the advance being made is sure and well grounded, and not a mere passing impulse, and it is a warranty that all further progress will be well considered and deliberate, and will thus be certain of producing more enduring benefit than any hastily adopted reforms, however brilliant their first effects might seem to be, would be likely to secure. Directly connected with the healthy influence which is thus at work in Egypt and other parts of the East, is another of a very different character in some respects, but tending in exactly the same direction: the elevation of the moral, social, and political standards of the peoples affected by it. It is, however, of much more recent origin, for it was not until after the English occupation that the Egyptians, profiting from their increased intercourse with Europeans and the development of the native press, of which they are such avid readers, began to give attention to the condition of Islam outside the narrow limits of the Ottoman Empire. To the present day the Fellahin indeed are indisposed to credit the fact that a majority of the Moslems of today are not only not subjects of the Turkish Sultan, but do not speak either the Arabic or Turkish language. Naturally, the English occupation turned the attention of the more enlightened classes to the question of England's relations with her Mahomedan subjects in India and elsewhere. Their conception of those relations were at first drawn from uncertain and most unreliable sources, and were scarcely less accurate than unfavorable. Thanks mainly and directly to the honesty of the Moayyad, the leading Mahomedan journal of the country, the ignorance that formerly existed has largely disappeared, and the news-reading public are now able to follow the progress of events in India and other Moslem lands with a fair knowledge of the circumstances affecting them. The interest thus excited in the affairs of their brother Mahomedans in other lands is steadily increasing, and this has led the Arabic journals to pay special attention to all that appears in the European press with reference to any matter in which Moslems are concerned. The outcome of this is clearly marked. The Egyptians no longer regard their country as they did a few years ago, as an isolated unit, but see it as part of a great whole of which it is its right and privilege to be the head. And with this increased knowledge of the Islamic world has grown side by side an increased knowledge of the condition of the European nations, and more particularly of the great powers. Throughout Islam It is now recognized that if these powers are no longer inclined to enter upon crusades against the Moslem states, it is not from any enlarged tolerance for Islam, nor from any peace decreeing doctrines of Christianity or civilization, but because they are restrained by the political conditions controlling their relations with each other. This is a matter of which it is no use saying smooth things that have no basis of actual fact. There is not a single Mahomedan in any part of the world who believes any of the many protestations of friendship for Islam made by nations or peoples or governments. That these professions are genuine enough for the moment, that they are not based upon either falsehood or dishonesty of intention is not asserted. Under existing conditions they are honest and true enough, but they depend wholly upon the continuance of those conditions, side by side with the growth of this knowledge and the diffusion of the ideas of which it gives rise. There has been a similar increase in the knowledge that various Moslem peoples have of each other, and a growing perception of the causes that have led to the decadence of Islam. Of these latter, as every student of history knows, the two principal have been disunion among the Mahomedan peoples and the stagnation of social and intellectual progress that followed the overthrow of the political power of Islam. The recognition of these facts by the Moslems themselves has pointed them directly to the obvious remedy, the reunion of Islam and the development of the social and intellectual capacities of its people. Hence the rise of that pan-Islamism which has of late been so much discussed and is as yet so completely misunderstood in Europe and by Europeans living in the East. The journalism of today is a very different thing to that of the past. Its writers are for the most part young men of the day essentially out of touch with the days of their fathers. Hence we find them presenting to us as novelties ideas that were familiar to all newspaper readers of the last generation, and asking us to solve problems that we had thought buried with our grandfathers. But in the modern craze for rush and hurry and inefficiency, the public have no time to stop to inquire the history of the topics brought before them. To some extent conscious of this defect in themselves and others, the modern journalist turns to the first comer who can show any pretense of special knowledge on any subject of the day, and, accepting him and his own valuation, takes him as an expert, and builds up his own theories and speculations of his authority. Thus the Cook-conducted tourist who rushes through Egypt and the East without even exchanging a word with any native, save perhaps Cook's dragoman or donkey boy, is invited to give his ideas on the Egyptian question, and so forth, and in doing so very often quotes as an authority some European who has been living in the country for heaven only knows how many years, and who, if the truth were known, knows scarcely less of the people than the tourist himself, since all that he has gained by his years of residence has been the accumulation of a number of prejudices which are to him the explanation of all things touching the past, present, or future of the land and its peoples. If the blind thus lead the blind, whither can their progress tend? As an answer, look at the recent comments upon pan-Islamism in the European press. Journals that years ago spoke of pan-Islamism as an idea full of lofty promise for the future, not of Islam only but of the world, have taken it up as a new subject, treated it as a new movement, and hastened to point out that it is a menace to civilization. Some 30 years have passed since Lord Beaconsfield, speaking as the Minister for Foreign Affairs at the Guildhall dinner in London, drew a brilliant picture of the effects that might spring from the regeneration of Islam under the protection and with the aid of England. His speech created a world-wide interest, but, as I pointed out in the Bombay Gazette of the time, I had previously drawn attention to the same idea, and I was thus one of the first, if not the very first, to discuss the subject in an English newspaper. In India and in England, after filling the public mind for a brief space of time, the subject was dropped, and the truly imperial views of Lord Beaconsfield were relegated to a pigeon-hole in the Foreign Office, where, if the rats have not yet devoured them, they are probably still lying. But if England thus neglected the idea that as the globe, if I am not betrayed by memory, described as the offspring of a stupendous intellect, it was not so with the statesmen of other countries, and from that day to this more than one of the foreign offices of Europe has not lost sight of the subject. Needless to say, not with any intention of promoting the views of Lord Beaconsfield, nor among Moslem peoples has the subject ever been dropped. The yearly increasing facility of travelling in the East and the growth of the Arabic and Indian Mahomedan press have naturally tended to help forward the efforts of the more enlightened Moslems in various lands, who were first stirred to movement by the discussion in the European press, and today, wherever Islam exists, there is a pan-Islamic party, generally small, but always having as its leaders the most enlightened and most advanced men. Under the guidance of these men, pan-Islamism is essentially a defensive and not an aggressive movement, one for the elevation of the people, and therefore an intellectual and peace-promoting, and not a military or war-provoking one. That a few of the most ignorant of the people should attach some hazy idea of Moslem conquest to their conception of pan-Islamism is but natural, but to assume that because their vague, ill-formed, and wholly undigested thoughts now and then find expression in the columns of irresponsible journals, run for the most part by men of no position, education, or influence, these are to be taken as the true exponents of Moslem thought, is absurd. Instead of being a danger to Europe or civilization, pan-Islamism is a movement that should have the support of every lover of peace and civilization, and the fact that it is making progress in Egypt is but a proof that the Egyptians have awakened to a sense of the only way in which the best and truest interests of their country and their religion can be served. If the world at large is ever to see the higher and truer civilization of which it is capable, the powers must abandon that lust of conquest that is but a drag on all true progress. They must cease to look upon the interest of each as a claim to which the interest of all others must yield, and combine to seek the benefit of all. The more nearly an ideal is reached, the more important will it be that Islam should be prepared to take its fitting place in the grand scheme of regeneration. That it should do so, it must follow now and for ever the ideas that are the mainspring of pan-Islamism. The third and last of the healthy influences I have named is the development of the Arabic press. Were we to consider merely the number of years the occupation has lasted, it might seem reasonable to suppose that it has been the most powerful of all the influences affecting the general character of the people. But, as I have pointed out in the last chapter, it was not until after the evacuation of Fachoda that it had any real solid or lasting effect. Prior to that event the Egyptians had undoubtedly learned to appreciate the principles illustrated in the administration of the country by the English, but the uncertainty that overhung the future prevented even the warmest admirers and advocates of English methods taking up a strong or definite position in their favor. During the earlier part of the occupation, which as yet has been by far the longest, the greatest benefit conferred upon the Egyptians was therefore the freedom it gave them to profit from the influences with which I have already dealt. When the change came, it found the great majority of the people ready and willing to accept the friendship and guidance of England, and the strength and honesty of this feeling was clearly visible in their attitude during the disastrous opening of the South African War, which followed so soon after. While the Armenians openly and offensively rejoiced at every fresh telegram of disaster and defeat, the Egyptians not only preserved in public the calm they had shown during the Fachoda incident, but among themselves were not slow in expressing sympathy. The reactionary party and some of the lower classes were, perhaps not unnaturally, pleased to see English pride humbled, but the one and only class that really rejoiced at the humiliation was, as I have said, the Christian Armenians. Among Pan-Islamic circles there was a sincere wish for the triumph of the English, for these knew that the interests of the Moslems of South Africa were bound up with theirs, and that though the Moslems had many just grounds of complaint against the treatment accorded them by the colonists and the lack of protection afforded them by the home government, they knew that the tyranny of the colonies was, after all, better than the friendship of the power. In this view the majority of the people shared, and though the reactionary press thought it good policy to profess a desire for the collapse of British rule, and to laud the Boers as heroes fighting for liberty and so forth, they knew well enough that the Boers would have laughed to scorn any idea of granting social or political freedom or equality to any Egyptian or Mohammedan, however high his rank. Under the Mamelukes, as we have seen, contrary to the commonly held idea that the people dare not even protest against the injustices by which they were oppressed, it was no unusual thing for them to do so, and if they did not profit more from the power of resistance they possessed, it was because they were too indifferent to, or too ignorant of, their own interests to defend this as they might have done. Under Mahomed Ali and his successors they were not only tongue-tied, but enslaved in a far worse manner than they had ever been by the Mamelukes. Under the English they have enjoyed the most perfect liberty of speech, a liberty that is not only slowly subjecting itself to the self-restraint that alone can render it as serviceable to their true interests as it ought to be. It was but natural therefore that the press, for a large part written and conducted by men of no position or influence, and actuated by no higher desire than to gain the momentary applause of their readers, should put the Eatanswill Gazette to shame in its own particular line, and that the folly and ineptitude of its articles should make the Egyptians ridiculous in the eyes of all intelligent people. But these are the faults of youth and inexperience and lack of education, and are largely due to the bad example of European papers of little if any higher merit. Slowly but steadily the Egyptian press has moved and is still moving towards a worthier standard, and the fact that its movement is a spontaneous and voluntary one is an incontestable proof that the Egyptians are a people not only capable of, but anxious for, self-improvement, and a people entirely deserving of liberty. It is a maxim in mechanics that the weakest link in a chain is a measure of the strength of the whole. Of the newspaper press of a country I think it may be said that its strength and merit are to be judged by its best. So judged, we cannot but think well of the Egyptian press. That the liberty accorded to it is still abused by journals on a par with the lowest type of journalism in Europe is to be regretted. It is an evil that will eventually cure itself. Meanwhile, the liberty granted to the press has undoubtedly been the chief boon conferred by England upon the country. It is a gift that has done more to educate and elevate the people and promote healthy progress than all else, or aught else that has been done for the attainment of these ends. Slowly but surely it is doing the great work accomplished in England mainly through the establishment of Sunday and ragged schools, the raising of the intellectual standard of the people, the formation and nurturing of healthy ambitions, and the creation of a higher and purer conception of all the relations of life. All that England has done for the financial, commercial, and general material welfare of the country and of its inhabitants, almost immeasurably great and good as this work has been, is but a trifle to the results that may ultimately spring directly from the liberty given to the press. As I have said, the progress being made is slow, so slow that European critics fail to grasp its real extent and value, but it is steady, widespread, and real, a progress that will not be easily checked, and one that is doing more to change the character of the Egyptians in a healthy, life-giving manner than any other influence tending in the same direction. The good work that is thus being done is due in the first place to the sound and enlightened views of Lord Cromer, who has persistently refused to be guided, or rather misguided, by the suggestions of those who would fain see a censorship established. By the course he has adopted, Lord Cromer has thrown upon the journalists of the country a degree of responsibility of which, though as yet its obligations are not fully recognized by those on whom they lie, must tend, as is indeed tending, to render the press worthy of the trust reposed in it. It is due to the sense of this responsibility already felt both by journalists and the public, that the serious journalists find themselves compelled more and more to justify the policy they advocate and to maintain it with consistency. Thus instructed by experience, the people are yearly exacting a higher standard of excellence from the press, and the demand is being met by a corresponding improvement. We must not forget, however, that the possibilities inherent in Lord Cromer's wise policy might have still been lying dormant and unproductive, if among the Egyptians there had been no one to see this, and taking them up, rendered them in some degree an actuality. Fortunately the occasion brought the man. It was in the year 1887 that a small weekly Arabic paper, styled by the Adab, was first established at Cairo. This rapidly becoming known for the ability with which its articles were written, continued to grow in favor with the Mahomedan public, to which it was especially addressed, as a journal devoted to science, literature, and religion, until the year 1890, when its editor joined the staff of the daily newspaper, the Moyad, of which 3 years later he became the sole proprietor. From that date onward, the Moayyad progressed rapidly, and becoming the recognized organ of the ulema of the Azhar, took the position it still maintains as the leading Arabic and Islamic journal, not only in Egypt but throughout the Mohammedan world. Various journals have been started from time to time in opposition to or rivalry with the Moayyad, but none have ever succeeded in impairing its supremacy. From first to last this success has been attained and preserved by the Sheikh Ali Youssef, its proprietor and editor. Well read in all learning that qualifies a man to take his place among the ulema, but ignorant of every language save his own, the Sheikh, as a newspaper man and a leader writer, is not only foremost among the journalists of the East, but one who in his chief merit has few, if any, rivals among the journalists of the world. His paper, says Mr. Hartmann in his Arabic Press of Egypt, is a power to be reckoned with. Moslems read it with pleasure, finding in it what most delights their hearts. There they read in a strong, well chosen and simple language their own thoughts, or rather what they imagine to be their own thoughts. For such is the art of the cunning journalist, that the unsuspicious reader follows in the track of the writer's thoughts and fancies them to be his own. When I add that this man is a man of thought, of great self-restraint, endowed with patience, energy and perseverance, I have drawn the picture of one who in any community must exercise a large influence as a journalist, but amidst a people like the Egyptians, so little prone to think for themselves, must indeed be a power to reckon with. As a fact, he has done more to guide and mould Moslem opinion in Egypt than any other 10 men that could be named. Like the historian Gabarty, of Arabic origin, he is personally a reserved, thoughtful man, leading a quiet, studious life, adverse to ostentation and parade of every kind, and yet possessing keen business instincts. The position he has won for his journal has been gained by the steady pursuit of the policy which he from the first adopted, the love of justice and the desire to promote the interests of Islam and of Egypt. He has again and again had to meet the open hostility of different classes of the people he has been trying to serve, for he has not hesitated to advocate unpopular measures and ideals when these have commended themselves to his judgment, and yet he is persistently set down by Europeans as a fanatic and intriguer. Recognizing as fully as any man can do the advantages that the English occupation has conferred upon the country, he is yet, as a Moslem, compelled to weigh these against the disadvantages due, not especially to the presence of the English, but to the influence of the European powers generally, striving always to hold a just balance, never hasty to judge, fearless though moderate in the expression of his views. He is the one and only journalist in the country who for years past has steadily and with absolute honesty of purpose endeavored to promote harmony and goodwill between the people and their English rulers. The Egyptians have long since recognized this. There was a time, indeed, when not a few of them cried out that he had been bought by the English. Unfortunately, Europeans understand neither the man nor his policy, and seizing upon some extract from his paper, as often as not wrested from a qualifying context and possibly written by an outside contributor, paint him as a firebrand and fanatic. The best gift that England has yet given Egypt is, then, the freedom of the press, for this has been and is the influence tending more and more strongly than any other towards the healthy development of the character of the people. There are some, if not many, who, claiming to know the country, will be inclined to deny this. But should not malign counter influence arise to stay the progress now being made, I am confident the verdict of the future will justify my view. The three healthy influences I have thus described, the increased knowledge of European civilization and of the present condition of the Islamic world, and the development of the Arabic press, are each stimulating and correcting the other, and are those which of all others are working to modify and improve the national character. The result they have so far jointly produced has been that the Egyptian is learning to take a broader and therefore a healthier view of himself and his surroundings, and has acquired new and nobler aspirations. His ideals are no longer what they were but a quarter of a century ago, and in recognizing this fact he recognizes that the change has been brought about very largely through the English occupation, and that is a change for the better. Nor is the Egyptian ungrateful, as he is often and unjustly accused of being. If his gratitude is not more pronounced, unfortunately there is too ample reason for its moderation. Long years ago my old nurse once showed me a pot of my favorite jam, and promised that my watering lips should feast upon it without restraint, provided I were a good boy and first took a spoonful of the Gregory's powder. I can still remember how my lips dried up at the very mention of that most abominable of all the medicines ever thrust upon suffering humanity, and I turned with loathing from the jam that a moment before had been so lusciously appetizing. Let us see what is the Gregory's powder, that taints the sweetness of the benefits that England has conferred upon Egypt. End of chapter 18. Healthy Influences, recorded by Gabby Cowan in Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Chapter 19 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 19. Unhealthy Influences. I should have been well contented if it had been possible for me to write this chapter as a parody of that ever famous one on the Snakes of Ireland. Unhappily, there are unhealthy influences in Egypt, influences placing difficulties in the way of the English administrators of the country, ever discouraging and disheartening the Egyptian, ever tending to turn him from the path of progress, influences that have been and are holding back the advance that is being made. In my last chapter I spoke of the benefits derived from the liberty of the press. In this I have to speak of the evil it produces, for first and chief of all the unhealthy influences in Egypt is the Mokattam, the newspaper that is regarded as the special organ of English interests in Egypt. While yet Sheikh Ali is wholly unknown, 3 Syrian Christians who had established a monthly literary magazine at Beirut decided to transfer it to Cairo. There it acquired a well-deserved popularity it still maintains. Possessed of ability and full of the energy and enterprise that is a characteristic of their race, the proprietors of this monthly saw in the English occupation an opportunity of enlarging their sphere of action and started a daily paper, the Mokattam, just a year before the Moayyad appeared. The policy that this new journal adopted, and has persistently maintained to the present day, was the twofold one of supporting English interests in Egypt and of attacking Islam and the Turkish Empire on all possible occasions. Caring nothing for their adopted country, and ever mindful of the fact that it was the interference of the European powers that compelled Mahomed Ali to abandon Syria, they entered upon their task with enthusiasm, and, that the Moayyad was not long in passing it in popularity, they early succeeded in gaining for the Mokattam the position it holds of undoubtedly the ablest of all the Christian journals published in the Arabic language. Save only as to the lines upon which it seeks to promote the policy it advocates, it may indeed justly claim the highest praise for the manner in which it is written and conducted. In the days when the English occupation and the 2 rival journals, the Moayyad and the Mokattam, were all still young, Egyptian politics and therefore Egyptian newspapers were run upon purely party lines, and as Dr. Johnson thought he was best fulfilling his mission in seeing that the Whig dogs did not get the best of it, so all who dabbled in any degree with Egyptian politics thought it their bounden duty to admit no good or merit in any who opposed their views. Hence, while the English administrators were still blundering, trying to find their way through the maze of difficulties they had to encounter, and trying first this and then that remedy for the evils they had to contend with, from the newspapers and people of the country they could get no assistance whatever. It was the policy of the Mokattam to support the English, and with the editors' primitive ideas they could find no other way of doing this than by lauding with indiscriminate praise everything the English did or proposed to do. It was the policy of the Moayyad to decry and depreciate all that the Mokattam approved or supported. Each of the two papers was thus pursuing exactly the line most calculated to defeat its own aim and throw discredit on its own cause, for as the praise of the Mokattam was constantly being discounted by the admitted failure of the measures it had lustily approved, so the discrimination of the Moayyad was belittled by the success of those it had condemned. From that day to this the Mokattam has learned nothing. It pursues the same line to day that it did then. It has not been so with the Moayyad. Sheikh Ali Youssef was far too able a man to be long in seeing the folly inherent in politics of this puerile type, and he determined to adopt a higher line. It was no easy task he thus set himself. He was still a young man, and as such his abilities received rather stinted acknowledgment from the greybeards, who were the leaders of the Moslem and National Party. His journal was not yet strong enough to choose its own position, and its existence and influence, as well as his own future, depended wholly upon the support he received from self-satisfied, self-willed men, who thought it their province to dictate and not to learn. And with this difficulty Sheikh Ali had the graver one of having to find a policy and a method of advocating it that would practically reconcile the almost irreconcilable. Like all Egyptians, and indeed all non-Christian Easterns, he held then, as now, that of all the European powers England was the one with which friendship was most possible. It was, however, at the moment the approved policy of the Egyptian National Party to profess a preference for France, and therefore the Moslem papers were expected to hold up France and the French as the friends and allies of Islam. Had Sheikh Ali attacked this view, his rashness would have been the death knell of the Moayyad. He saw this clearly, but he was not a man to be deterred by difficulties or daunted by dangers. That which was right and true was right and true, and it was his duty, as one of the Ulema, to teach and to preach that which was right and true. But to run amuck against the prevailing prejudices would be to ensure failure. If he were to succeed, it must be by degrees, by the slow and patient conversion of others to his views, by a steady and almost stealthy diffusion of his ideas. In the East the circulation and writings of a journal are often but little guide to the power and influence really possessed by its editor, for an editor is frequently able to accomplish far more by his direct personal influence outside his journal than he could by the most earnest or able advocacy of those views in its columns. It was so with Sheikh Ali. There were men of influence who were quite prepared to listen attentively to anything he had to say to them in private, and to accept and adopt his views in the same way, but who would not have tolerated a journal that rashly published the same ideas to the world at large. Starting boldly, yet with due caution, Sheikh Ali set himself to the task of educating his supporters. Slowly, and in sugar-coated pills of homeopathic size, he administered to them minute doses of the ideas he wished them to digest. Slowly, but surely and steadily, he overcame the difficulties before him. One by one, even those who would not consent to the Moayyad propagating such ideas, admitted that the Sheikh was right. Time went on, and with its flight of the old fiery spirits of the Nationalist Party, the no-surrender men of the old type gradually died out, and many changes of many kinds came to pass. And still the Sheikh was struggling with opposition, and still he was steadily gaining ground. But as falling bodies gather speed and force in their descent, so intellectual movements gather force and speed in their ascent, and thus, in spite of all difficulties, difficulties that only undauntable pluck, unwearied patience, and ability could face, much less triumph over, the Sheikh accomplished his purpose, and scarcely knowing how, or why, or indeed that it is so, the Egyptians have adopted the Sheikh's policy, a policy that may be summed up in the phrase peace and progress. It would have been well for Egypt, and not less so for British interests, if the editors of the Mokattam had followed in the wake of Sheikh Ali. But as I have said, their policy is today what it was at the beginning, the same narrow-minded bigotry in its pro-English partisanship, and the same foolish fanaticism in its anti-Turkish crusade. The true interests of the country, or of their co-religionists, or of the occupation, are all alike sacrificed to their morbid love of wounding and hurting the religious and social sentiments of the Egyptians, or of vaunting their impotent hatred of the Turk. Thus their record is a record of evil, a record of needless difficulties heaped up in the way of the English administrators of the country, of ill will and animosity excited among the people. The two strongest factors in the formation of Egyptian opinion are, as I have shown, the attachment of the people to their religion and their attachment to the Turkish Empire. Both these sentiments are persistently and wilfully outraged by the Mokattam. It does not indulge in the rabid rant of the anti-Turkish press in England, but while keeping within the limits of decent language it loses no opportunity of saying aught that can wound the feelings, offend the prejudices, or excite the anger of the Moslems. And it does this as the organ of the English occupation, as a journal universally believed to be largely subsidized by the English, and therefore a journal believed also to be the expression of the real views, aims, and sentiments of the English occupants of the country. Is it any wonder that the pacific policy, the unbroken respect for Moslem prejudices that Lord Cromer has always shown, should assume in the eyes of the Egyptians the character of a temporary policy, a policy to be abandoned as soon as circumstances should permit the open adoption of the anti-Islamic policy of the avowed organ of English interests? The old reactionary party has almost wholly died out. What remains of it is not less in touch with the real sentiments of the people than is the Young Egypt party, that to a certain extent is its successor. But neither of the two parties ever has done or could do a tithe of the harm the Mokattam is still doing. The attacks of the anti-Turkish press in England, the anti-Islamic writings of the late Sir William Muir and other critics affect Moslems in Egypt or elsewhere but little, for it is known that these represent but narrow circles of thought, but that the local journal, which is spoken of by Englishmen themselves as the English organ, should be forever out-Heroding the efforts of those circles, has, and could have, but one result, a profound distrust of the professions made as to the true aim and object of the occupation. This is the key to the lack of enthusiasm, the want of gratitude, for which the Egyptians are so often rebuked. Men like Mr. Dicey may build up theories of their own on what, to the Englishman at home, may seem at least plausible arguments, but they are only drawing herrings across the trail of the true explanation. Thus the journal which, as Mr. Hartmann says, has gained favour with Lord Cromer, has been of all other causes the one which has most freely and wantonly strewn his path with needless difficulties. Face to face with the anti-Islamic sentiments of the English organ in Egypt, it is utterly hopeless to expect Moslems in Egypt or elsewhere to regard the English occupation with any other feelings than those of distrust. Had the Mokattam been conducted upon conciliatory lines, had it striven to guide the English with the healthy, honest advice it could have given, had it endeavoured to promote an intelligent appreciation of the good work that has been done and is doing, it would have rendered a service of incalculable value to the English and to the Egyptians alike, and with their undoubted ability its editors would have taken their place among the greatest benefactors of the country. As it is, they have wrought no service and much ill, and may pride themselves upon having been the greatest obstacle in the way of the progress that has been made. The one thing that Lord Cromer has needed most of all throughout his long, brilliant, and self-devoting struggle has been the cordial co-operation of the people. The one thing that more than all else has tended to deprive him of that co-operation has been the anti-Islamic attitude of the Arabic organ of the occupation. Had I been writing this a year ago, it would have been possible for me to say that happily the growing confidence of the people in Lord Cromer and in the intentions of the English Government was steadily, if very slowly, undoing and counteracting the evil thus done. Unfortunately, I cannot say so today. Events have occurred that have almost wholly scattered all the fruit of the progress that have been made in this direction. We have seen that, little inclined as the Egyptians were to welcome any prolongation of the occupation, they had accepted the evacuation of Fachoda as at least a temporary resolution of all the doubts and uncertainties that had worried them for so long. It was what those who understood them might have expected. They are essentially an impulsive people. In every emergency their decision is made without hesitation or faltering, too often without consideration or thought of any kind but the impulse of the moment. To such a people nothing could be more trying, more irritating, that they should be kept on from month to month and year to year helplessly waiting on the decision of others, or on a development of events they were powerless to control. This cause was alone almost sufficient to stay all progress, social or political, prior to the evacuation of Fachoda. For years they had been waiting to hear the verdict, and when it came, the mere fact of the ending of their long anxious suspense
took much of the sting from the bitterness the verdict itself might otherwise have created. And apart from all political and religious feeling, there were two causes that greatly intensified the Egyptian's burden during that trying wait. These were his love of freedom and his love of peace and concord. As an individual there is nothing the Egyptian prizes more than his freedom, not his liberty, but his freedom, not the legal and formal admission of his rights, but the absence of restraint that gives a sense of unfettered ease, not the liberty that is the birthright of every British subject, be he master or man, but the freedom the master enjoys as master. For this the Egyptian can and will make many sacrifices, even bartering much of his liberty that he may enjoy it. And this freedom he could not enjoy while yet the fate of the country was in the balance. Reticent to his nearest kin in the expression of his thoughts, he yet loves to speak freely within the limits he allows himself, and this he could not do while yet he had to guard against exciting the animosity of rival parties and interests. He was neither sitting on the wall nor trimming. On the broad general question at issue he was clear in his own mind and did not hesitate to say what he thought, but he could not get beyond that. He could not discuss men and matters as he should have liked to have done. Once the die was cast and the supremacy of the English settled, he was no longer tossed on the horns of the dilemma, which of the two evils is the least, but free to take a side and say as he would, this thing is good or bad. It was the same with his love of peace and concord. Hospitable and kind-hearted, ever ready to surrender his own comfort and convenience, not only for his friends but for the stranger, the universally prevalent discord was to him a real grievance, so real that he would have accepted almost any solution provided, only that it offered a reasonable hope of the re-establishment of harmony. When after the revolt of Cairo, and again after the siege, truce was declared, the people of the town accepted it loyally and kept it faithfully. They submitted to the rule of the French most unwillingly and only under compulsion. But, having done so, they adhered without murmur or quibble to the pact. It was the same after Marchand had left the Nile behind him on his homeward way. Finding themselves definitely under the English, they accepted the inevitable, and were, as they still are, ready to loyally, honestly, and fully discharge their acceptance. There was therefore a complete change in the attitude of the people toward the English, and it was not unnatural for them to look for a corresponding change on the part of the English. No such change occurred. Up to Fachoda the Egyptians had been courted and flattered by the anti-English Europeans in the country. The English, with a few rare exceptions, held aloof from them. After Fachoda the anti-English quietly dropped the Egyptians. The English maintained their attitude of indifference, and to the Egyptian seemed rather to assume a haughtier air, to adopt more and more the tone of conquerors in a hostile land, to treat the people as enemies, and as enemies scarce worthy of a thought. The Boer War broke out, and in the torrent of disasters that pursued the British troops the Egyptians found excuse for the reserved and chilling manners of the English. But the closing of the war brought no change, and the Egyptians began to ask themselves, of what avail is it that we seek to conciliate the English when they make no response? None the less they adhered to the position they had taken, and hoped, as they still do, that Englishmen would wake up to a sense of the injustice with which they were acting. Meanwhile the utter failure of the English to understand the real attitude and feelings of the people towards them lends weight and force to the evil wrought by the Mokattam. If the Egyptians ask, "The English are really anxious to benefit us, how is it that they thus hold us at arm's length? How can they benefit us without knowing or understanding what are our hopes, our wishes, our aspirations, our prejudices, our predilections? And how can they know aught of these while they sedulously avoid all intercourse, friendship, or familiarity with us?" But it is not simply English aloofness of which complaint is made, but the vulgar and aggressive self-assertion, the rudeness and want of common civility so many are constantly guilty of in their accidental intercourse with the people of the country. These are things complained of by Europeans, and, as is well known, in Europe as well as in Egypt. The Englishman flatters himself that these complaints are due to envy and fanaticism. Nothing could be more contrary to the fact. It is the expression, not of envy, but of contempt, the utter scorn of the man of the world for the uncultivated boor. That this is so is proved by the fact that this antipathy is felt and shown only towards two classes of Englishmen, classes that have unfortunately of late years grown, as other unhealthy excrescences are prone to do, rapidly, the cads and those who ape those under the guise of good form. Men of the latter type are much too numerous in Egypt, and may claim the credit of placing endless difficulties and obstacles in the way of Lord Cromer and English interests. The men who have made the Empire were men cast in another mould. They were masterful men, men who could and did command respect through inherent force of character and ability, men born to command, men whom others followed and obeyed as a privilege. The men I speak of are of a different type. Lacking in the high qualities of their predecessors, and sensible of their defects, these seek to obtain by arrogance the respect they cannot command. With many it is their misfortune. The true cad owes his contemptible character to his narrow training and the want of a healthy, manly brain. Born of a butcher, by a bishop bred, how high he holds his haughty head. But the great majority of those who by their caddish behaviour, like the ill birds of the old adage, foul their own nests, have not this excuse to offer. They sin wilfully, deliberately choosing to act as cads in toadying compliance with what the moneyed cads whose society they crave are pleased to consider good form. Like the pariah dogs of the street, fawning upon all who perchance may have a bone to throw them, and snapping and snarling at all others, the true cad can never rise above his brainless, soulless self. But the man whose caddish manners are as the mud-stained garb of he who has rolled in the gutter is, often enough, at heart a sound and healthy-minded man, a brave and honest gentleman, a lion wrapped in the skin of an ass. Verily a wondrous spectacle, most strangely reversing the old fable. I have seen and known such men in times of stress and danger to be all that men should be, and I have marvelled to see them return to the old, false, lying lives. Happily the evil is one that will not last. Already he who has eyes to see may see that once more a great revolution is in progress. The old English aristocracy of men who ruled at home and abroad by right of their high qualities is fast dying out. The stately old oak that has weathered the storms and stresses of so many long years is withering and perishing, smothered under the unhealthy growth of parasites that are sucking its life sap. The old aristocracy is almost gone. The new, with nothing but its money bags to sustain it, has not succeeded, and never can succeed, to the political or social power of its predecessors. And these, therefore, are passing on to the strong men of the plebeian world, men who, without the polish, have much, if not all the virtues of the empire-building classes of the past. For the last time that history will ever record a government that might by any just use of terms call itself conservative, has sat in the English House of Commons. Look back at the life of France, ere yet the hurricane swirl of the red flag of revolution had scattered its aristocracy, as a fierce autumn storm scatters the lingering leaves of the bygone summer. The lesson is an old, old one taught in many pages of history, one coming down to us from those far-off days wherein men first heard the proverb, "Pride goeth before destruction," and an haughty spirit before a fall. The evil is one that will not last. Pharaohs, Ptolemies, Mamelukes, Caesars, Bonapartes, patricians, feudal lords, aristocracies, in short, all cadisms and flunkeyisms and falsities and other abominations, however they may flourish and thrive for the moment, if it were not for the clamour and blare of their own conceit, would ever hear time tolling the passing bell that tells of their open graves. Meanwhile, in Egypt and elsewhere, the two cads, the real and the mock, are among the most potent and the most active of the enemies of England and the English Empire, and the most costly luxury that the easy-going British taxpayer allows himself. This is so, for the ill will and hatred that these excite leads thousands who might be the friends and promoters of English interests to devote themselves to hindering and counteracting those interests in every possible way. And this same dislike serves as a bond of union between the enemies of England everywhere. It is doing more than all else to unite the people of India of all races and creeds in one compact nationally, and is elsewhere and in other manners working evil for the Empire. There are other unhealthy influences retarding the work of the administration of the country and the progress of its people. Notable among these is the education question, or rather questions, for there are several. The system adopted in the government schools is objected to as tending to the formation of a class separated from the rest of the people by special aims and interests, and having standards of life, of morals, of religion, entirely different from those of their own kith and kin. A class whose manners, customs, and habits are at variance with those of all their countrymen and co-religionists. A class slowly but surely drifting more and more apart from all who do not belong to it, and which is thus losing all possibility of exerting the healthy influence upon others it should be easy for them to do with the advantages they possess, or of becoming the leaven in the mass tending to raise the whole. There are men who have passed through the schools who are doing good work, but they are few in number, and the good they are doing is largely due to their having been subjected to influences counteracting the pernicious effects of their school training. A part of the evil thus charged to the schools, government, and others is that they are destructive of the religious sentiments and aspirations of their pupils. They do not convert these to Christianity, nor, as is so often said, to atheism, but they do lead them to despise the duties of their religion, to mock at its obligations, and to ignore its social and moral restraints, and thus destructive of all that goes to make the Moslem a worthy citizen and man, gives them nothing in exchange, and leaves them to go through life like wanton children, drawn hither and thither by every passing whim or fancy. Is it a retribution that for the most part they go to swell the ranks of the anti-English party? The direct result of this evil is that the whole of the people are being gradually divided into two classes, the so-called, and very much miscalled, educated class, and the, by contrast of terms, uneducated class, the class which, by the perversity of facts, includes almost all who are really and truly educated, those who have had moral and religious training, have been taught to comprehend the most essential fact that can be taught, that every man has duties to perform, that he is not an isolated unit with nothing to think of but his own pleasure and profit, but one of the vast congregation of humanity whose members are linked together by the recognition of the obligations of their common duties to God and their fellow man. It is true that the schools give their pupils lessons to this effect, but all the circumstances that surround the giving of those lessons, and the whole tendency of the life of the schools, is to render these lessons ineffective, mere tasks to be learned as part of the daily routine, pretty theories to be applauded and admired, not verities to be believed and put in practice. And since the education given in the schools is held up as the very life-blood of all progress, it follows that all that is best in the country turns aside and says, "If this is progress, then give us stagnation." If to be an educated, advanced, enlightened man means to be a man who ridicules duty, despises religion, and mocks at piety, then, in the name of God, let us remain ignorant, so only that we still worship Him and strive as best we may to fulfil what we believe to be His law. Nor are the schools the only things mainly, if not wholly, due to the occupation that offend Moslem sentiment, and thus retard progress and decrease the sympathy there might be between the people and their rulers. I can only just mention 2 or 3 of these without staying to comment upon them, as perhaps the most active among many others. The sale and consumption of intoxicating drinks in the open streets, the almost unchecked promenading of brazen-faced European women in the busiest and most crowded thoroughfares, the open eating, drinking, and smoking during the Ramadan fast, quarantine and other sanitary measures frequently trenching upon Moslem sentiment, such as restrictions upon the pilgrimage and the holding of the religious festivals of the people. These things are to the Egyptian as the breaking of the Sabbath to the Scotchman. What would the Scotch Sabbatarians say if a number of Englishmen were to settle among them and insist upon carrying on business, opening the theatres, and breaking the Sabbath in a dozen other openly offensive ways? Would they be considered unreasonable if they protested? Would they be regarded as ungrateful because they did not thank the invaders for the financial benefit they were conferring on the country? Yet when the Egyptians protest, however faintly, against such outrages upon their sentiments, they are told that they are unreasonable, backward, unenlightened, narrow-minded, and fanatical. There is another influence for evil to which my reference to Sabbatarianism naturally leads me: the Christian missions and their agents. Of the magnificent social and humanitarian work done by Christian missions and Christian missionaries in India, no one has a higher opinion than I have. Years ago I spent a couple of days in one of the wildest parts of the Bengal Presidency, as the guest of a grand old man, who, with his wife, a worthy mate for him, were dwelling, as they had been for years, among the semi-savage tribes of the jungle, isolated from all the comforts and conveniences of civilization, seeing no European faces other than their own save once or twice in the year when the Commissioner made his annual rounds. A grand old couple, labouring with endless self-devotion for the good of the stolid, stunted-brained, almost naked people, more than half savage in nature and habit, and by dint of tedious toil and never-resting effort lifting some few of these out of the depths, and winning them to humanity. I have met many men and many women in my life, but none that have claimed from me a more sincere or lasting respect than these. But there are missionaries and missionaries, and in Moslem lands there are some who do much ill, and not less by their speech than by the literature they circulate. In this they are backed up by missionary and other journals, which take a pleasure in representing Islam as a religion that inculcates bigotry and fanaticism. I have myself heard a missionary undertake to prove to Mohammedan hearers that unless they hated Christians they were no better than infidels. Taking passages from the Koran, ignoring their context and the teaching and interpretation placed upon them by the orthodox Ulema, he had little difficulty in apparently justifying his promise, with the result that some of his hearers went away filled for the first time with the conception that it was their duty to hate Christians. Such incidents are by no means rare, and it would be difficult to estimate the mischief they do. A few years ago the late well known Canon MacColl flooded the press at home for a brief time with speeches and writings of this kind. Every word of what he wrote was reproduced in Oriental languages, and did far more to excite fanaticism than any of the most inflammatory articles that have ever appeared in any portion of the Moslem press. How often have Pan-Islamists, advocating friendship with England and other European nations as a means of advancement for Moslems, been met with the reply, "But they themselves say that it is our duty to hate them." So the bigotry that takes unholy pleasure in misrepresenting the truth reacts with fatal effect upon the cause it pretends to serve. The unhealthy influences of which I have spoken so far all originate from sources outside the direct action of the Government. None the less, they are perhaps all influences that it lies within the province of the Government to correct, and so long as they are permitted to flourish, so long will their existence be regarded by the people as subjects of grievance against the rulers of the land. It may be, and is, said that some of these matters are things in which it is wiser for the Government not to interfere. There is much to be said on both sides, but in all matters thus admitting of discussion there cannot be the least doubt that the deciding consideration should be the effect they produce upon the people at large. That which would be best in a country like England, the people of which have long been accustomed to look upon themselves as the final arbiters in all questions, is entirely out of place in a country like Egypt, in which, almost for the first time, the people find themselves absolutely impotent to enforce their wills in any matter whatever. Under the Mamaluks, as we have seen, they had this power, and they did not lose it until Mahomed Ali had succeeded in enslaving them. If they exercised the power they possessed, but rarely, to a limited degree, and mostly in a futile manner, this was largely due to the ignorance that prevailed, and to the violent methods of suppression to which their attempts in this direction were always liable. To-day the people no longer suffer from the crass ignorance of those of the past. The most illiterate peasant in the country is an enlightened man compared to his ancestor of the 18th century. Increased knowledge has brought, as it should do, increased desires and aspirations, and there is nothing that could testify to the sterling merits of the Egyptian character more than the fact that these desires and aspirations are such as the most enlightened cannot but approve. That the people, as a body, are not yet capable of giving their new-found ideas a healthy, practical issue without the aid of those more advanced than themselves is nothing to their discredit. The path of political progress is a long and difficult one to tread, and it is trodden most successfully by those who, like the Egyptians, advance diffidently rather than daringly, and the Egyptians have made such progress as entitles them to be heard. As yet, however, they have no adequate means of making known their views. The press of the country is yearly filling better and better its duty in this respect. But under the occupation the true voice of the people, the Ulema, who in all times and in all countries have always been the natural and most fitting representatives of the people, has been and is practically silent. Among Moslems the authority of the Ulema is greater than that of the ruling prince of their country, and the Ulema drawn from among the body of the people have always exercised the beneficent influence Macaulay has ascribed to the Catholic priesthood. For, like it, the conditions of their existence are such that, as Macaulay expressed it, they invert the relations between oppressor and oppressed, and force the hereditary master to kneel before the spiritual tribunal of the hereditary serf. So in the days of the Mamaluks we see the people going for the redress of their wrongs to the Ulema, and these going to the Beys, and rarely failing to obtain some concession. Since the English occupation, this primitive but in its essentials most complete measure of representative government has been in abeyance. The Ulema are no longer regarded as the spokesmen of the nation. Their voices are heard only indirectly, and then not as speaking for the people but as those of individuals. It is quite true that the people of to-day belong to a generation that has never had any experience of conditions other than those practically such as now exist, but that they do feel the need for some such system is certain, and it is their sense of this need that is giving force and body to the demand made by some of the reformers for the introduction of a representative government, after the pattern of those being in Europe. For this the people have no real desire. What they want is what their ancestors had, an informal but ever-present means of making their wishes known to their rulers. No formally established body could supply their need. They have now the Legislative Council, which is intended expressly to be the voice of the people. But while, like the press, this is yearly growing in merit and utility, It is not and never can be to the people that which the Ulema have been in the past, and should always be to the people of a Mahomedan country, the representatives to whom these can go at any time and in any manner to seek counsel and advice, and to consult with that they may act as their intermediaries with the administrative body of the country. It may seem to the reader that in my last paragraph I have been wandering somewhat widely from the subject of unhealthy influences, but it is not so, for the Egyptian sense of their inability to make their wishes known is unquestionably not only an unhealthy influence but one that is very steadily growing. The Press does much to instruct the Government as to what are the thoughts and feelings moving the people, but at best it can only do this as the Press of other countries does, rather as the expression of individuals or classes than of the masses. And while it thus acts as spokesman for the people to only a limited extent, it can never be, what is most needed, an intermediary that can not only speak for them but bring them a reply. End of Chapter 19. Unhealthy Influences. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Chapter 20 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G.Wells. Chapter 20. More Unhealthy Influences. We come now to consider unhealthy influences arising either from the present constitution of the administration of the country or directly or indirectly from the action of the Government. That we may understand the position taken by the Egyptians with respect to these matters, it is necessary to see what are the conditions they consider the English administrators of the country are bound to fulfil to justify official statements as to the objects and extent of the occupation. These, as seen by the Egyptians, may be summed up in one sentence, and are, that the country is to be governed with due regard to the rights of the Sultan as sovereign, the religion of the people, the general interests of the country, and with a view to the ultimate independence of the native government. On all of these points there is much dissatisfaction. Of the first two I have spoken in the last chapter. As to the third, it is commonly admitted that the commercial and financial interests of the country are well cared for and administered, but the criticism is frequent that this is so, not for the sake of the country or of its people, but for the sake of the European interests involved. The Englishman's sense of and devotion to duty are recognised by all save perhaps a few, but the common feeling is that in Egypt this devotion is not stimulated by any feeling of duty or obligation to the country or its people, but solely by the desire to perpetuate the occupation. Englishmen of the cad type of which I have spoken, including unfortunately too many military officers and government officials, by their behaviour towards the people, do much to justify this conclusion, and, if one may judge by their action in public places, even seem anxious to do so. That there are Englishmen in the country and in the Government service who are of a very different type is fully recognised, and the Egyptian is too just and too generous in sentiment to confound these with those. Yet he cannot but feel that while such conduct is allowed, apparently unrestrained, and that even the men of the better type make no open protest, he can draw no other conclusion but the one that the Englishmen who really are honest in their desire to serve the country and conciliate its people are not only few in number but small in influence. It may be said that this is at most but a sentimental grievance, and that the solid good done in the country far outweighs, or should outweigh, such causes of complaint. Those who think so know nothing of human nature, and might perhaps benefit by studying Ruskin a little. Nor must it be overlooked that with this, as with other unhealthy influences, it is not the direct or isolated influence of each that is to be considered, but its cumulative effect as one of a large number of forces tending in the same direction. As 1,000 feeble threads that an infant might snap one by one, scarce conscious of the effort it was making, when united may form a cable that will drag a mighty ship against wind and tide, so these little threads of discord, united, serve to draw the ship of state into troubled waters. It is often made a subject of complaint that the Egyptians fail to appreciate the great work that has been done and is being done in the country. This is true to some, but only to some extent. It is very much less true than it is thought to be. That the Egyptians should largely fail to comprehend the Englishman and his work is the outcome of that irreconcilability of Eastern and Western ideas and mental processes I spoke of in my first chapter. And the Egyptian in his endeavour to understand the Englishman has to encounter difficulties far greater than those that baffle the Englishmen who seek to understand the Egyptian. The Englishman in Egypt can, if he will, place himself more or less in direct touch with all classes of the Egyptians, and can study them at his leisure. The Egyptian has no such opportunity of studying the Englishman. He is barred from any but the scantiest and most formal social intercourse with the English, and even in this, as in his other efforts, he is perplexed and bewildered by the ever varying aspects the English character presents. For to the Egyptian the Englishman is a veritable Proteus, as inconstant as the unstable element he boasts of ruling. Now an imperialist, and anon a Little Englander; now a courteous gentleman, and again a braggart cad; now an earnest man of lofty aim, and again a flannelled fool of witless brain; now commanding respect and esteem for his sterling qualities, and again exciting contempt and censure by his ill-bred manners. And in these varying shapes and forms the Egyptian sees but little of the Englishman, and that little for the most part amid surroundings that confuse his vision and disturb his judgment. What wonder, then, that he should be at a loss to reconcile the conflict between official statements and private views, between friendly words and unfriendly acts? Yet it is one of the most promising of auguries that, by the mere force of his own generous spirit of tolerance and his desire to be just, the Egyptian is slowly solving the problem for himself, is sifting the wheat from the chaff, learning to recognise that which is best and truest in English character and politics, to wholly despise the cad for what he is, and to appreciate the manliness and merits of the self-respecting Englishman of all ranks and grades. If Englishmen in Egypt cared to do so, they might easily learn so much at least of the character of the people, and would learn that the Egyptian can and does appreciate merit, that while he is ever lenient and forbearing towards the faults of ignorance, he can and does most heartily despise those of perversity of character, and that if he so constantly ignores the rudeness to which he is subjected, it is because he looks upon those guilty of them as men beneath reproach. Naturally reticent, the little familiarity he has with Englishmen makes him hesitate to speak to them with even the freedom he extends to other Europeans. How can it be otherwise when he is in constant fear, only too well justified by unpleasant experience, of the snub direct of a contemptuous or offensive response? And this evil is greatest in the official world. Egyptian ministers are placed at the head of all departments of the government, but it is the English adviser who is the real minister. As a matter of simple indisputable fact, there is no Egyptian government in existence. This is a constant complaint of the people. The ministers and the whole official world are but the expedient servants of the advisers, whose words are law. It is useless to tell the ministers or others that their candid advice would be appreciated, valued, and possibly acted upon. That, I believe, is the truth, but it is most certainly the truth that the Egyptian entirely and unconditionally believes that were he to accept the assurance he receives he would find himself playing Gil Blas to the Englishman's archbishop. The English seaman has it as the cardinal point of all of his duty to "obey orders though you break owners." Absolute, implicit obedience to his captain's command, even if it means the immediate destruction of the ship, that is his ideal of duty, and it is the ideal that prevails among the Egyptian officials of to-day. It is said that these officials have no power of initiative, that they are incapable of justly criticising the measures and methods adopted in their departments. Possibly those who think so would alter their views if they could hear the criticisms of these same officials when they discuss these matters in Egyptian circles. But under such a system as this it is, of course, impossible for the Egyptian to learn to govern his country on sound administrative lines. No trade, business, or profession of any kind is taught, or could be taught, in this way. You cannot make a carpenter or an engineer by putting an apprentice to watch the work of others, however expert these may be. If he is to learn, tools must be put in his hand, and he must not only be shown how to use them, but must be taught why he is to use them in this or that way, and in no other. And the work of governing a country can only be taught in the same way. The Egyptians see this, though it must be admitted that, like the average apprentice who has made some little progress, they are apt to overrate their knowledge and ability, and to fancy that they are quite able to act as master workmen and teachers. No one who has any knowledge of the English seaman and his training can have failed to see that the great merit of the handyman, as indeed of all seafaring men, is that they are invariably taught the reason why. In pulling and hauling on a rope, in letting it go, in holding on to it. In all of these simple actions he is guided not only by the knowledge of which is the best and most proper way to do them, but also by the knowledge of the reason why that way is the best, and with that knowledge and the mental training it gives he is ready at a moment's notice not only to pull, and haul, and let go, and hold fast, with the utmost economy of labour and the utmost efficiency of reason, but to modify his method of doing any of these things to suit any possible emergency or special situation he may have to deal with. Every seafaring man recognises that it may at any moment be a matter of life and death to him and all on board a ship that some one of the crew should have had or should not have had this training, and so every man on board is ever ready to help and aid in the training. Does it not seem reasonable that this same spirit should prevail amongst all who form the crew of the ship of state? That every one who has a hand in guiding or working that ship should reflect that its safety and good working are only to be secured by the intelligent efficiency of all concerned? The man who is the chief of a government department should, like the captain of a ship, be entitled to instant, unhesitating, unquestioning obedience from all under his command. But, having this, is it not his own interest and an absolutely necessary condition for efficient working that he should see that the obedience is based upon an intelligent comprehension of the principles by which the administration is guided? A government that is not conducted in this way may attain for the moment good results, but it is, and can be, nothing more than a mere temporary makeshift, for it must depend entirely upon the personal qualities of the man at its head. I have now to touch upon some matters that have attracted almost world-wide notice and have wrought much evil. Of these, the first to produce a noticeably ill effect was the trial of Menchawi Pacha. Charged with having caused some men to be flogged with a view to extorting from them a confession as to the theft of a bull belonging to His Highness the Khedive, the Pacha was arrested, tried and convicted, and sent to prison as an ordinary prisoner. His arrest caused intense excitement throughout the country and among all classes. During the Arabia revolt he had, with great risk to himself, given the utmost protection to Europeans of all nationalities and creeds, and had gathered all he could of these in his own palace, and there guarded them in safety until the danger had passed. For the services he had thus rendered he was given the official thanks of almost all the powers of Europe. Whatever his faults or errors may have been, he was, therefore, a man entitled to the most lenient judgment from all Europeans. The whole press of the country, excepting the English organs, took up his case, and while none condoned or in any way sought to justify his offence, they all pleaded that this was a case in which common gratitude demanded mercy. Unfortunately there was only too much to be said on the other side, and the Pacha had therefore to undergo the 3 months' imprisonment to which he was sentenced. The trial was intended not only to punish a case of wrongdoing, but to impress upon the people the fact that the law was strong enough to protect the poorest and weakest against the richest and the most influential, and upon minor officials that no excuse would be taken for gross neglect of their duty. That the trial has largely had the desired results is certain, but 2 causes contributed to lessen in some degree the effect produced. In the first place, the Egyptian, while accepting the theory of even-handed justice and one law for all, which is indeed an essential part of the teaching of Islam, has so long been accustomed to see that teaching ignored in practice that he has come to look upon the strict administration of justice as an injustice, and thus clings to the old fallacy which, if I am not greatly mistaken, under English law still entitles a peer of the realm to the luxury of a silk rope should he be so unfortunate as to incur the penalty of death by hanging. The other cause sprang from the Egyptian's habit of attributing all the acts of public men to their personal feelings and desires, a vice that is a constant source of evil and one of the greatest obstacles in the way of progress, not only in Egypt but throughout the East, utterly destroying, as it does, the growth of anything like a healthy and vigorous public spirit. The vice is one not unknown in home politics, but it is there less prolific of evil, for the sterling common case of the people teaches them to weigh acts and deeds by their intrinsic qualities, and not by mere surmises as to the motives of the actors or doers. In Egypt there is, I think, a tendency towards improvement in this direction. As I have said, the people are learning to think, they are less prone to cling to the first idea that presents itself to their minds as being necessarily the first and last worthy of consideration, and they have thus made one step towards healthy progress, one, too, that must lead to others. One and all of the unhealthy influences I have described were in force and were marring the goodwill that should exist between the two peoples. And yet, in spite of all, the Egyptians, balancing the good with the evil, buried their dissatisfaction under hopes of better days to come and a future recognition by the English of their true spirit. So evident was it that the people really desired to conciliate their rulers, to co-operate with them and accept their guidance and control in all things, that Lord Cromer announced that the time had come when the army of occupation might be safely and wisely decreased. At once a panic cry went up from a portion of the English colony. Every one in the country knew that the few who really disbelieved Lord Cromer's assurance that the measure he had proposed was a perfectly safe one, were in a hopeless minority. But there were many who, without the least sense of possible danger, had very strong reasons for opposing any reduction of the garrison. Every one who has lived in a garrisoned town can understand this. The withdrawal of a single battalion of English troops from Cairo or Alexandria is a very serious matter to many very excellent people, and to a great many people who are by no means excellent in any sense of the word. Unfortunately for these, their interest cannot be allowed to control state affairs, and these therefore swelled the chorus of alarm, probably with no thought that in doing their best to protect their own interests they were doing much ill. The Egyptians, as might be expected, received Lord Cromer's announcement with unqualified pleasure. It was the first recognition of the efforts they had honestly been making to promote goodwill, and they were grateful for it, though the warmth of their gratitude was lessened by the violent opposition to the measure and the unjust and unfounded charges of fanaticism and hatred to the English brought against them. None the less, Lord Cromer's action in this matter was an influence wholly for good, and an influence that did more to strengthen and extend English influence in the country than the addition of an army corps to its garrison could possibly do. All, then, was going well. There was every possible reason to accept Lord Cromer's optimistic view of the position when the Tabah incident occurred, and, like a sudden gale, almost sundered the graft that was fast tending to unite the aims and hopes of the two peoples. News was received in Egypt that Turkish troops had occupied Tabah near the northern end of the west coast of the Gulf of Aqaba, a post that lies well within the Egyptian frontier. To the Egyptian, however, Egypt is bounded by the Suez Canal. He knows that the peninsula of Sinai is part of the Khedivial territory, but he takes no interest in it whatever. When, therefore, it was announced that an ultimatum had been sent to the Sultan, the one and only point that for the moment troubled the people was the possibility of a war between Turkey and England. That was the last thing that they wanted, and the gratuitously bellicose tone of the pro-English press raised an alarm throughout the country. The people could see no excuse or reason for the peremptory demands of the English. There was no Turkish army at or near the place in dispute, and if the possession of it was really important to Egyptian interests, it was a question that might be settled by discussion, and was in no sense a pressing or urgent one. Why should the English be in such a hurry to pick a quarrel with the Sultan if they had no ulterior aims in view? All the old fears as to the real aim of the occupation were reawakened. Have not all the rulers of Egypt sought the conquest of Syria and the Hejaz? Was not this the object of the English? And there were not wanting those who held that the aim of the English was to stop the construction of the railway to the Hejaz. So little did the people know of the question at issue that many believed Tabah to be a station on the route of the new railway to El Medina, and that what the English really wanted was to secure the control of that route. These and many other ideas were freely circulated and discussed, and rumours of the wildest kind were echoed throughout the bazaars. The English had landed troops on the Syrian coast. A vast army was on its way from Turkey. The Arabs of Arabia were assembling for the protection of the holy lands of Islam. Nothing was too absurd to be repeated or believed. As to what was actually occurring the people had no means of knowing, and while the great majority could not, of course, understand the interests involved, it could and did understand that the English were threatening to make war on the Sultan, and that those to whom it looked for guidance held that it was not in the interests of Egypt, but in those of England, that the war was to be made. What more natural than that there should be excitement in the country? And seeing this, the pro-English press took the very course common sense should have taught it to avoid, and began crying out about fanaticism and pan-Islamism, thus throwing oil into the fire that had begun to smoulder. That the real attitude of the people was wholly and entirely misunderstood by the English generally is beyond question. The one thing that the Egyptians were wishing for was the avoidance of war. The one thing that had given birth to the excitement that arose was the fear that war could not be averted, that the English were determined upon forcing the Sultan's hand. The one question the Egyptians were asking themselves was not, "What shall we do if the war breaks out?" but, "How can war be prevented?" Had it not been for the attacks of the pro-English press upon Moslem sentiment and the oft-repeated statements made as to "unrest" in the country, no other thought would have occurred to the people. Those who understood the questions at issue would have felt, as they did and do, aggrieved by the action taken by the English, but they would have given their thought no open utterance, and would have trusted to time to see their wishes realised. There was, therefore, absolutely no "unrest" in the country, for I take it that unrest implies a desire for, or tendency towards, action, and this is precisely what did not exist. Agitation, uneasiness, and excitement were visible clearly enough, but unrest? No. But the wanton and utterly unprovoked anti-Islamic tone of the pro-English press added one more to the unhealthy influences at work in hindering the progress it should be the first aim of that press to promote. And once more the Egyptian showed his self-control and gave proof of his desire to live in peace and harmony with all. Had this not been so, the consequences might have been serious. On the one hand, the anger of a people naturally hasty and impulsive was being awakened. On the other, a vague, unreasoning fear was beginning to seize the colonists generally. Fear is a failing that shows itself with many faces and in many phases. There is the timid fear that starts back, e'en at the sound himself had made; the panic fear that overwhelms men's reason and sends them madly fleeing they know not where or how; the cowardly fear that palsies the arm, paralyses the brain, and turns men into craven, cowering creatures from whom all mankind has fled; and there is the fear that urges a man to wild, unreflecting action, to strike lest he be struck; the fear of the unbalanced mind that in the sudden presence of apparent danger loses its self-control; the fear of the brave man who for the moment has lost his presence of mind. This was the fear that was seizing many in Egypt when the Tabah excitement was at its height. The cry of alarm that had been raised when the reduction of the Army of Occupation had been proposed had disturbed the minds of many, good folk who cared nothing for politics, but much for their own peace and comfort. The weather was hot, heavy, brain-heating, and enervating. Had it been otherwise, people would not have lost their heads and begun calling for an immediate increase of the Army of Occupation. It is true that at the prospect of a war between the English and Turkey some of the lower classes had spoken vaingloriously of what the Moslems would do, but that was an incident that no European, knowing the people and living among them, thought of as anything but amusing. Yet many Europeans living in the country, but, as indeed the great majority of them are, wholly out of touch with the people, scarcely ever meeting or speaking with an Egyptian, living entirely among Europeans, their servants even not being natives but Berberine negroes, the most fanatical, bigoted, anti-English class in the country, as much out of touch with the Egyptians as the Europeans themselves, these Europeans became seriously alarmed and made their voices heard in the papers and elsewhere. So the cry of danger was echoed and re-echoed, even in official documents, until the announcement was made that the Army of Occupation was to be increased, and then, their end attained, the agitators began to admit that, after all, the danger from Egyptian fanaticism was a remote and far from pressing one. The truth is that the danger had been a very serious one. The agitation among the European colonists had begun to react upon the people of the country, and while there was no unrest among these, in the sense in which I have used the word, the excitement that was growing was such that the real gravity of the position was rather under than overstated in Lord Cromer's report upon the incident. At any moment the excitement that prevailed might have been turned by an unlucky incident into unrest of a deplorable and disastrous character. Happily the collapse of the agitation among the colonists reacted upon the people as strongly as the agitation itself had done. Seeing that the Europeans no longer feared an outbreak of hostilities, they themselves became reassured, for the cessation of the agitation among the Europeans was to them evidence that there was no longer any intention of forcing war upon the Sultan, and that the English were as anxious for peace as they were. Hardly had the heat of this incident passed when the country was startled by the report of the Denshawi affair. Telegrams appeared in the papers stating that English officers had been attacked and killed by some of the fellahin. The Moslem papers, in publishing the telegrams, expressed regret that such an incident had occurred, hoping that the report was exaggerated, but withheld all comment until the facts should be more fully known. Not so the pro-English press. This at once broke out about the fanaticism rampant in the country, demanded an exemplary punishment, and the instant ordering of reinforcements for the Army of Occupation. Everywhere, among all classes, the excitement became intense, but the first full account of the affair published calmed the minds of all but a section of the English colony. There had been no murder. The fellahin had interfered to prevent some English officers shooting pigeons close to their village, and had become very excited when a gun belonging to one of the officers went off and a native woman was accidentally wounded. The officers were attacked by the people and severely beaten with heavy sticks, and some of them carried as prisoners, with much ill treatment, to the village. One of them, who had been badly beaten, had set out for the camp and was found dead on the road at a considerable distance from the village, his death being due, as medical evidence proved, to the combined effects of the injuries received and exposure to the sun. This was the case, as it was heard and understood, in Cairo. All the press condemned the fellahin, but, with the exception of the pro-English press, recognised that the affair was simply one of those unhappy occurrences that take place in all countries, and had nothing whatever to do with fanaticism. That the possibility of such incidents had been increased by the disturbed condition of public opinion was evident, but that this case was a direct result of fanaticism was not credited by any in a position to gauge the real feeling of the country. The Egyptians were very far indeed from sympathising with the outrage, though it was well known that the fellaheen have much cause of complaint from the injuries they suffer at the hands of "sporting Europeans," who, in all parts of the country, trespass freely on their lands, damaging their crops and property, and only too often needlessly offending the people. Yet here again it was not the facts at issue but the tone of the pro-English press that was most abundantly productive of evil. The renewal of the unfounded charges of fanaticism, the repeated cry for exemplary punishment, the hurry to try the prisoners, the formation of the special court, various incidents at the hearing of the case, the severity of the sentences, the haste to carry them out, all these things tended to irritate the minds of the people. But of all these it was the tone of the pro-English press that was productive of the greatest evil. As time passed on, though much soreness of feeling lingered, the agitation was dying out, when some Englishmen at home decided to enter upon a campaign against Lord Cromer. These, misled by their sympathy with the pretensions of the self-styled National Party, and backed by a few journalists, rejoiced to find a new and prolific subject almost simultaneously broke forth in an attack upon Lord Cromer. Taking somewhat different standpoints, they all preached the same moral, that the one thing evil in Egypt was Lord Cromer. It was perhaps but natural that the Egyptian papers should follow suit. They did so, and for a time it seemed to me that all the progress they had been making towards healthy, honest journalism was to be swept away. There was something to be said in their excuse. Were they not following the lead of Englishmen, and of Englishmen who professed to sympathise with all their views? Surely these Englishmen knew how to influence their countrymen, and how then could the Egyptians do better than imitate their methods and manner? And for the Egyptian journalists, we must remember that they work in the face of disadvantages and difficulties that would appall a London pressman. Their articles are for the most part sent hot from the pen to the press. They have no cautious, well-trained colleagues to advise or aid them in any difficulty, no accomplished, painstaking readers to point out errors, slips, or inconsistencies in their articles, and the work of writing these articles is liable to 100 interruptions. All these things must be allowed for, but even granting these as largely excusing the imperfections of the Egyptian journals, there is much left that is a just subject of reproach to the writers. They are far too anxious to swell the chorus of the moment, to harmonise their own ideas with those floating around them, to take the tone and colour of their articles from the reading or conversation from which they have just turned. In short, they lack a right sense of the responsibility of their position, and almost all the mental training absolutely indispensable to the journalist who would take a really honourable position in his profession. In the old days of England, when a man had failed in all else, he brought a birch rod and turned schoolmaster. To-day, the first idea of the young Egyptian who has not been caught up into the government service is to become a journalist. For journalism is looked upon as the one happy profession exacting no other qualification than the pen of a ready writer. Time will improve all this. The Egyptian press will one day yet be worthy of all that is best in the Egyptian people, and that will prove worthy of the esteem of all men. Meanwhile, under the malign influence of their English friends, the Egyptian journalists have done much to injure their own cause. They are crying out for a representative government, while, by the very articles in which they make their demand, they show the want of self-restraint, of the capacity to appreciate facts, to weigh arguments, to form well-balanced judgments, which are the very first qualifications needed in men who would guide or rule others. And they err in other ways. No one more fully absolves them of all intention to promote or even countenance fanaticism than I do, but as I have said on page 61, when speaking of religious teachers, it is useless for men to preach toleration while they denounce others as enemies, describe them as filled with hatred to the people, and so forth. In the days of Harry Lorrequer, when a greatly daring dun or bailiff ventured into the great square at Trinity College in Dublin, he was fortunate indeed if he did not hear the cry of "Oh, boys, boys, don't nail his ear to the pump." I do not think that the professed toleration of the Egyptian press is of this type, but I am certain that, accompanied with wild, unreasoning criticisms, it is only too likely to have the same effect. For the young Egyptian of the so-called Nationalist Party there is also something to be said. His education separates him almost wholly from the bulk of his countrymen. His ideals, his aspirations, are not theirs. He comprehends and understands them as little almost as do the foreigners in the country. With his lack of that home training which forms the Englishman's character far more than aught else, and with his imperfect knowledge of French or English and of European life and thought, he falls an easy, self-sacrificing prey to that ultra-radicalism which is the refuge of the brainless and uneducated in the political world of Europe. In doing so he belies his own nature, decries his countrymen, and disparages his religion. Rightly named, the party to which he attaches himself should be termed the anti-Egyptian and anti-Islamic party, and yet this is the class that Lord Cromer's assailants would have Europeans accept as the representatives of the Egyptian people. If there is a party in Europe essentially and wholly in all its forms and all its aspirations anti-Islamic, it is the ultra-radical party. Yet it is this party that the Nationalist Party of Egypt is pleased to accept as its ally. Radicals and radicalism are the ideals that Mustafa Pacha Kemal holds out to the Egyptians. He does not use the terms, but the principles he advocates are those proper to the terms. He may call himself a Mohammedan, but the policy he preaches is the policy of a radical, and a man cannot be both a radical and a Mohammedan. If, then, the Nationalists desire to promote reform, to protect and develop their own interests, let them fling their radicalism aside and return to Islam. As Spencer has shown, the social and political history of mankind is the history of an evolution. Whether created in the image of God, or slowly developed from some primitive amorphous atom, so far as we can trace our origin, man has been moving, on the whole steadily, though with many halts and setbacks, towards perfection. As yet our civilization, the highest point yet reached, is but a miserable makeshift for that we should aim at. Let us hope that when the present agitation should have died out, Englishmen and Egyptians will find it possible to join hands in an effort for the mutual attainment of something better. 30 years ago in India I preached the doctrine that the welfare of the Indian Empire and its peoples was to be sought in the mutual understanding and co-operation of rulers and ruled. 12 years ago I began to preach the same doctrine to the Egyptians. Today I repeat it. Some time ago, urging my views on a Moslem friend, he said, "There is only one thing needed to make your policy a success, that all the Egyptians should be angels and all the English archangels." There is an evident moral in the criticism that needs no pointing. Knowing Englishmen and Egyptians as I do, I believe that the flood of evil that has swept between them will pass away, and that even out of all of this evil some good will come. If Englishmen in Egypt and at home will but try to realise the patient forbearance, the manly self-control that the Egyptian has been and is practising under the steadily pressing burden of the unhealthy influences of which I have written, I have so much faith in the English sense of justice, fair play, and manly straightforwardness, as to believe that these qualities will compel them in the near future, if not now, to form a new estimate of the Egyptian, and to feel that, with all his faults, he has some sterling merits and is a man to whom all honest, right-thinking men may fitly hold out the hand of friendship. It is my hope that what I have written may tend to this effect and help to bring about a good understanding between the two peoples. The English can, if they will but do justice to their own better feelings, gain and retain the sincere friendship of the Egyptian people, and in gaining that friendship they will gain the friendship of all Islam, and therefore acquire a power and influence in the East such as they can gain in no other way, a power and influence that must prove of endless benefit not only to the British Empire but to the world at large. But if this result is to be attained, the Egyptian must contribute his share of effort to realise it. That he should do so needs nothing more than that he should follow his own healthy and natural inclinations and the teaching of his religion, and in doing this he will be serving not only the cause of Egypt but that of Islam. He will be benefiting not only his own countrymen but all Mohammedans. In this way, and in this way only, will he find all his best aspirations become not merely possibilities but actualities, and Egypt will take its rightful place as the great centre and fountain of all Mohammedan progress. If, on the other hand, he allows himself to be seduced by the plausible speech of radical agitators, and, following the advice of Mustafa Pacha Kemal and his party, abandons the teaching of Islam for the teaching of radicalism, he will assuredly defeat his own aims and sacrifice the claim of his countrymen to be the true leaders in the world of Islam. End of Chapter 20. More Unhealthy Influences. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California. Chapter 21 of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today.
This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Graham Macmillan. Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today by H.G. Wells. Chapter 21. Today and Tomorrow. So far I have spoken of the Egyptians collectively, and I have aimed at sketching as faithfully as possible, not the views or ideas of a class, but those which are common to the whole body of the people of all ranks and grades. Whether there is any one Egyptian or any class of the Egyptians to whom my description might be applied without any qualification or modification is probably doubtful, but that that description, taken in the sense and to the extent intended, is absolutely correct there is no doubt whatever. The Egyptians of today are divided in opinion upon many points, social, political, and religious. How much so is evident in the fact that of their many newspapers and periodicals not one is wholly and fully in accord with any other. To have attempted to give the reader a well-defined portrait of each and all of the classes thus formed, had it been possible to do so, could only have resulted in bewildering him, all the more so that, as yet, there is no one class in the country that is not undergoing, more or less consciously, a process of change. It is scarcely possible that it should be otherwise. I have written so far entirely in vain if I have not succeeded in conveying to the mind of my reader a clear conception of the fact that the people are as yet but slowly feeling their way towards the adoption of a definite social and political programme. In the maze of conflicting ideas resulting from this condition, there are clear and indisputable evidences of a general tendency towards the final acceptance of certain principles that, once definitely adopted, must dominate the whole future of the people. Of these the most prominent is that internal and external peace are absolutely essential to the welfare of the country and of the people, collectively and individually. Of any 1,000 Egyptians taken at random from among any grade or large class of the people, I am certain there are not 10 who do not sincerely hold this opinion. One and all desire a greater or less change in existing conditions, but they desire that change to be wrought without any sudden or violent disturbance of those conditions. This, without any qualification whatever, is the fact that is the most essential to be realized at the present moment by anyone who would understand the Egyptian of today. It is the one influence that practically controls all the others that are affecting the people. The existence of the Nationalist Party does not in the least disprove this, nor does the popularity of the organs of that party disprove it. The attacks upon the English occupation so widely spread in the country, and almost as widely applauded, have no more influence upon the people than a transpontine melodrama of the old type had upon the gods who roared themselves hoarse in rapturous applause of its most virtuous sentiments. All the Arab-speaking peoples are alike in this, that there is nothing else that can so stir their enthusiasm or so fill them with delight as the sonorous melody of well-turned phrases and sentences in their native tongue. If the sense of what they hear be clear and evident, they enjoy it the more, but however dense and impenetrable its meaning may be, the music, the rhythm and harmony of its sounds draws their applause. So even the most illiterate of the people will listen with keen enjoyment to a long political article of which the meaning of all but a sentence or two is wholly beyond their comprehension. Thus the glowing periods of the nationalist press find ready applause, but awaken no echo in the hearts of the people. Unfortunately, it is only too much the same with the papers of a higher type, and these labour under the disadvantage that, of necessity, their articles dealing with prosaic topics do not admit of the ornate style of their rivals. None the less, it is unquestionable that it is these papers which are exercising the greatest influence upon the thoughts and ambitions of the people, and their influence is, as I have said, almost wholly one for good. The great mass of the people listen to the reading of the newspapers just as the great majority of church-going people at home listen to sermons, as most edifying and commendable, but as having no practical bearing upon the affairs of life. Yet, as I have already pointed out, the Moayyad has been and is exerting a wider and always greater influence, and is not only teaching the people to think, but teaching them to think clearly and well. And now we may look for a moment at the Egyptian as an individual. To do justice to this subject would need a volume, not a paragraph. Fortunately, the reader can turn to Lane's Modern Egyptians, in the pages of which he will find a wealth of detailed information needing but little modification to bring it up to date, though it fails to give a clear, well-defined idea of the Egyptian in his daily life. Let me attempt to supply this deficiency by saying that, according to his class, the average Egyptian corresponds very closely with the average Englishman. Roughly, the whole of the people may be divided into 5 classes.
First, the Ulema, the natural leaders of all the others. Secondly, the wealthy landowners and others of independent means. Thirdly, the "educated," mainly professional men and government servants. Fourthly, the great middle class of small land and house owners, lower grades of the government services, merchants, and so forth. Fifthly, the working classes, including artisans, craftsmen, labourers, and all who work for their living. Of each class a book might be written, yet I may sum up in broad but accurate outline the character of each by saying that it is in the main that of the same class at home. Let me take the middle class man. Getting through his morning and the day's work, his one idea is to reach home. On his way, by train or tram, he greets cordially his acquaintances, discusses with them the news of the day, compares their business or official experiences, growls at the shortcomings of the government or the tramways, deplores the growing cost of living, and laughs over the latest joke or jest. Once home, he has his favourite easy chair and newspapers, and has an hour or so of rest with these, seasoned with the chat of the harem as to the misdoings of the children or of the servants, the coming of visitors, household finance, and 100 other topics. Then out for an hour or so to this favourite café, where he reads the latest papers, Moslem and Christian, and has a game or two of backgammon, all the while taking an active part in the brisk fire of conversation going on around him. Then home again to the ease and comfort of the harem, or possibly to entertain some visitors with the unstinted hospitality of his race. Then supper, and then to bed. And through all the day, at home, in his office, on his way to and fro, if you could but follow his doings and his sayings, you would find him in both a very close copy of the man of the same class at home, interested in the same subjects, discussing the same matters, laughing at the same type of jest, grumbling at the same grievances, and withal a man anxious to please and be agreeable, and easily pleased and conciliated, freer than the Englishman in his amities and friendships, ready to chat or joke with his barber or his baker, but, like the Englishman, most at ease and enjoying himself best in his own special circle. And now I must hasten to a conclusion, and reply briefly to one or two questions that my reader may possibly be inclined to ask. What has the occupation done for the Egyptians? It has secured them the personal freedom they so highly prize. It has given them the liberty of getting, keeping, or spending wealth, a free press, a knowledge and keen appreciation of the advantages of a properly organized government, a clearer perception of the natural rights of man and of the personal dignity of the humblest, and, as a result of these, enlarged ambitions and aspirations, greater independence of spirit, and a better conception of the interdependence of each one upon his fellow men. Not much in mere words, but in the reality of the resulting whole an entirely immeasurable amount of good, an amount of good no living man can even approximately estimate, much less appreciate. Possibly some of our children's children will be able to form some adequate conception of its greatness. We of to-day can no more understand its meaning than did the barons at Runnymede understand the meaning of the great charter they wrung from the unwilling John. Has the occupation failed in any respect? It has in two vitally important matters. It has not in any way qualified the people or any class of the people to undertake the government of the country. It has not educated the people or done anything whatever to ensure the permanency of the good that has been done. As to these failures, I do not think that any other result could have been attained under the circumstances that have prevailed. Lord Cromer, as a sincere well-wisher of the people and a man of advanced liberal opinion and progressive mind, was the man of all others to work for these things, directly and openly, if it had been possible for him to do so. But it was not possible, or has only become so since the evacuation of Fachoda. Up to that event the only possible form of government by which the welfare of the country and of its people could be secured was that which Lord Cromer adopted, a benevolent despotism. No other form of government could by any conceivable possibility have attained the results that have been attained, and that form of government could only attain those results when in the hands of a man such as Lord Cromer. None the less, as Mill has said, a benevolent despotism is an altogether false ideal, evil for evil. A good despotism, in a country at all advanced in civilization, is more noxious than a bad one, for it is more relaxing and enervating to the thoughts, feelings, and energies of the people. In Egypt, however, this effect is modified by the attachment of the people to the Turkish Empire, by their objection to non-Moslem rulers, and by all the unhealthy influences of which I have spoken, But while the great mass of the people would much prefer to see the administration of the country entirely in the hands of Mahomedans, they have absolutely no desire for any other change in the present form of the government. To day, in spite of all that has been done, Egypt in one most vital matter stands absolutely far behind the position it occupied when the English occupation commenced. Then there was a governing class in the country, a misgoverning class, if you will, yet a class that had some conception of and experience in the art of governing, a class the members of which were accustomed to bear the responsibility of ministers. To day that class and those men have ceased to exist. If there had been no foreign intervention at the time of Arabi's revolt, if the Egyptians had been left to work out their own destiny, there would in all probability have been a long period of wild disorder and anarchy such as followed the French evacuation. That, in its turn, would have been followed by the rise of a new Mahomed Ali. The occurrence of this sequence of events would have been absolutely certain and inevitable, the only doubtful point being how long the anarchy might have lasted. As it was, there was no man in the country competent to deal with the crisis. Nor was there one in Europe. England was the only country that had a man willing to face the task, and he undertook it under conditions that for a long time rendered it an almost impossible one. The success Lord Cromer has attained is the one and only justification of the occupation as far as its initiation is concerned. In itself the occupation was essentially a blunder. Having been undertaken, only British pluck and resolution could save it from disaster, and even these, without a man like Lord Cromer to guide them, would very certainly have failed. But the Egypt of 1906 is not the Egypt of 1882. A new revolt, could we imagine its occurrence, would now bring a party, not an individual, into power. There is no man in the country who could by any possible combination of favouring circumstances establish himself as a despotic ruler, nor is there any other party that could seize the government of the country and hold it. Anarchy would therefore be inevitable, yet it would not be the helpless, hopeless anarchy of former days, but that of rival parties with more or less definite aims and more or less stable cohesion. The only possible salvation of the country after the departure of the French was the rise of a despot like Mahomed Ali. The only possible salvation it could have after a collapse of the existing system would be the triumph of a party or a renewed occupation by England or some other power. But omitting all consideration of the latter contingency, the rivalry of parties would be a rivalry of systems. The men engaged in it would fight, as do those of all parties, largely and mainly for their own interests. But they would fight under the banner of some principle through the profession or adoption of which they would seek the support of the people, and they would, one and all, at least profess a standard consistent in the main with European ideas. The struggle would be a long and exhausting one. The country and the people would suffer heavily. But in the end the Egyptian, if left to do so, would work out his own salvation, and a strong government, built upon sound and healthy lines, would start a new era. Unfortunately, the one condition necessary to the attainment of this result, the non-interference of any outside power, this one condition would be wanting. Hence the collapse of the British occupation would be fatal to all the interests of the country and its people. Nor would the withdrawal of the occupation with all adequate precautions for the preserval of order and a capable administration be much less disastrous, if prior to that something has not been done to qualify the people for self-government. Were the English to leave Egypt tomorrow, the people throughout the country would hail the evacuation as they did the evacuation of the French, and among the most blatant in celebrating it would be those who would be the greatest losers by the change. Step by step all the old abuses would be renewed. Individuals and classes alike would be powerless to stay the flood of evil. Least and last of all the Khedive, who would be the helpless puppet of the intriguing factions that would fasten around him. No matter how pure his intentions, how high his aim, how great his ability, no effort, no sacrifice on his part would avail aught, for the one condition absolutely indispensable to enable him to follow his own inclinations or to deal with his people as a wise or benevolent ruler would be wanting, since that one condition would be the utter exclusion of all European influence from his councils. It is not, therefore, the weakness or faults of the Egyptians themselves that would render an evacuation disastrous, but the selfishness of Europe, the very cause that today ensures the prosperity of the country. Nor does it need any supposition of lust or greed on the part of the Powers to bring about this evil issue. The controlling hand of the British being withdrawn, it would at once become the imperative duty of each of the Powers to seek to strengthen its own position in the country, and let them strive as earnestly as they might to do so in the most honest, most generous manner, the clashing of interests would be such that none of them could afford to withhold what pressure it could bring to bear in its own favour. They, like Egypt itself, would be helpless. Nothing could enable them to avoid the wrecking of the country save the immeasurable impossibility of a common accord for the harmonising of their rival claims. England must remain, therefore. Not to protect her own interests in the country itself or in the Soudan, not that she may control the Suez Canal, nor that she may carry the Cape Railway to the shores of the Mediterranean. All these she could do without a single soldier or official in the country. She must remain to protect the Egyptians, or rather that they may protect themselves. She must remain that the Powers may, as I believe they most honestly desire to do, preserve the common accord essential to the true interests of all, that she may the better act as their intermediary in the prevention of discord, and ensure that each may benefit in just share from its own contribution to the general welfare. But if the cessation of the British occupation would thus inevitably mean disaster, unhappily its continuance is not without the possibility of evil. As I have shown, in spite of the earnest desire of the Egyptian people for peaceful progress, there is much dissatisfaction in the country. It amounts today to nothing more than a want of harmony, but a government that has not the confidence and goodwill of the people it rules is like a seaman sailing into unknown ports, ever liable to encounter unforeseen and unforeseeable dangers. Apart from all other possibilities, and they are many, the continuance of the occupation under a man less able than Lord Cromer to cope with all the difficulties of the position that might easily lead to endless troubles. With a weak, rash, or obstinate man in Lord Cromer's position, and an able diplomat with a knowledge of Eastern ways in one of the other consulates, no one could foretell what the result might be. England will, therefore, not have fulfilled her duty to the Egyptians or to herself until she has taught the people to govern themselves. That she may do this, the people, not a class or section, but the whole body of the people, must be educated. There are some among the Egyptians who have seen this, and there is strong reason to believe that their views will ultimately prevail. Meanwhile, schools are being established throughout the country at the expense of private individuals, and if they are marked by an anti-English bias, however regrettable this may be, I am afraid it is but a natural result of the existing conditions. It must not be forgotten that the government of Egypt today is exactly the same in form and principle as that which existed before the occupation. The administration has been organised on sound lines, but the government is still that of an autocrat ruling through agents responsible to him and to him alone. In other words, it is absolutely the worst form of government conceivable, the most unstable, the most liable to disaster and calamity of every kind. As Mill has said, the one of all others most tending to the degradation of the people. So far, under the benign sway of Lord Cromer, it has proved a beneficent institution, but that has been the accident, not the property, of its form, and as an accident it has been wholly dependent upon the extraordinary combination of high abilities, and even more, the self-sacrificing zeal of Lord Cromer. Since the days of the Caliphs, no man that has ruled the land has ever had such absolute power as Lord Cromer has had. With all the might of England to depend upon, he has known how to secure the sanction of all Europe for his work. Happily for Egypt and the Egyptians, he has sedulously sought to use the unlimited power he has thus commanded solely for their good. But it must be granted that, vast as has been the good he has wrought, his task is incomplete, and must forever remain so until the government of the country has been placed upon a footing that will ensure the stability now wholly lacking. The preceding pages were already in type when Egypt and Europe alike were startled by the wholly unexpected announcement of Lord Cromer's resignation. For 25 years he had guided and shaped the destiny of the country, and by steady, patient, self-sacrificing labour had brought it from a condition of desperate disaster to one of stable prosperity such as but few countries enjoy and none other has ever attained in such a brief period of time. From first to last during those long years of indefatigable effort he has striven to exercise the powers entrusted to him with the most absolute impartiality and justice towards all the many conflicting interests with which he has had to deal, and all the nations of Europe have borne voluntary and ample testimony to their appreciation of his services in this respect. Yet, as was but just, in doing this he never for a moment forgot that the most even-handed justice demanded that the Egyptians were in all cases entitled to a preference wherever their interests and those of other peoples in any way clashed. So markedly was this the governing principle upon which he acted that "Cromer's pets" has long been in Egypt a synonym for the Egyptians. The mere knowledge that this has been so has been one of the factors most potent for the welfare of the people, and has been sufficient in itself to prevent a host of little evils that would otherwise have tended to mar the perfection of his work. Without ever deviating in the smallest particular from what rigid justice might have dictated, Lord Cromer might have enhanced his popularity with the European colonists in Egypt and with their governments in Europe, but he has never wavered or hesitated for a moment in giving to Egypt and the Egyptians the first and strongest claim wherever and whenever there has been a conflict of interests, or whatever and whenever a concession to the interests of others might even only possibly have a liability to injure or trespass upon those of the Egyptians. And what is the return that this people have offered him? Guided by men whose influence in the country is wholly an influence for evil, they have largely refused to join in any expression of thanks to Lord Cromer for his long and brilliant services. It has been my object in writing this book to endeavour to promote friendship and goodwill between Englishmen and Egyptians. I have tried to bring into prominence the good points that I believe the Egyptian to possess. For 12 years I have been an open advocate of an autonomous government for Egypt, and I still believe that it is only under such a government that the interests of the country and its people can be ultimately secured. But, much as it may grieve my Egyptian friends, I do not hesitate to say that their action in this matter, apart from all else or anything else, demonstrates in the most absolute manner the fact that they are not yet fit for self-government. The very first qualification for a people who desire to govern themselves is that they should be competent to weigh and value the services of the men in whose hands the administration of the country is placed, or to be placed. A people who can see nothing in the services of Lord Cromer worthy of their thanks are utterly incapable of forming any accurate or reliable judgment upon the choice of administrators, and therefore unfit for and incapable of self-government. There is no room for doubt or discussion on the subject. I have pointed out in the course of this work that the Egyptians have some reason to be dissatisfied with various features of the occupation. For these, as I have said, I do not think that either Lord Cromer or the Government can be justly blamed. They are almost all the inevitable incidents of the effort to place Occidental civilisation in an Oriental country. But neither these nor anything that has occurred can in any way derogate from the fact that has been the most salient point in the whole history of Lord Cromer's administration, that he has persistently and consistently, in season and out of season, laboured unceasingly with a single eye to the benefit of the Egyptians. If the Egyptians are unable to see that this has been so, they are unable to estimate the services of any administrator, and therefore unfit to govern themselves. Lord Cromer has himself been all through a steady advocate of an autonomous government for Egypt, but he has seen that such a government can, in the interests of the Egyptians themselves, as well as in the interests of Europe, only be granted when, by the self-education of the people, they shall have fitted themselves for the task. I say self-education advisedly, for it is only by self-education that the Egyptians or any other people can ever qualify themselves to guide their own destinies. As I have said on a previous page, I believe that if left to themselves the Egyptians could and would work out a sound form of government for themselves. But the most essential feature in the question of the future of Egypt is this, that whoever undertakes to govern Egypt, whether the Egyptians themselves or any other people, the government of the country must be one that can and will govern it not only with sufficient care and regards for the interests of the people, but with equal care and regard for the interests of the European colonists and the other European interests involved. It is the inability of Mr. Dicey and the other critics of Lord Cromer to see this that stamps their writings and arguments with futility. Egypt for the Egyptians, in any literal interpretation of the phrase, is an idle dream. It is no more possible of realisation than would be a cry of "the ocean for England." It is, I think, Lord Cromer's belief that in time, if he would once set himself the task of learning to govern on sound and healthy lines, the Egyptian would become qualified to take charge of the destinies of his country. If that time does not arrive it will be the fault of the Egyptian himself. It is not England only, but all Europe is ready and willing to aid him in learning. No other people has ever had anything like the same opportunity of self-advancement. and, keenly as I sympathise with them, warmly as I appreciate their good qualities, I am assured that if they do not attain self-government the fault will be their own, and their own only. If they elect to be domineered over by an anti-Islamic nationalist party, and to be false to their country, their religion, and themselves, the fault is theirs, and it is they who must bear the consequences. The official statement that the administration is to be carried on by Lord Cromer's successor in the same spirit and on the same lines as those Lord Cromer has followed is the best guarantee that the Egyptians or European nations interested in the country could have that the magnificent work he has accomplished is not to be lost. Years ago, in India, an engineer was busy putting the last finishing touches to a great undertaking that had cost him years of thought and labour. The success of his work seemed almost secured, when the rising floods of the rainy season, seizing on a weak and unprotected point, threatened to wreck the whole. I trust I may never again behold such awful agony of mind as that which almost crushed the unhappy man as he gazed upon the roaring rush of the ruthless flood, slowly, surely, destroying the very foundations of his work. Assuredly it would be a calamity of untold magnitude were the vastly greater work of Lord Cromer to be imperilled for want of any reasonable precaution. End of chapter 21. Today and tomorrow. End of Bonaparte in Egypt and the Egyptians of Today. Recording by Graham Macmillan, San Diego, California, 2012.